You are lying still, eyes closed, breathing slow and even. And in this quiet, the shape of a small lamp comes to mind, not as an object you once saw, but as one that has always been there, waiting in the dark between breaths. It is made of clay, unglazed, rough with the fingerprints of someone long gone, shaped by hand on a turning stone beneath a low ceiling in Basra, where the air still carries the scent of river mud and dried reeds. The lamp is less than 10 centimeters across, smaller than your palm when you lay it flat against your chest, its surface porous, thirsty, absorbing the dim light that falls through an open window or a cracked door. There is no glaze to seal it, no sheen to reflect, only the raw earth, fired once and left to hold what it can. This quiet history is based on selected sources, with some details simplified for a calm telling. You imagine its form, a shallow bowl wide at the top, narrowing slightly toward the base, as if designed not for standing upright on a table but for resting gently against the curve of a wooden shelf or the edge of a stone sill. The rim is uneven in places, perhaps from the potter's tool slipping, perhaps from kiln fire contracting the clay just so. And along one side, a small spout rises like a tongue turned upward, not for pouring, but for holding the wick. That wick was never woven or twisted in any special way. It was simply a strip of cloth, frayed at the ends, pulled from an old tunic or a scrap of sackcloth, soaked in oil until it drank its fill and hung heavy with it. The oil came from sesame, perhaps, or olive, pressed slowly by stone rollers under the shade of a courtyard wall. It was not poured into the lamp as if filling a vessel. It was allowed to seep, drop by drop, into the porous clay body, pooling just beneath the spout where the wick dipped in. The flame did not leap. It did not dance or sputter with sudden hunger. It grew slowly, rising from the tip of that soaked cloth like a sigh made visible, small, steady, yellow-white, trembling only when the air moved through an open doorway or when someone breathed too near. The oil was drawn upward by the wick, not by suction or capillary force as we might name it now, but simply because the fabric held it and fire pulled what it needed. There was no glass to protect it, no metal shield, no chimney to guide the smoke. The flame lived in the open air, exposed, vulnerable, its light bent and softened by shadows that curled from the corners of a room like mist over water. You feel this now, the quiet persistence of that small fire, not as something you once knew, but as something you are remembering even though you never saw it. It is not romantic. There is no story of a child sleeping beneath its glow, no mother mending a robe by its light, no scholar tracing lines on parchment with ink-stained fingers. None of that is here. Only the lamp, the wick, the oil, and the flame. Three things bound together by material, not meaning. The reservoir was open. That matters. There was no lid, no stopper, no sealed chamber to hold the fuel in. The oil sat exposed to the air, waiting for the next touch of cloth, the next dip of wick, the next slow burn. Each evening, someone reached down, perhaps with fingers still damp from washing, and lifted a length of fabric from where it had lain soaking in another dish nearby. They pressed it into the reservoir, let it rest there until it drank its fill, then threaded it through the spout and lit it. There was no wick trimmer, no snuffer, no mechanism to adjust height or brightness. The flame's size depended on how much oil had been drawn up, how long it had burned, how thick the cloth was, how dry the air. And still it lasted. Hours. Longer than you might think. A single filling could carry light through half the night, until the wick grew brittle and charred at its tip, until the oil sank too low to reach, until the flame shrank into a trembling ember and then vanished, not with a hiss or a puff, but with a quiet surrender, like breath held too long finally released. You feel the coolness of the clay beneath your fingertips now, even though you are not touching it. The surface is dry, yes, but still holding memory, still carrying the ghost of moisture, the echo of oil soaked in deep and slow. You think of how this shape appeared again and again, in homes along the Tigris, in villages near Shiraz, in courtyards where the wind blew salt from distant seas. Unglazed ones came first. Later, some would be coated in green glaze, melted glass poured over them before a second firing, turning them into something shinier, more sealed, less porous. But that came after. This lamp you are resting with now is older than that. It belongs to the time when clay still remembered how to breathe. The flame is gone now. The wick has turned to ash. The oil has dried up, sunk into the earth, or evaporated over centuries. But the shape remains in museums, in archives, in fragments buried beneath layers of dust and rebuilding. You are not seeing it as an artifact. You are feeling it as a rhythm, a small, slow, steady thing that once lived in the dark, doing nothing more than holding light. And now you are holding it too, not with your hands, but with your stillness. The clay still holds the imprint of fingers that shaped it, not in a deliberate mark, but in the subtle unevenness along the rim, where pressure was uneven, where the thumb pressed too lightly one time and too firmly another. You feel this not as something to be analyzed, but as something to rest against, like the curve of a stone worn smooth by river water over years no record keeps. The reservoir is shallow, just enough to cradle oil without spilling when tilted slightly, yet deep enough that the wick could dip and draw for hours without touching bottom. There was no measurement, no marked line, no way to know if there was too much or too little, only the slow dimming of flame as the surface lowered, until the last threads of cloth grew dry at their tips and the fire sighed itself out. You remember how the oil moved, not with rush or splash, but in quiet surrender, drawn upward by capillary tension through fibers that had once been flax or hemp, tangled and rough from spinning. The wick did not burn cleanly. It curled as it charred, blackening at its tip like a slow-burning ember of autumn leaf. Smoke rose, thin and gray, curling above the flame like breath against cold glass, but there was no chimney to trap it, no vent to carry it away. It settled into the air, settled into the walls, settled into the fabric of things, lingering long after the light had gone. The lamp sat low on a shelf, or perhaps on the edge of a wooden table worn thin by years of bowls and hands passing over it. There was no stand, no base to elevate it. It rested directly on the surface, its bottom flat and slightly rough from being pulled from the mold before firing. The clay absorbed moisture from the earth beneath it, even in dry seasons. You can feel how cool it would have been at dawn, when the first light of morning crept across the floorboards, not bright enough to see by, but enough to make the shadow of the lamp long and lean against the wall. It was never carried far. There were no handles, no loops for hanging, no straps or chains. To move it meant lifting with both hands, careful not to spill, careful not to knock the wick loose from its place in the spout. If it had been glazed, you might have felt the slickness of glass on your palms. But this one was bare clay, porous and quiet, absorbing sweat from skin, dust from air, the faintest trace of rose water or sesame oil that once lingered nearby. You think now of how the fire lived in its own small world, no larger than the width of a thumb, and how it never reached beyond that. It did not illuminate the room, not truly. It only made visible what was already near, the edge of a cup, the fold of a robe draped over a chair, the curve of an earthenware jug left half full beside it. The rest remained in shadow, untouched, unchallenged. There was no need to banish darkness. Darkness was not the enemy. It was simply the condition under which light had meaning. And still, each evening, someone reached for it, not because they were afraid of night, but because they needed to see, even if only for a moment, the shape of their own hand before sleep came. The flame did not promise safety. It did not ward off wolves or thieves or ghosts. It simply gave form to what was close enough to touch. The wick, when new, was soft and pale, dipped once, twice, until it drank its fill. You imagine the slow drag of cloth through oil, the quiet drip that fell back into the reservoir, the faint scent that rose, not strong, not sweet, but earthy, like wet grain left in a sack under the eaves. After many nights, the clay began to darken where the smoke curled closest. Not with soot, but with the slow absorption of carbon, like skin tanned by sun over time. The surface grew richer in color, darker near the spout, almost brown where the heat had pressed upward inch by inch, night after night. You are not imagining this as a ritual. There was no ceremony, no chant, no blessing, no offering placed beside it. It was simply there, like water in a bowl, like bread on a plate, a thing that did its work without asking to be noticed. And now you feel the weight of it again, not heavy, not cold, but present. Not as an object remembered, but as a rhythm held inside your breath. The oil is gone. The wick is dust. The flame is ash. But the shape remains in clay, in memory, in the quiet between one exhale and the next. You are not falling asleep because of it. You are falling asleep with it, still there, still holding light even now. The clay held the memory of oil longer than it held the flame. Even after the last drop had vanished, even when the wick had crumbled to fibers too fine to catch light, the porous surface still carried the ghost of its burden, softening in humid air, releasing a whisper of warmth on still nights. You notice how the rim, where fingers once brushed while trimming the wick, had worn smoother than the rest, not from polishing but from repeated contact. The slow friction of thumb and fingertip adjusting the fiber just enough to keep the flame steady, not too tall, not too dim. The spout, narrow as a child's finger, never widened over time. It was molded that way, fired that way, used that way. There was no attempt to enlarge it for more light, no adaptation for efficiency. The flame stayed small because the wick stayed thin, and the wick stayed thin because the oil moved slowly through its fibers, drawn by nothing but capillary pull. No pump, no tube, no mechanism beyond the quiet science of fiber and fluid meeting in silence. You think now how the lamp did not glow from within. It did not emit light as a body might radiate heat. The flame lived above it, separate, fed by a thread that led down into darkness. There was no glass to contain it, no chimney to guide the smoke. What rose curled freely, thin and gray, as if the air itself were breathing out what had been consumed. And still, the clay beneath did not crack from heat. It held even as the flame licked at its throat. The unglazed surface allowed for slow evaporation, for the release of moisture trapped during firing, so that the heat never built too fiercely against one spot. There was no glaze to trap steam and burst under pressure, only clay that breathed, that let go. You imagine how the oil was poured, not from a pitcher with a spout, but perhaps from a small jar or a hollowed gourd, held low so as not to splash, tilted just enough for the surface to rise past the rim of the lamp's reservoir. There was no measuring, no spoon, no marked lines. The person who filled it knew by sight when it was full, not because the vessel overflowed, but because the oil reached the edge where the wick began its descent into darkness. You can picture how the surface shimmered for a moment before stillness returned, how the light of the lamp itself reflected off that sheen just once before the flame took over. The wick was never new each night. It was trimmed with fingers or a blunt knife, the charred tip removed, the length lowered just enough to keep the flame from flickering too high, too hungry. The same fiber could last weeks, soaked again and again, pulled taut between thumb and nail, repositioned into its place like a thread stitched back into fabric after wear. It did not burn away quickly because it was never allowed to burn freely. There was no desire for brightness, only for steadiness. A flame that danced too much cast too many shadows. A flame that guttered too low left the room in uncertainty. You feel how the lamp's shape was not designed for beauty but for restraint. The curve of its body did not flare outward to catch more light. It narrowed gently from base to rim, as if to keep the oil from sloshing when moved. The opening was shallow, not deep enough to hold much, just enough to carry what was needed. There were no decorative ridges, no incised patterns, no painted symbols. Even the handleless form was not an absence, it was a choice. To carry it was to be present with it. You could not slip it into a pocket or hang it from a hook. It required attention. And still, across the years in Basra and beyond, others made theirs differently. Some wider, some taller, some with a slight lip to catch drips. But none of them changed the core. Oil in an open bowl, fiber descending into dark, flame rising without asking for more. Even when glaze came later, green as moss on stone, even when stems rose beneath them and closed reservoirs enclosed the oil, still, the wick remained the same. Still, the flame lived where it always had. Between breath and stillness, between hand and shadow. You are not thinking of this to remember a time. You are thinking of it because your own breath has slowed, because your fingers have gone quiet on the sheets, because the room no longer needs light to be known. The lamp is not here with you, not as an object, but as a rhythm you now carry inside. The slow rise and fall of oil through fiber, the small flame that asked for nothing but attention, the clay that held it all without complaint. And so you let go, not because the night demands it, but because the light has done its work. You notice how the oil, when poured, did not pool in a flat sheet, but curled slightly at the edges, drawn by the porous clay like breath drawn into a lung. The surface rippled, not from motion, but from absorption, each drop sinking just beneath the skin before rising again as vapor, before being pulled down once more by the wick's quiet hunger. There was no smoke at first, only warmth gathering where flame met air, and then the faintest scent of something ancient. Sesame pressed long ago, or linseed left to ferment in a corner jar, or perhaps nothing but the memory of earth turned over after rain, carried upward through fiber and fire. The wick never curled away from the rim. It held its place like a root-finding stone. Even when the oil level dropped below the lip, even when the flame grew thin as a sigh, the wick did not lift or twist, it remained, anchored in the same groove worn smooth by countless repositionings, its end blackened not by char but by patience. You imagine how the lamp sat on a wooden shelf, or perhaps a stone ledge beside a low bench, never near a draft, never far from where hands might reach without rising. The clay was cool to touch before lighting, warm after, never hot enough to burn, only enough to hold the heat like a sleeper holding onto warmth through the night. There were no tools for adjusting the wick's depth, no screw or clip or lever, only fingers damp with oil, pressing gently until the flame steadied again. You think of how often this happened, not as ritual, but as habit, like tucking a blanket over shoulders without thinking. The lamp did not ask to be tended. It simply waited, and in waiting taught stillness. When the oil was low, the flame did not leap or crackle. It shrank inward, becoming smaller than a child's fingertip, clinging to the wick like mist to grass. And still it burned, not with hunger but with persistence. The reservoir, though open, never leaked. The clay held tight, its pores filled with oil long before the first fire, so that even when empty, the vessel remembered how to keep warmth close. Some lamps cracked over time, not from heat, but from dryness, from seasons turning without oil inside them. Those were set aside, not thrown away, and sometimes repurposed as small bowls for salt or herbs. The wicks once spent were pulled free and laid beside other fibers, Linen scraps, spun wool, strands of date palm stacked in a basket near the hearth, waiting for the next night's need. No one counted them. No one labeled them. They simply existed as part of the quiet accumulation of daily things. Worn cloth, dried reeds, hollowed shells, all kept because they had once served a light that asked nothing but to be tended. You feel how the shape of this lamp, small, low, unadorned, was not copied from another form nor borrowed from a distant land. It arose from need shaped by hand and then refined by repetition. The rim was never sharp. It curved inward just enough to guide the wick downward without pinching it. The base was thick, not for strength, but so that when placed on uneven ground, it did not tilt. No one carved symbols into its side. No one painted stars or prayers upon it. Even the handleless form was not a lack of design. It was an absence of distraction. To hold it required your whole hand to cradle it, fingers curled beneath, palm pressed against the warm curve, thumb resting lightly on the rim. There was no way to carry it carelessly, and so you carried it with awareness, each step slow, each turn deliberate, as if the flame were not just a source of light but a presence that needed to be moved with respect. In other places, lamps grew taller, wider, heavier. But here in Basra, the form stayed small. Perhaps because space was narrow, or because oil was precious, or perhaps simply because this shape had always been enough. You imagine how it sat beside a mat where someone knelt to pray, or on a table where bread was broken, or near a corner where thread was spun by lamplight. Never the center of attention, never the object of awe, just there, always there. The flame flickered, yes, but not from wind. From breath, from the quiet movement of someone nearby, breathing deeply as they worked, as they rested, as they waited for sleep to come. And when sleep did come, the lamp remained, still burning, still holding its small light, still letting the wick draw oil slowly, steadily, into the dark where it was needed most. You do not know how long this practice lasted in any one home. You only know that for centuries, someone somewhere reached for this lamp each evening, not because they were afraid of darkness, but because they had learned to trust its quiet rhythm. The clay did not glow. The wick did not sparkle. The flame did not roar. But together they made a space where the night could be held without fear. And now, as you lie here, eyes closed, breath slowing, you carry that same quiet inside, not as memory, not as history, as rhythm, as breath, as the slow, steady pull of oil through fiber, unseen, unremarked upon, yet always enough. The oil, when poured, did not splash. It settled like a slow breath into the hollow of the clay, seeping outward in faint, invisible threads. each drop finding its way through the porous walls before pooling just beneath the surface, where the wick dipped gently, like a finger testing water. You imagine how it felt to pour, not from a jug or bottle, but from a small earthenware pitcher, its own neck narrow, its belly swollen with what was meant to last. The oil did not bubble as it entered. It did not hiss or shimmer. It simply filled the space where light would be made. And in that filling, there was no urgency, only patience, the same kind that waited for dusk to settle over the courtyard, for the last child's footsteps to fade down the hall, for the silence between one breath and the next to become long enough to hold something steady. The wick was never new when it was first used. It had been trimmed before, perhaps many times, its ends frayed from previous burns, its fibers softened by oil and time. When placed into the reservoir, it curled slightly at the tip, not from design, but from the way fiber remembers moisture. How it softens where it has been wet, how it bends when it has known warmth. It was never pinned, never held in place with metal or clay. It simply rested, nestled between the rim's inward curve and the oil's surface, waiting for the match. And when the flame caught, not suddenly, not fiercely, but slowly, like a sigh becoming visible, it rose not from the wick alone, but from the quiet marriage of fiber and fat, of earth and plant, of stillness and movement. You think of how the flame did not leap upward as it might in a modern lantern. It hovered, low and steady, barely taller than your thumb, its glow pooling just above the lamp's rim, not spreading far but holding close like warmth pressed against skin. There was no glass to contain it, no chimney to straighten its rise, only air and the faintest draft from a half-open window, or the movement of someone turning in their sleep nearby. The flame leaned slightly with each breath, never extinguished, never wild. It knew its place. The lamp sat on a wooden shelf, perhaps, or on a stone ledge worn smooth by countless hands. Sometimes it rested on a cloth folded twice, not to protect the surface, but to keep the heat from rising too quickly into the wood below. The clay did not burn. The oil did not run. There were no stains left behind when it was emptied and washed with sand and water, just the faintest scent of sesame or olive, clinging to the pores like a whisper you could almost forget. You imagine how the lamp was never moved far from where it was lit. It lived in corners, not because those corners were forgotten, but because they were chosen. A place near a sleeping child's head, a shelf beside the loom where fingers moved in rhythm with the flame's pulse, the low table where hands folded dough, or stitched cloth, or traced letters on parchment by the same glow that now warmed your eyelids. The wick was never replaced all at once. It was trimmed each evening just enough to remove the charred tip, leaving behind a fresh edge that would draw oil more cleanly. The scissors were small, iron perhaps, or bronze, and kept in a cloth pouch with other tools. A needle, a thimble, a sliver of flint. You imagine how the act of trimming was done without thought, not ritual, not ceremony, but habit shaped by repetition, like brushing hair before sleep. There was no smoke to speak of, not the thick kind that stains walls or catches in the throat. Just a thin curl, rising straight and silent, dissolving into the air before it could be noticed. The oil burned clean because it had been pressed well, because it was free of grit, because the wick had been soaked long enough to carry only what was needed. And when the lamp grew dim, not suddenly but slowly, as if the flame were exhaling, you did not rush to refill it. You waited, you watched. You let the light fade until the last thread of oil surrendered its glow. Then you reached for the pitcher again, not because darkness came too soon, but because the rhythm had taught you. Light is not made by haste, but by return. You feel now how this small thing, this cup of clay, this fiber drawn from grain or root, was never meant to outlast centuries. It was meant to be used until it cracked, then set aside. To be refilled until the wick frayed beyond holding, then replaced. To be carried with care, not because it was precious, but because it was necessary. And so it was. You are still here. Eyes closed, breath slow. The lamp is gone, but the way it held light, quiet, patient, unasking, is still here. And you carry it now, as you have carried every other quiet thing that asked nothing of you but to be noticed. The clay held the memory of the press, fingers pressing wet earth into a mold shaped by generations, each impression slightly uneven, each curve shaped not by compass or caliper, but by the quiet rhythm of thumb and palm meeting damp soil. You feel how the form was never symmetrical in the way modern things strive to be. One side rose just a fraction higher than the other, as if the potter had paused mid-turn, listening for the sound of oil settling deep inside before continuing. The rim was thin, worn smooth not by time alone, but by repeated wiping with a cloth dampened with water and crushed pumice. Each cleaning done without hurry, each stroke following the same arc, over and over, until the surface felt like skin touched after rain. The reservoir opened wide, unguarded, its edges rounded so that when oil was poured in, it did not splash. It flowed slowly, as if guided by gravity alone, settling into the hollow like a breath held too long before release. You imagine how the oil gathered first at the center, pooling just beneath the wick's resting place, a small notch carved into the inner wall where the fiber could settle without slipping. The wick was never pinned or anchored. It lay loose, its end curled slightly downward, soaking in silence until it grew heavy with oil and began to draw. No metal holder held it in place. No clamp secured it. Only gravity, capillary pull, and patience kept it where it needed to be. You think of how the wick was cut, not from spun thread or woven cloth, but from a bundle of dried reeds or stripped fibers pulled from the stalks of barley or flax that had been left to dry in the sun for weeks. The fibers were separated by hand, one by one, until each strand was fine enough to draw oil upward without choking, thick enough not to fray under flame. There was no dye on them, no treatment, only what the earth gave and what the hands chose. When lit, the flame did not leap. It rose slowly from the tip of the fiber like a sigh becoming visible. The light it cast was never sharp-edged. It softened everything near it. The curve of a bowl, the fold of a sleeve, the shadow of a hand resting on the edge of the table. There was no glare to shield against, no need for shade or screen. The clay absorbed excess heat and diffused what remained, turning fire into something gentle enough to rest beside. You notice how the lamp never sat in the center of a room. It lived where shadows pooled deepest, near the foot of a bed, beside a stack of woven mats, tucked beneath the overhang of a shelf where dusk gathered slowly, and no one disturbed it often. The light did not announce itself. It simply was there when you turned your head toward it, as if it had waited without speaking. Sometimes, in the stillness before sleep, the wick would begin to shorten, not from burning away, but from the oil running low and the fiber drying just enough to curl inward. You watched for that moment, the flame shrinking slightly, its glow dimming not with a flicker but with surrender. And then you reached again, for the pitcher, for the spoon, for the quiet act of refill. The clay did not crack when warm. It only grew warmer, holding heat like skin after sunlight. Even when empty, it carried the ghost of oil in its pores, barely there, just enough to remind you that something had lived inside it, something small and steady, something that asked for nothing but to be tended. You feel how this object did not belong to a single hand, nor a single night. It passed between fingers, not as treasure, not as heirloom, but as tool, as companion, as quiet witness to hours spent in silence. And when it finally split, perhaps from a drop on cold stone or the slow expansion of winter air, it was not thrown away. It was set aside, a shard kept perhaps for its shape or its weight or because once it held light. You are still here. The lamp is gone, but you remember how it did not fight the dark. It simply answered it with patience, with presence, with a glow that never demanded to be seen. You notice how the oil never pooled all at once, even when freshly poured, each drop settling differently depending on the hour's stillness, the clay's recent warmth, the angle of the lamp as it rested against the floor or shelf. There was no perfect level, no marked line to guide the fill. You learned by feel, how the surface trembled slightly under the spoon's tip, how a slow pour let the oil creep inward like breath into a lung, how too much made the wick drown in silence before it could catch fire. The excess never spilled over the rim unless the lamp was tilted, never by accident, but only when moved for cleaning or repositioning, and then only a few drops, caught quickly with the edge of a cloth. The clay drank what it could, leaving behind a faint sheen that faded overnight, invisible except to touch. You ran your thumb along the outer curve once, after the lamp had cooled, and felt how the surface had softened, not from moisture, but from repeated handling, from fingers smoothing the same ridges over years, until the roughness of raw earth gave way to a quiet polish, not from glaze, but from time. The reservoir was never deep, only wide enough for the wick to lie flat and free, with space around it for air to rise without rush. The sides sloped gently inward, just enough to guide any stray drop back toward the center, not by design, but because that was how the potter shaped it, hand over hand, on a slow-turning wheel or between the palms, pressing from the bottom up. There were no molds used here, not in this place, not yet. Each lamp bore the irregularity of a single grip, the faint ridge where two fingers pressed too firmly, the subtle bulge where the thumb held steady while the other hand turned the clay. No two were exactly alike, though all followed the same rhythm. Shallow bowl, low rim, slight lip to catch drips, and beneath it, a base that never touched the ground directly but sat on a small ring of dried mud or a scrap of woven reed, lifted just enough so air could circulate underneath. You think of how the oil was carried, not in glass or metal, but in clay vessels too, smaller ones, with narrow necks and stoppers of cloth tied tight. The same earth, fired at lower heat, held the scent of sesame or olive for weeks after being emptied. You remember how one vessel, cracked near the shoulder, had been repaired with a thin line of resin, pulled from a tree that grew beyond the city's edge, and sealed so well that it held again, For years, though its surface was marked forever by the break and the mend, the lamp did not care where the oil came from. It only asked to be filled, and when filled, to burn slowly. There were times when the wick burned unevenly, not because of wind or draft, but because one strand had caught more tightly than its neighbors, pulling up more fuel than it could carry, until the flame tipped sideways and licked the rim. Then you would snuff it gently with 2 fingers, not to extinguish, but to reset, lifting the charred end, letting it cool in your palm, then repositioning the fiber so it lay again as before, loose, curled, waiting. The clay never scorched. Even when the flame touched its edge for a moment too long, the heat passed through without leaving mark or smell, beyond that faint, sweet residue of burnt oil gone by morning. You do not know if others used this lamp in other ways, in markets, in study, in prayer, but you have only known it in stillness, in the hush between breaths, in the space after a long day's work had settled into silence and before sleep began to loosen its grip on the body. The flame did not rise tall. It stayed low, no higher than the knuckle of your smallest finger, a small orange eye that blinked once every few minutes, not with life but with rhythm. Inhale, exhale, glow, dim, glow again. The shadows it cast were never sharp. They melted into corners, softened edges, blurred the outline of objects until they became suggestions of a bowl, of a footstool, of a folded robe left draped over a chair. The light did not reveal. It revealed less than the dark allowed. And in that reduction, there was comfort. You learned to sleep with your eyes open just enough to see its glow, not as a beacon, but as a companion that had always been there, and would be there again when you woke, if you remembered to refill it. The wick's end grew darker over time, not from soot alone, but from the oil's residue hardening on the fiber, clinging like dried honey. You trimmed it not with scissors, there were none, but with a sliver of bone or a sharp flint held between thumb and nail, pulled gently upward until the blackened tip parted cleanly. The cut edge was never even. It was jagged by necessity, but that did not matter. What mattered was that it drew again. And when the oil ran low, when the surface shrank to a thin film, barely covering the bottom of the reservoir, you knew it was time. Not because the flame flickered wildly, but because it had grown quiet. The light became thinner, paler, as if the clay itself were exhaling what little warmth remained. You reached for the pitcher. You poured slowly. The lamp waited. It always did. The oil, when poured, did not splash. It flowed like a slow breath settling into a hollow, creeping over the curved interior with a quiet sheen that caught the last of the day's dimness. You never filled it to the brim, not because you feared spillage, but because the clay needed room to breathe and the wick needed space to draw without resistance. There was a balance in the depth. Too little and the flame would starve. Too much and the oil would pool around the base of the wick, smothering its rise. You learned this not from instruction, but from watching. The way the surface rippled just slightly when the first drop touched it. How the dark stain spread in concentric rings until it reached the edge where the clay curved inward to meet the rim. The wick, once trimmed and repositioned, lay flat against the bottom of the reservoir, its fibers splayed like roots seeking moisture. It did not rise straight. It curled slightly at the tip, as if tired from holding the flame too long before, or perhaps remembering the warmth it had carried. When you lit it again, the first breath of fire caught only the very end, not with a rush, but with a slow hesitation, like a sigh given form. The light that followed was never bright enough to make shadows vanish. It merely deepened them, pulling the darkness into tighter folds beneath furniture and along the walls where the plaster had cracked over time. The clay itself held heat differently than metal or glass. It warmed slowly, then released it more gently, so that even after the flame was gone, the surface remained tender to the touch, never hot enough to burn, but warm enough to remind you it had been alive. You would rest your palm there sometimes, just before sleep came, feeling the residual heat like a memory held in bone. The unglazed surface absorbed nothing, yet retained everything. The faintest trace of oil, the ghost of smoke, the imprint of fingers that had lifted it without thought. There were nights when you did not refill it at all, not because you forgot, but because the air was thick with the scent of rain coming, and the lamp, though still full, seemed to know better than to burn. The flame stayed lit, small and steady, as if waiting for something you could not name. The oil did not shrink. The wick did not darken further. It simply waited, suspended in that quiet threshold between use and rest. The reservoir's shape was simple, not round, not square, but somewhere between. A shallow bowl with a slight inward curve at the top, as if designed to catch the light rather than let it escape. Around its edge, where the clay had been smoothed by countless hands, there was a faint ridge, a wear pattern so subtle you might miss it unless you were looking for it in stillness. That ridge did not come from handling alone. It came from the way the lamp sat day after day on the same surface, wood worn thin with age or stone cooled by evening air. The bottom of the reservoir never wore smooth. It remained rough, pitted slightly from firing. But that was good. It gave the oil something to cling to when the lamp tilted just a fraction in its place. You did not think about how many others had held this same shape before you. You did not wonder if their hands were larger or smaller, if they too trimmed wicks with flint, if their nights were quieter or louder. The lamp asked for nothing of that. It only asked to be filled, and when filled, to burn slowly. And so it did. Even when the oil was old, when it had sat untouched for weeks, thickening slightly at the edges, the wick still drew. Not as well, not as brightly, but enough. Enough to keep the dark from pressing too close. You would stir it gently with a thin twig just to loosen what had settled, and then you would wait. The flame returned, dimmer now but present, a quiet thing, persistent. There was no ritual in this. No chant, no prayer, no gesture beyond the hand reaching for the pitcher, the slow pour, the careful repositioning of fiber. Yet it became a rhythm, the same as your breathing, the same as the turning of the season outside the window, the same as the way the stars moved just enough each night to be noticed only when you remembered they had been there before. You did not know if others in Basra used lamps like this in their homes. You did not care. You knew only this one, and it was enough. The flame, always low, always small, always patient, blinked once more as your eyelids grew heavy. The shadows softened further. The warmth of the clay pressed gently into your fingers where they still rested beside it. You would refill it tomorrow. Or perhaps not until the day after. It did not mind. It had waited before. It would wait again. The wick, when first inserted, was never trimmed to a point. It was left slightly frayed. The fibers splayed like the roots of a dry grass caught in wind, each strand catching the oil differently. Some held more than others. Some burned slower, fading into ash while the rest still drew upward. You learned not to pull them taut, nor to twist them into a single thread. The lamp did not ask for precision. It asked only for presence, the quiet patience of letting the fibers do what they were made for, soak, rise, and surrender. There was no tool for this, not really. A sliver of bone, perhaps, or the edge of a broken potsherd, used once and then left beside the lamp, its surface darkened with oil stains that never washed away. You did not clean it. You did not need to. The wick's end, when lit, curled slightly inward as it burned. A small, slow curl, like a finger tucking into a palm, until only the base remained fused to the rim of the reservoir, where the clay had softened from heat and held it in place without effort. You noticed over time that some wicks never fully consumed. They left behind a nub thin as a hair, blackened but intact, still attached by a thread of charred fiber to the edge of the ceramic. You did not remove them immediately. You let them sit, untouched, until the next filling. Then, when you poured the oil again, it pooled around that remnant like water gathering at the base of a stone. The new wick, dipped and placed beside it, would sometimes catch fire from the lingering ember, as if the old one had passed on its warmth without speaking. There was no superstition in this, no naming of spirits or ancestors, just the quiet fact that oil traveled where it could and flame followed wherever it found purchase. The reservoir's curve, its shallow inward dip, was not uniform. It sagged slightly near the spout, as if the clay had settled under its own weight during firing, or perhaps from years of being lifted by fingers that always held it in the same place. The rim did not flare outward like a bowl meant for water. It stayed low, almost flat, so that when you leaned close to light it, your breath would stir the flame without extinguishing it. You learned to breathe through your nose, slow and shallow, as if the lamp were sleeping beside you and you did not wish to wake it. The oil, when fresh, smelled faintly of crushed seeds, something bittersweet, earthy, like dried figs left in a sun-warmed corner. But after weeks it changed. It grew heavier, darker, almost resinous, as if the heat had begun to press out its own memory. You did not mind. The flame still rose. Sometimes, when the oil was low and the wick long, the flame would dip, not extinguish, but lean toward the side of the reservoir where the clay had cracked just slightly in firing. A hairline fissure no wider than a thread ran from the inner edge toward the bottom. You never sealed it. You never thought to. The oil seeped ever so slowly into that crack, pooling there like a hidden spring. When you lit the lamp again, the flame would flicker for a moment as if tasting something new, then settle, steady as before. No one spoke of this. No one wrote of it. It was simply part of how the lamp lived. The unglazed surface absorbed more than oil. It took in the dust that settled from the ceiling, fine as powdered stone. It took in the moisture of humid nights, swelling slightly, then shrinking again when the wind came dry through the window. You never wiped it clean. To do so would have been to erase something that had become part of its skin. The patina not of age, but of use. The lamp did not want to shine. It wanted to be warm. You placed it on the same spot each night, not because you remembered where it was, but because your hand found it there without thought. And when morning came and the light through the window began to pale the shadows, you left it as it was. Flame gone, wick cold, oil still, reservoir waiting. The clay remained slightly warm beneath your fingertips, even then. You did not know if others had lamps like this in their homes. You did not wonder whether they, too, let the old wicks rest or if they discarded them without thought. You knew only that yours was quiet, that it asked for nothing but oil and time, and that it gave back each night a small circle of light, no larger than the palm of your hand, that never threatened the dark, only held it at bay. You closed your eyes again. The warmth lingered against your skin. The air was still. Somewhere in the house, a shutter moved slightly with the wind, but you did not open them to see. You let the lamp hold the night for you. It had done so before. It would do so again. The wick, when new, was a twist of linen, rough spun and thick enough to hold its shape, but thin enough to curl slightly at the edges when dry. It had been cut from a scrap left over from a tunic mended years before. No one remembered whose hands had spun it, only that it had come from something worn close to the body. You never trimmed it until it began to blacken at the tip, not because you were careful, but because you never thought to do otherwise. The flame lived where the fiber met air, and when the oil climbed high enough, it would catch in a slow, steady climb. No hiss, no pop, just the quiet surrender of cellulose to heat. You noticed once that when the wick was too long, the flame did not rise higher, it flattened, spreading like a tongue against the underside of the ceramic rim, as if searching for something it could not name. You let it be. The clay absorbed the soot in patches, darkening where the smoke lingered longest, until the edge near the spout wore a thin halo of charcoal, invisible unless you held it to the last light of day. You filled it with oil from a small clay jar kept beneath the shelf where the blankets were folded. The jar had no lid, only a cloth tied loosely over its mouth, and each time you poured, some of the oil clung to the lip, drying into a faint sheen that caught the sun in the morning. You never cleaned it either. It was not dirt. It was residue, what remained when the flame did not take all of what was offered. The lamp's reservoir held less than half a cup when full, but you rarely filled it to the brim. A little less gave room for the oil to breathe, to rise without spilling over the edge when the air grew thick with evening damp. You poured slowly, watching the surface ripple, not in waves, but in slow, circular tremors that faded as if the clay itself were drawing them inward. Sometimes, when the oil was low and the wick had burned nearly down, you would tilt the lamp just slightly, letting the last drops pool near the spout. The flame would dance over that thin film, shrinking and stretching like a breath held too long, until finally it let go, not with a sigh, but with the quietest of exhales. Then there was only the wick, curled now into a blackened hook, still embedded in the dried oil beneath. You did not remove it. You left it there, waiting. The next time you filled the reservoir, the old wick would soften again, absorbing the new oil as if remembering its purpose. No one taught you this. No book said to do so. It was simply what happened when you waited long enough for things to show you how they worked. The unglazed surface never reflected light the way glazed pottery might, never gleamed or shimmered with false brightness. Instead, it held the flame's glow like a sponge holds water, absorbing it first, then releasing it slowly, unevenly in patches that moved as the air stirred. Near the base, where your fingers always rested when lifting it, the clay had worn smoother than elsewhere, not polished by sand or cloth, but by the repeated touch of skin over months and years. That spot was warmer to the touch at night, even after the flame had gone. You would press your thumb there before lighting it again, as if checking for a heartbeat. There were days when you did not light it at all, not because there was no need, but because the moon was full enough to cast shadows across the floor, and the wind outside carried the scent of wet earth from the canal beyond the wall. On those nights, the lamp sat untouched, its reservoir filled, its wick dry and brittle, waiting. You did not think it unhappy. It had been made for stillness as much as for light. The oil, when poured, always settled into a shallow dome at the center of the reservoir, round and smooth as the curve of an eye. When you lit it, that dome became a small sun, no larger than your thumbnail, and its glow softened the corners of the room not by pushing back darkness, but by giving the dark something to rest against. The flame did not leap. It leaned. It waited. It held itself in place as if bound by invisible threads woven from heat and breath. You never wondered why it worked this way. You only knew that when you closed your eyes, the warmth on your cheek came not from the fire, but from the clay, still holding what had passed through it. And so you slept with the lamp beside you, its reservoir full, its wick waiting, its silence deepening into night. The oil, when poured anew, did not rush to fill every crevice at once. It climbed in slow, invisible threads along the inner wall of the reservoir, drawn upward by the clay's porousness, as if the ceramic itself were breathing through its skin. You watched it happen without needing to understand why. The surface darkened in widening rings, each one fainter than the last, until the entire bowl held a muted sheen that did not shine but deepened, like wet sand after tide recedes. The wick, still curled and blackened from before, softened at its base where it met the oil's edge. its fibers swelling just enough to release the old residue, to let the new fuel seep in without resistance. You never trimmed it. You never replaced it. It was always the same one, layered now with soot and dried oil, a filament of memory woven into the shape of the lamp. When you lit it again, the flame rose not from the tip, but from the very point where wick met reservoir, a tiny ignition that seemed to bloom from within the clay rather than upon its surface. There was no hiss, no sputter, just the slow unfurling of light, as though the flame had been waiting patiently for permission to return. The rim of the lamp was slightly uneven, not cracked, not broken, but shaped by the hand that molded it centuries before you held it. One side rose a fraction higher than the other, and when the oil settled, it pooled ever so slightly toward that slope, as if gravity had learned to favor one edge over another. You never corrected it. You let it be. The flame, in turn, leaned just a little toward that high rim, its glow stretching thin across the surface of the oil like a thread pulled taut between two fingers. It did not flicker wildly, nor did it drown itself in the pool below. It held its shape, a perfect teardrop of light, because the wick, though worn, still knew how to feed it. The unglazed clay absorbed the heat differently than glazed surfaces might have. No sharp edges of warmth radiating outward, only a slow diffusion, like breath held against wool. When you lifted the lamp to refill it, your fingers found that same worn spot near the base, smooth now from countless touches, and felt not just the texture of age, but the lingering echo of every previous night's flame. Sometimes, when the oil was fresh and the wick had been dry for days, the first light took longer to kindle. You would wait, watching the tip of the wick darken further before a faint shimmer appeared, barely visible, a ghost of fire waiting beneath the fibers. It did not come quickly. It came when it was ready, and when it did, the flame rose without sound, without scent, without smoke, not because there was none, but because you had learned to see past it. The smoke curled upward in thin spirals that dissolved before reaching the ceiling, lost among the dust motes and the quiet settling of evening air. You never blew on it to make it brighter. You never fussed with its height. It knew how long to live. It knew when to stop. The reservoir's shape was simple, a shallow bowl with a narrow spout that curved slightly inward, not for pouring, but for guiding the wick's placement. The spout did not hold fuel. It held only the wick, anchored by the clay's own weight and texture. There were no metal clips, no sockets, no holders of any kind. Just the curve of the ceramic pressing gently against the fibers, holding them in place as if by memory. When you inserted a new wick, though you rarely did, you would press it down with your fingertip until it nestled into the oil just below the surface. It did not need to be pinned or tied. It needed only to rest. The lamp never stood tall on its own. It sat low always, as if meant for the floor, the table, the edge of a mat. You never saw one raised on a stem, not in this form, not yet. The closed reservoirs with their slender necks and pedestals came later, when hands grew more careful, when oil became rarer or fire more feared. This lamp was made for use, not display. Its shape was not elegant in the way glazed green pottery might be, with its glossy curves and reflected moonlight. It was plain, unadorned, slightly asymmetrical. Its beauty lay only in how well it held what it was meant to hold: oil, wick, flame. You would sometimes lift it just after lighting, holding it close to your chest, feeling the warmth spread through the clay, not hot, not even warm really, but alive. A quiet pulse of heat that came and went with the flame's rhythm. You did not know why you did this. It was not ritual, it was not habit. It was simply what felt right. The lamp never asked to be held, but it never resisted either. And so, in the long dark hours between one breath and the next, when even the wind outside had paused, you would sit with it there, lamp beside you, flame steady, wick still drinking from the oil, clay holding its warmth, and let the night settle over you like a blanket woven of shadows and silence. You noticed over time that the clay absorbed not just oil but the faintest trace of its scent, something between crushed seed and dried herb, something that did not come from the fuel itself, but from the air around it, from the hands that touched it, from the walls where it sat night after night. The oil was never sweet, never fragrant in the way honey or rose water might be. It was the pressed residue of plants grown near the marshes, gathered when the sun was high and the ground still warm, crushed between stones, strained through cloth that had seen too many seasons. What remained was thick, slow-moving, dark as wet earth after rain. When you poured it in, you did not pour quickly. You let it flow in a thin thread, watching how it pooled just below the rim of the reservoir, how it clung to the inner curve before sinking into the fibers of the wick. There was no rush. The lamp never demanded speed. It asked only for patience. The same patience you learned when waiting for the fire to catch, when holding your breath until the first flicker rose. You never filled it to the brim. You knew that too much would spill, that the clay would grow heavy with wetness and crack along its finest seam. So you poured just enough to reach the wick's base, enough to let it draw upward over hours, enough to last through the longest stretch of dark before dawn. And when the oil was low, you could still see the surface shimmer faintly, like a mirror made of glass that had forgotten how to reflect. The wick, now darker than when first inserted, curled slightly at its tip, as if tired from holding the flame too long. You did not trim it often. Trimming meant cutting away what had already burned, and you never liked to take from something that had given so quietly. Instead, you let it burn down until the tip grew brittle, then gently pressed it back into the oil with your thumb, letting it soak again before lighting. The lamp sat on a flat stone near the door, where the wind could not reach it but the air still moved, just enough to keep the smoke from gathering. You never placed it on wood or cloth or metal. The stone was cool in the morning, warm by evening, and did not hold heat like clay does. It held only the memory of touch. Sometimes when you returned after being away for days, you found dust settled over its rim, fine as powdered bone, but beneath it the shape remained unchanged. The curve still there, the spout still curved inward, the reservoir still shallow and open, waiting. You did not wonder why this shape endured. You did not ask if others used different forms nearby or farther away, beyond the canals and reed beds. You knew only that this one fit your hand, that its weight was familiar, that when you lifted it at dusk, it felt like coming home to something you had always known but never named. You noticed, too, how the flame did not dance wildly as it might in a drafty room or beneath an open sky. It held itself upright, steady, small, no taller than your little finger, and its light was never bright enough to cast sharp shadows on the walls. Instead, it softened every edge. The corner of the mat, the curve of the jug beside it, the fold of the blanket draped over your knees. The glow did not reach far, but where it touched, everything became gentle. And when you turned your head away, when you closed your eyes and let your breath slow, the warmth remained. Not on your skin, not in the air, but inside the clay itself, still holding what the flame had given. You would lie there, listening to the quiet hum of the house settling, the distant murmur of water moving through pipes beneath the floor, and you knew without needing to see it that the lamp was still there, still burning, still breathing, still waiting. You did not fear its end. You never feared anything that burned so slowly, so quietly, so faithfully. It had no voice, but it spoke in heat. It had no hands, but it held you all the same. And when at last the flame lowered itself into the oil, not with a sigh, not with a puff, but with the quiet surrender of a leaf falling onto still water, You did not reach for it right away. You waited, because you knew what came next. The clay would hold the warmth for hours, and in that holding, it remembered. You did not light it again that night, not until the hour when the air grew thinnest and the silence between breaths stretched longer than before. The clay still held the warmth, though you could no longer feel it on your palms, only in the slow return of comfort as your body settled deeper into the mattress, as if the heat had seeped through the stone, into the floor, and now into the bones beneath your skin. You knew it would cool slowly, not in sudden drops, not with a shiver or a sigh, but in the way damp earth holds the sun's last touch after twilight, unnoticed until you remember you are cold. The wick had sunk lower now, its fibers darkened and fused where the flame kissed them most often. You had seen it happen before, the slow collapse of charred threads into the oil, as though the flame had eaten its own path and left behind only the memory of light. The reservoir, still half full, showed no ripples when you moved your hand near it. No scent rose from it now, not even the faintest trace of sesame or olive, neither sweet nor sour, just the absence of what once lived there. You had never measured how much oil it took to fill it, nor counted how many nights one full measure could last. It was enough, and that was all you needed to know. The shape of the lamp had no handle, no loop, no raised ridge for your fingers to rest against, only the smooth curve of its rim, worn thin in places by years of touch, and the slight dip where the spout met the body, just wide enough for a single wick to be tucked in without slipping. You did not think about why it was shaped that way, not because you were careless, but because the form had never asked for explanation. It simply was, shallow, open, unadorned. No glaze to catch the light, no pattern to distract from the flame's quiet work. Even the clay itself bore no imprint of the potter's thumb, no ridge where it had been pinched, no spiral where the wheel had turned too fast. It had been shaped gently and left to dry without hurry. You had seen others in the market sometimes, lamps with higher walls or narrow necks or lids that closed over the top, but those were for storage, not use. Those belonged to travelers who carried them on donkeys, or merchants who needed to keep their fuel from spilling during long journeys. This one was meant to stay put, to sit where it could be reached without rising fully from your seat, without crossing the room, without stepping into the cold. Its design asked for nothing but patience. The patience of oil seeping upward through woven fibers, the patience of flame learning how to live on a thread. In winter, when the night stretched longer and the wind pressed against the walls like a visitor who would not leave, you sometimes added another wick, thin as a spider's leg, and placed it beside the first. Two flames side by side, their glow merging into one larger pool of warmth, still small, still contained. You never let them touch. They remained separate, each with its own path through the oil, each rising from its own place in the reservoir, each burning just a little longer than the other before dimming. There was no competition between them, only harmony, as if they had learned to share the same silence. The clay did not crack when it cooled. It did not swell with moisture when rain fell outside. It did not change shape over seasons, nor darken with age in the way wood does. It simply remained, dull, porous, unremarkable, until you lifted it again and the flame returned to its place. You had never thought of it as sacred. You had no prayers for it, no songs, no rituals attached to its lighting or extinguishing. But when you closed your eyes now in the dark, with only the memory of its glow behind your lids, you felt something settle, not peace exactly, not yet, but the quiet certainty that some things were meant to burn slowly and be held lightly. The oil would last another week, maybe two. You did not need to check. You knew by the way the lamp felt in your hand, how it settled into your palm as if it had always belonged there, and how the air around it still carried the echo of warmth, even when the flame was gone. You turned onto your side, and the room breathed with you. The lamp sat where you left it, still waiting. The oil, when poured, did not splash. It flowed in a slow, deliberate thread from the small clay jug, its neck narrow enough to control the stream, wide enough to let the liquid settle without hesitation. You knew the moment it reached the rim of the reservoir, not by sight, but by the way the surface caught the dim light from the window, how it darkened just slightly where the oil pooled, absorbing the last faint glow before the wick drew it upward. There was no splash, no ripple that spread too far. It settled like breath held and released. The clay drank a little at first, its pores swallowing the outermost edge of the liquid, but only for a moment. Then the oil began to rise. You did not watch for it. You waited. You had learned by then that watching made no difference. The wick did not hurry because you looked. It did not pause because you sighed. It simply moved, fiber by fiber, thread by thread, pulling the oil from where it lay still into the space where air met flame. You had seen how some tried to speed it, pressing the wick down with a stick, twisting it tighter, adding too much at once. But that only made the flame sputter or smoke. The lamp did not like haste. It preferred the quiet rhythm of absorption, The slow creep of oil through twisted linen, the gentle tug of capillary force no one named but everyone felt in their bones. You had once tried a different wick, thicker, coarser, braided from goat hair, but it burned too fast and left behind a bitter residue that clung to the inside of the reservoir. The clay held onto smells longer than you expected. That lamp never smelled right again. So you returned to the thin, spun cotton, woven fine enough that its strands were almost invisible when dry, but when soaked, became a single dark line running from the oil's surface up into the flame's base. It did not glow itself. It did not shimmer or sparkle. It simply held. And when lit, it gave off no sound beyond the faintest whisper, the kind you might mistake for your own breath if you were not still enough to listen. The reservoir never filled completely. You left space, not because you feared overflow, but because you had learned that a full bowl meant less room for the oil to rise freely. A little air above the surface allowed the wick to breathe and the flame to draw without choking. The shape of the lamp made this natural, the shallow dish, the wide mouth, the gentle slope inward. No steep sides to trap vapor, no narrow neck to smother it. It was built for openness, for access, for the slow surrender of fuel. You did not measure how much oil went in. You poured until the surface reached just below the rim's inner curve, where the clay began its turn toward the spout. A finger's width below always, enough to last through the night, not more. The lamp asked for nothing extra. It took what it needed and no more. Sometimes, when the wind came in from the courtyard and stirred the curtains just enough to make shadows leap across the wall, you would notice how the flame bent, not wildly, but with a quiet tilt, as if leaning into the movement. You did not move the lamp. You let it bend. It knew its balance better than you did. The wick never burned all the way down. It curled slightly at the tip, blackened by heat, but always held its shape. A thin, charred loop that seemed to remember what it had been before fire touched it. When it was time to trim, you used a pair of small shears made from iron, their blades worn smooth from years of use. You did not cut too close. A little length remained, just enough so the next lighting would be gentle, and the flame would rise without struggle. The lamp sat on a low shelf near the window, where morning light never reached but evening air could find it easily. No one else touched it. It was yours, not by ownership, not by claim, but because you were the one who remembered how to wait. You had seen others use candles, tallow dipped in reeds, or beeswax molded into sticks, but those burned too fast. They dripped. They smelled of animal fat. They left wax pooled on the table, hardening like skin over a wound. This lamp did not drip. It did not melt. The oil stayed where it was meant to be. Only when the flame went out did the surface still again, smooth as before, quiet as before, waiting for the next time you reached for it. And each time you did, the clay remembered. Not in words, not in thought, but in warmth. In the way its surface held the heat just a little longer than the air around it. In the way your fingers, when they brushed against it hours later, still felt the ghost of flame. You turned again, deeper into the pillow. The lamp remained where you left it, still waiting. The clay cooled slowly, not because it was thick, but because it was porous. Each tiny pore holding a breath of warmth longer than the air around it could retain. You noticed this most in the hours before dawn, when the room had grown still, and the faintest chill crept through the window's edge. The lamp sat untouched, its reservoir empty now, the wick reduced to a brittle filament curled like an old leaf caught between stones. There was no ash, no residue that could be swept away, only the memory of oil in the pores, the scent long gone but still felt in the skin of your fingers when you passed near it by accident. You did not wipe it clean. Cleaning would have been a kind of erasure. Instead, you left it as it was, dry and quiet, waiting for the next time you filled it. Not because you needed to, but because the act of filling had become part of the rhythm, like turning over in sleep before settling again. The oil never pooled at the bottom when full, not even slightly. The clay absorbed what it could, just enough to keep the surface moist beneath the wick's base, and the rest rose as if drawn by a quiet will. You did not know why this happened, only that it always had. Even in summer, when the air was thick and heavy with heat from the courtyard below, the oil moved upward without haste. There was no bubbling, no hissing, no sign of struggle, only the steady, silent pull of capillary action through fibers too fine to see unless you held the wick up to the last sliver of daylight. Then you would see 1,000 tiny threads, not braided or twisted, but laid flat and pressed together by hand, each strand holding its own share of the fuel, each one pulling just enough to feed the flame without drowning it. You had seen lamps from other places, some with metal spouts, some with glass covers, but none moved like this. Those others needed tending, trimming every hour, adjusting the wick's height, tilting the base to keep oil near the flame. This one did not ask for that. It asked only for patience, for stillness, for the quiet understanding that fire does not thrive on force but on surrender. The rim of the bowl was slightly uneven where it had been shaped by hand. No two edges matched exactly, no circle perfect, but that imperfection mattered. It meant the lamp had been held, turned slowly between palms that knew the weight of clay before they knew the name for fire. When you first learned to light it, you tried pressing the wick deeper into the oil, thinking more contact would mean a brighter flame. But the flame sputtered then, too thick with fuel, too heavy on the fibers, and the smoke curled upward in short, angry puffs before dying. You stopped doing that. You let the wick rise on its own, letting the oil climb until it reached the point where heat could turn liquid into light. That was all. No more, no less. The shape of the reservoir, wide at the top, narrowing gently toward the base, was not meant for storage but for access. It allowed your hand to reach in without knocking the lamp over. It let you see how much oil remained by the way the surface caught the dim glow from the window. You did not need a measuring cup. You knew when it was low, not by sight alone, but by the way the wick began to pull itself upward, as if reaching for something just beyond its grasp. And then, when you poured again, the oil met the dry fibers with a slow sigh, spreading outward in concentric rings that faded into darkness as they reached the edge. You never used any other kind of fuel, not even once. Sesame, olive, linseed, all were tried by others in the house, brought back from markets or traded through distant cousins, but none burned like the one you always chose. It was not better, not purer, but it moved differently through the fibers. It climbed slower, lasted longer, gave less heat and more light. You did not know why. Only that when you used it, the flame stayed steady, even when the wind came in from the courtyard, even when the door creaked open with the night's passage. The wick was always cut from the same cloth, soft linen, spun thin enough to let oil rise without resistance, strong enough not to fray at the first touch of flame. You made them yourself, cutting strips by hand, soaking them overnight in a shallow dish before laying them out on the windowsill to dry just slightly, not fully, but just enough so they would hold their shape when folded into the lamp's groove. No one else knew how you did it. No one asked. And when the flame went out, always quietly, always without a puff or snap, you let the lamp sit for a full hour before touching it again. Not because of danger, not because of ritual, but because the clay still remembered warmth, and you wanted to feel that memory in your fingers when you reached for the oil jar next time. The lamp never changed. It did not crack. It did not chip. Its surface grew duller with use, yes, but not from wear. From absorption. Each drop of oil left behind a trace, each flame left its breath inside the pores, and over time the clay became something else. Not glass, not metal, not stone, but a material that held light without reflecting it, that gave warmth without radiating heat. You did not think of it as sacred. You thought of it as quiet. And in that quietness, you found your way back to sleep again. You did not light it at sunset, nor at midnight, but in the quiet between. When the last murmur of voices from the courtyard had settled into the thickness of the walls, and the air still held the warmth of the day without pressing against your skin. The lamp sat where you always placed it, just beyond the edge of the mat, close enough to reach without stretching, far enough that its glow did not touch your eyelids. You never adjusted the height of the wick after lighting. Not because it was perfect, but because each slight shift in its position altered the way the flame bent. Sometimes too tall, sometimes too thin. And you learned over years that stillness was its own kind of control. The oil rose not by force, but by patience, and so did the light. The reservoir's edge was never smooth. Even when new, it bore faint ridges from the potter's thumb as he pressed the clay into shape. Each ridge a whisper of where his hand had lingered longer than needed, perhaps to steady himself, perhaps because the clay felt right beneath his fingers that day. You never noticed them until much later, after the lamp had been passed down through hands you did not know, and you ran your own fingertips along its rim in the dark, searching for a flaw, finding instead the ghost of another's touch. The wick, when new, was stiff with sizing, linen treated with starch to make it easier to weave. But you never used that kind. You soaked yours only in oil and let time do the rest. The fibers softened, curled slightly at the ends, and grew faintly translucent where they had burned before. Each wick carried its own history. One might be thinner near the top from too many trimmings. Another might have a small knot where the thread had tangled during spinning. You did not discard them for imperfection. You let each burn until it could no longer rise, and then you laid it aside to dry on the ledge beside the oil jar. The lamp itself never held more than 2 fingers' depth of oil, never 3. Too much made the flame heavy, too little made the wick burn too fast. You learned this not from instruction but from silence, the moment when the light flickered without wind and you knew it was time to pour again. The clay absorbed the scent over time, not just the oil, but the smoke, the dust that settled on its surface during the day, even the faintest trace of sweat from your fingers when you lifted it to refill. There were times in the coldest months when the air near the lamp grew still enough that the flame did not tremble at all. It stood straight and tall, a quiet column of gold, and for those moments, the room seemed less like a space enclosed by walls and more like a vessel holding something ancient and patient. The light did not leap or dance. It simply was. You never cleaned the inside. Not with cloth, not with water, not even when the residue built up in thick rings near the base. You let it stay, each layer a record of use, each dark smudge a memory of flame. Over years, the interior became darker than the exterior, as if the lamp had swallowed its own light and stored it deep within its pores. When you moved the lamp to another corner of the room, not because you needed more illumination, but because the night had shifted and your body had turned, you always lifted it by the base, not the rim, never the rim. The clay there was thinner, more fragile from repeated handling, and even a small crack could change how the oil pooled, how the wick drew upward. Sometimes in the deepest hours, you would sit with your eyes closed and listen, not to the flame, for it made no sound, but to the silence around it. The way the air cooled where the light had been, the faintest draft that stirred the dust motes above the lamp's edge, the slow settling of the clay as its temperature equalized with the room. You did not think of it as a tool, not anymore. It was simply there, steady, quiet, unchanged in form, even as everything else around you changed. The walls grew darker, the floorboards creaked differently underfoot. The people who once sat nearby moved away or fell silent. But the lamp remained. And when you reached for it each night, your fingers found its shape without thought. And so you did. Again and again, until even the act of lighting became a breath held too long, then released into the dark. You lifted it once more, not to refill, but to feel its weight in your palm, the same as always, yet different in the way that only time can make something familiar become a kind of quiet companion. The clay was cool beneath your thumb, not from the air, but from having sat untouched for hours, the last ember of flame long gone, the wick reduced to a brittle curl at its edge. You did not throw it away. You set it beside the jar where others waited, each one a ghost of its former self, curled like dried leaves after rain. The reservoir held no trace of oil now, just the faintest sheen on the inner curve, a film so thin it might have been memory made visible. You knew that if you pressed your fingertip there, you would find no slickness, only the dry silk of absorbed darkness. The shape had not changed since the first time you held one. A low bowl, slightly wider at the top than the base, with a shallow inward curve where the wick sat nestled like a seed in soil. No handle, no spout for pouring, just an open mouth waiting. You had seen others, later ones, glazed green, smooth as river stones, that came on stems raised above the table, their reservoirs sealed beneath a lid with a tiny hole. Those did not interest you. They were too neat, too careful. The one in your hand was made for touch, for the slow drip of oil over days, for fingers dipping to test the level, for the way the clay drank what it could and held the rest close, like breath held behind closed lips. You had never asked why it was shaped that way. You did not need to. It fit your hand because it had been made for hands like yours, calloused from work, warm from living, patient enough to wait. The rim was not perfectly round. A slight unevenness where the potter's fingers had pressed too lightly near the edge, leaving a ridge no one else would notice unless they held it in the dark and traced its curve with their own skin. That imperfection mattered. It meant someone had made this by hand, not on a wheel that spun too fast to feel the clay breathe. You imagined them sitting cross-legged on the floor of a small room, perhaps near a window where the afternoon sun fell just so, shaping the wet earth between their knees, smoothing it with a damp cloth, letting it rest before firing. The kiln was not far. Maybe just beyond the courtyard wall, hidden behind stacked reeds and clay pots still drying in the shade. The fire would have been low, fed with dry date pits or bits of brush, kept steady for hours so the heat moved slowly through the walls of the lamp, enough to harden it, but not enough to make it brittle. Unglazed. Always unglazed, not because glaze had not yet been invented, but because it was not wanted here. Glaze sealed the surface, made it slick, made it silent. This lamp needed to breathe, needed the oil to seep slowly into its body, to rise like a slow tide through tiny pores no eye could see. The unglazed clay did not fight it. It welcomed it. You had tried glazing one once out of curiosity, out of the quiet impulse to make something more beautiful, but it failed. The oil pooled on top and never drew up. The wick smoked without flame. You threw it aside before dawn. That night you lit your old one again, the same one from years before, its rim chipped just above where the handle would have been if there had ever been one. It burned clean, quiet. There were nights when the oil ran low and you waited until morning to refill, not because you feared running out, but because you liked the way the dark settled then, thick and full of stillness, as if the lamp itself were dreaming in its absence. You would lie on your side, facing the empty space where it had sat, watching the shadows stretch into corners that no longer held light. The room did not feel less real without it. It felt more so. You never counted how many nights you had done this. Not because it was sacred, but because counting made it a ritual, and rituals were for people who needed to believe they were doing something meaningful. You did not need that. You only needed the shape, the weight, the slow pull of oil through fiber into flame. And so you lifted it again. Not to use, not to admire, but simply because your hand remembered how to find it. Your fingers curled around its base as if it had never left. And for a moment longer, the air stayed warm where it once stood. The oil, when poured, did not splash. It slipped down the inside wall in a thin, slow ribbon, following the curve of the clay like water finding its way through cracked earth after rain. You watched it settle, not pooling at the bottom, but spreading outward, seeking every microscopic crevice, every invisible channel left by the drying process. The wick, cut from old linen and twisted just enough to hold its shape without fraying, was laid across the rim with care, one end resting in the oil, the other rising slightly above the lip, where air could reach it but never disturb the stillness beneath. You did not trim it often. A little length kept the flame low, steady, and quiet, no flicker that might startle the dark. The flame itself was small, no taller than your thumb's nail, its light a pale gold that did not push back far into the room but held close to the lamp's body, painting the wall behind it with soft gradients of shadow and warmth. It did not glow brightly enough to make the ceiling visible, nor to reveal dust on the floorboards. It made just enough light for you to know the shape of things without needing to see them clearly. The clay absorbed some of that heat over time, not enough to burn your fingers, but enough to feel like a quiet pulse beneath your palm when you reached for it in the night. You never thought about how long the oil would last. It simply did. One evening, you noticed the level had dropped farther than usual, and you wondered if the wick had drawn more deeply that day, or if the clay had pulled harder at the edges, drawing the oil inward before it could rise. You refilled it anyway, not because you feared running out, but because the act of pouring was its own kind of quiet. The bottle was glass, narrow-necked, with a stopper made of cork and wax. You unscrewed it slowly, letting the scent rise just slightly sweet, faintly bitter like crushed seeds left in sun-warmed stone. You poured until the oil touched the bottom edge of the wick's resting place. Then you stopped. No more. Too full would spill. Too little would fail to reach. There was a balance here that had nothing to do with measurement and everything to do with touch, with patience, with the way your hand remembered how much to give without needing to count. The wick absorbed it slowly. You waited. You did not light it right away. You let the oil climb through the fibers, up the twisted strands, past the first knuckle of resistance, into the space where air met fiber and heat would wait. When you finally touched the match, it was not to ignite, but to confirm. A single spark held just above the tip, then released. The flame caught, not with a rush, not with a hiss, but as if it had been waiting all along. It rose, small and sure, like a breath exhaled after holding it too long. You did not move for a while. You let the light settle into the room the way rain settles into dry soil, quietly, completely, without announcement. The shadows softened where they met the glow, edges blurring as if the darkness itself were learning to rest. Outside, the night was deepening. A wind stirred faintly in the date palms beyond the wall, but no sound reached you here, not clearly, not urgently. Inside, only the quiet hiss of burning fiber, barely louder than the sound your own breath made when you slept. You did not know how many times you had done this. You did not care to remember. The lamp was never yours in the way things are owned. It simply belonged to the nights, and you were there with it. Some evenings the oil burned clearer, cleaner flame, less smoke, a steadier glow. Other nights it thickened, darkened, as if the clay had grown tired or the wick had become clogged with old carbon. You learned not to force it. You let the lamp decide how long it would burn. And when it went out, when the last thread of fiber surrendered and the flame slipped away, you did not rush to relight it. You waited. The darkness was never empty then. It held the shape of what had been there. It held the warmth that lingered in the clay. It held the memory of oil rising, wick drawing, flame breathing. And you, still lying there, eyes closed, breath slow, knew that tomorrow, or the next night, or whenever your hand reached for it again, it would be waiting, just as it always had. You let the lamp sit where it was, its clay still warm beneath your fingers when you brushed past it on your way to the pillow. The wick had curled slightly at the tip, blackened, brittle, not broken, and the oil below had settled into a smooth, glassy surface, reflecting nothing but the dim afterglow of the flame's presence. You did not trim it that night. Trimming was for mornings, when light came too soon and the room felt exposed. Nights belonged to stillness, and stillness demanded patience. The wick would burn itself down as it chose, leaving behind a faint ridge of carbon like the edge of a tide mark on wet sand. The next time you reached for it, weeks later or perhaps only days, the calendar had no hold here. You noticed the clay had changed color in one small patch near the rim. Not cracked, not chipped, but subtly darker, as if the oil had seeped deeper into the pores over many refills and left behind a stain that memory could not erase. It was not dirt. It was history made visible through absorption. You touched it with your thumb, feeling how the texture remained smooth, unbroken, the same as the rest of the surface, yet different in tone, a quiet signature of use. You poured again, carefully, slowly, watching the oil ripple as it met the wick's base. The fibers had grown stiff from repeated exposure to heat and carbon, but they still drew. You did not question why. You only watched how the dark liquid climbed inch by slow inch through the tangled threads, as if each strand were a tiny riverbed carved by time. There was no rush in this ascent, no urgency. The oil moved because it could, not because it had to. The flame came again, not brighter than before, not dimmer, but steadier, as if the lamp remembered how to hold it. You did not lean closer to study it. You let it live where it was, small and separate from your thoughts, like a firefly caught in glass, glowing without meaning to be seen. Some nights, when the air was thick with stillness and the wind had forgotten the garden outside, you noticed that the shadow of the wick's curve cast itself on the wall behind the lamp, not as a sharp outline, but as a soft blur, like smoke caught mid-fade. It moved slightly, not from draft, but from the tiny tremors in the flame itself, tiny breaths of heat rising and collapsing, pulling the light with them. You watched it until your eyelids grew heavy, until the shadow dissolved into the dark behind you. The lamp did not change shape. Its form remained unchanged since the day it was fired. The shallow bowl, the slight thickening at the base where fingers had pressed the clay together, the narrow neck that guided the wick downward without constraining it. No handle, no spout for pouring, no cover to shield the flame. Just open air above the oil and a single thread of fiber reaching down into it. That was all. You wondered if the potter who made it had ever watched the same thing. The way the light clung to the edge of the reservoir, how the shadows deepened when the oil ran low, how the flame seemed to lean toward the wick as though drawn by something deeper than heat. You did not know his hands. You did not need to. The lamp was never meant to be admired from afar. It was made for touch, fingers dipping into oil, thumb smoothing the rim after a spill, palm cradling its warmth through long hours. Its beauty was in function, and function was quiet. You closed your eyes again. The room held the scent of burned fiber and dried clay, faint but present, like the memory of rain on stone. Outside, the night deepened further, and stillness became heavier, not oppressive, not empty, but full, as if the dark itself were breathing in time with the slow, silent rise of oil through thread. You did not move. The lamp waited, And so did you. The oil had settled again, pooling just below the wick's base in a shallow basin that never quite emptied, even after hours of slow burning. You felt the warmth rise from the ceramic, not as heat you could name, but as presence. The same way a stone left in sunlight still holds the sun's quiet memory long after dusk. The rim, thin and slightly uneven where the potter's tool had slipped, caught the light differently than the rest of the bowl, catching it in a narrow band that flickered with each tremor of flame, like a thread of gold stitched into shadow. You did not try to explain why it glowed there more brightly. It simply did. The clay, unglazed and porous, had absorbed countless refills, and in doing so, had learned how to hold the light as much as the oil. There was no polish on its surface, no sheen from lacquer or wax, only the matte finish of earth that had been shaped, dried, and fired without pretense. It did not seek to be seen. It only needed to burn. Somewhere between the third and fourth refill, you noticed that the wick no longer rose straight up from the reservoir. It curved slightly, as if tired or perhaps patient, bent by repeated exposure to heat, by the slow collapse of carbonized fibers at its tip, where each flame had kissed it once too often. The bend was small, barely noticeable unless you were still enough to see it. You did not straighten it. You knew it would not hold. The wick was not meant to be rigid. It was meant to yield, to soften, to let the oil rise through its fibers without resistance. Its shape had become a record, not of damage, but of use. Each curl was an echo of a night that had passed, a flame that had burned low and been coaxed back into being. The reservoir's edge, where your fingers had touched it most often during refills, felt smoother than the rest. A surface worn by repeated contact, not by abrasion, but by repetition. The oil had seeped there too, slowly, patiently, filling every microscopic pore until the clay itself seemed to have forgotten its original dryness. You could feel the difference in temperature between that spot and the untouched sides. The warmth lingered longer there, as if the vessel remembered where it had been held. You did not light the lamp every night. Some nights the oil remained full, untouched. The flame was not a habit. It was an invitation, and when you chose to accept it, you did so with care, not because it required reverence, but because it asked for nothing more than attention. You poured the oil slowly, watching how it spread in concentric rings across the surface of the reservoir, each ripple moving slower than the last until stillness returned. The wick drank without hurry. It had no need to rush. Fire does not measure time in minutes or hours. It measures in breaths, inhales of fuel, exhales of light. There was a moment just before the flame caught, when the oil glistened under the moonlight that slipped through the window, a thin silver line along the rim, trembling with the faintest draft. You did not move to shield it. The lamp had known draft since the day it was made. It had known the wind from open courtyards, from narrow alleyways where night air moved like a whisper between walls. It had known stillness too, long hours when no one stirred, when even the insects paused their circling, and the only movement came from the slow climb of oil through fiber. You let your breath go as the flame ignited, not with a flicker that startled, but with a soft bloom like a flower opening in moonlight. The light did not leap, it settled. It found its place against the wall, against the ceiling, against the curve of the clay itself. There was no glare, no harsh edge, only warmth that bent gently around objects without claiming them. The shadow of the wick's bend now stretched longer than before, reaching toward the far corner of the room as if it had grown tired of standing upright and wished to rest its weight on the floor. You did not move to adjust it. The lamp did not care where its shadow fell. It only cared that the oil continued to rise. And so you stayed still, listening, not to sound but to silence, not to movement but to the absence of it. The ceramic held the heat like a breath held too long before release. The wick gave what it could. The flame asked for nothing more than what was offered. Outside, the night deepened further. The air grew heavier with the scent of old oil and baked earth. Not sharp, not sweet, but deep, like the smell of stone after rain that never quite washed away. You closed your eyes again. The lamp waited. And so did you. The oil, when it had settled completely, no longer shimmered at all. Only a faint dark sheen remained, like the surface of a shallow well after the wind had stopped. The wick, now fully saturated, rose from that stillness with a quiet certainty, its fibers swollen just enough to hold what was needed but not more than that. It did not swell further when lit, nor shrink when cooled. It simply endured, each thread holding its own small memory of flame and dark. You had seen it before in other lamps in other nights. The way the wick would sometimes fray at the very tip, splitting into 2 or 3 finer strands without breaking, as if the fire itself were pulling gently at the fibers to ask for more time. There was no charred end, not yet, only a soft darkening where the heat had kissed the cotton most often. That part, when touched later in the morning, still held warmth, not hot, but alive with residual breath. The reservoir's inner curve, just below the rim, showed faint streaks of dried oil that had climbed too high during one refill and then evaporated slowly over days. These marks were not stains so much as records, like the rings left by a cup on wood, only darker, more intimate. They did not spread or deepen with time. They simply remained, fixed by the clay's slow absorption, each one a ghost of a moment when someone had leaned close to fill it and perhaps hesitated just long enough for a drop to escape. The shape of the lamp held those marks gently, as if it understood that imperfection was not failure but witness. You did not know how many hands had held this object before yours. You did not need to. It carried no names, no inscriptions, no markings beyond the subtle irregularities of its making. The uneven thickness near the base where the potter's fingers had pressed too lightly. The tiny bubble trapped in the clay just beneath the rim, invisible unless you tilted it just so, and let the dim light slide across its surface. That bubble, small as a grain of sand, had survived 9 centuries without bursting. It did not grow larger with age. It simply waited like everything else here. The flame, when it burned longest, did not flicker wildly. It leaned slightly, always toward the side where the draft was thinnest, not because it sought safety, but because it followed the quietest path through air. The shadow it cast on the wall behind it was never sharp. Even when the lamp stood perfectly still, the edge of its light softened as though the clay itself were breathing out warmth and letting it dissolve slowly into the darkness beyond. You did not think about how many nights this shape had been lit in Basra, how many hands had poured oil from a clay jug into a reservoir like this one, how many wicks had been trimmed with a fingernail or a sliver of bone. You thought only of the way the oil moved now, in your own still room, rising through fibers that had once risen through the same kind of air, under the same kind of moon, over the same kind of earth. The lamp did not ask for light to be bright. It asked only that it be present, steady enough to be noticed, quiet enough to be forgotten. And so it was. The flame burned until there was no more oil to rise. Then it sighed out, not with a puff or a snap, but as if the last breath had simply been released and the wick, now cold and brittle, curled slightly inward like a leaf after frost. You left it undisturbed. The ceramic held the memory of heat longer than your skin did. Even when the room grew cool enough to make you pull the blanket higher, the lamp's surface still carried warmth. Not enough to burn, not enough to be felt unless you pressed your palm against it, but there, persistent, like a heartbeat that had slowed but never stopped. You closed your eyes again. Outside, the night did not change. It only deepened further. The clay, once wet and yielding under the potter's palms, had hardened not into something rigid but into something patient, its pores still breathing slowly in the dark. You felt it even through the blanket, a quiet hum of retained heat that no draft could steal away. The oil had fully retreated now, drawn back into the fibers of the wick until nothing remained but a thin, gray filament curled like a sleeping worm against the rim's inner curve. There was no smell left, not smoke, not burned cotton, not even the ghost of sesame or olive, but only the dry, mineral scent of earth that had held fire and then let it go. You did not move to refill it. The act of filling belonged to another time, another hand, another night when the air still carried the dust of the tigress and the distant call of a watchman's voice, fading before it reached these walls. The reservoir's opening was wide enough for a finger to dip in, but not so wide that oil spilled easily. A small tilt, a gentle pause, just long enough for gravity to take hold, and the liquid would rise along the wick without rushing. That balance was never accidental. It was shaped by trial, by repetition, by hands that had learned the weight of one drop too much and the silence of one drop too little. The clay itself did not choose this shape. It accepted it, molded slowly between thumb and forefinger, turned on a slow stone wheel that groaned with each revolution, its rhythm matched to the breath of the maker. No two were ever identical. One might lean slightly left from being fired near the edge of the kiln. Another might have a thicker base because the potter's hand had paused longer there, unsure. These variations were not errors. They were signatures written in silence. You noticed now how the rim's inner lip was slightly raised, not as a barrier, but as a guide. It kept the wick from slipping too far into the oil, prevented it from drowning before it could burn. The edge had been smoothed by time, by countless refills, by fingers brushing against it in the dark, but never worn thin. The clay held its form because it was not meant to be touched often. Its purpose was not to be held but to be placed, set down on a low stool near a sleeping child's cot, left beside a book rolled open on a reed mat, resting where the light fell just enough to read a line of script by, or to see the curve of a hand as it reached for water. The wick was never cut with metal. It was pinched between two fingernails, or pulled gently with a scrap of dried reed. The flame would shrink at first, then steady again, not because the oil had changed, but because the fiber itself had learned how to hold still. Some wicks were made from flax, others from raw cotton, stripped clean and twisted just enough so that each strand touched its neighbor without crowding. Too tight and the oil could not rise fast enough. Too loose and it would burn through before the night was half gone. The balance was never written down. It was felt. The unglazed surface absorbed nothing of the flame's light, but it softened every shadow around it. Unlike glazed pots that reflected in sharp pools, this one drank the glow, letting it seep into its body until even the darkest corners of the room held a gentle echo. You could not say where the light ended and the clay began. It was all one slow exhale. You did not know if this lamp had ever been used for prayer or for reading or simply to keep the dark from growing too heavy. It made no claim. It did not ask you to honor it. It only asked that you let it be quiet when it needed to be. The oil had run its course. The wick had done what it could. The flame had not fought the end. Outside, the wind had risen slightly, not enough to rattle a window, but enough to brush against the eaves and make the shadows on the wall tremble like old parchment. The lamp did not react. It waited as it always had. Its shape was small, its purpose simple, to carry what was needed from one place to another without noise or hurry. You closed your eyes again. The warmth beneath your fingers had faded now, just a memory of heat, not the thing itself. But you still felt the presence of that long-ago hand, pouring oil into this same bowl, choosing this same wick, watching it catch light in a room just like yours, under a sky no different. The night held its breath, and so did you. The oil, when fresh, had a quiet weight, thick enough to cling slightly as it settled into the pores of the clay, thin enough to rise without resistance through the twisted fibers. You remember now how it pooled just beneath the rim, not sloshing, not spilling, but resting in its own slow gravity. There was no need for a spout. The flame drew upward from above, and the oil answered by climbing. The wick did not burn quickly because it was not meant to. It moved with patience. Each thread, when soaked, held its curve like a question waiting to be answered, not in words but in light. You imagine how the first time this lamp was filled, someone must have dipped their fingers into the oil and felt its coolness against skin still warm from daylight. They did not test it for scent or clarity. It was not measured by purity, only by presence. The clay absorbed nothing of that oil except its shadow. What remained above was always visible, not because the vessel shone, but because the flame made space around itself. The rim, though slightly raised, never held more than a breath's width of oil beyond what the wick could reach. There were no guides carved into the side, no markings to show how much had been used. The user knew by feel, by the way the flame brightened when full, and how it dimmed just before the last drop climbed upward. It was not a matter of time, but of rhythm. When the light began to tremble, the hand came again, not out of urgency, but because the quiet had become too heavy. The wick was never trimmed with scissors. Not yet, not here. It was coaxed back with a fingertip or a sliver of bone smoothed by years of use. A single tug and the charred tip would lift away, leaving behind a fresh edge that caught fire without hesitation. There was no smoke at first, not the kind that stung the eyes. Only a soft curl, rising like breath from a sleeping child's lips. The lamp did not burn to consume. It burned to be near. You think of how often this same motion repeated. The slow pour, the careful placement of the wick, the small strike of flint against stone, never loud enough to wake anyone. And then stillness. Not empty stillness, but full stillness. The kind that gathers when something has been tended and left alone to do its work. The clay grew warmer with each use, not from heat alone, but from repetition. Each refill added a whisper to its memory. The surface, unglazed, never shone. Yet it held the glow longer than any polished surface ever could. Even after the flame was gone, even when the oil had sunk back into the earth of the pot, there remained a faint warmth where the light had lived. Outside, the wind still moved, gently now, as if afraid to disturb what was resting. It touched the eaves again, but softly, like a hand checking that all is well. The lamp did not answer. It never needed to. Its shape was small enough to be held in one palm, large enough to fill a corner of darkness with quiet purpose. No other object in the room asked for so little and gave so much without ever speaking. You feel now how deeply it trusted, trusting that oil would return, that wicks would be chosen with care, that someone somewhere would come back to light it again. The clay remembered every hand that had touched it, not by name, not in words, but in the way pressure was applied, in the angle of the pour, in the slight pause before the flame was lit. Some hands were steady, others shook. One might have been older, trembling with age, another younger, still learning how to hold something fragile without breaking it. The lamp did not judge. It simply accepted. And when the wick burned low, it waited, not for rescue, but for return. You close your eyes again. The room is darker now than before, not because the light has left, but because you have stopped searching for it. The warmth beneath your fingers is gone, but the shape of its absence remains. You do not need to see it anymore. You know where it sits, on a low stool, beside a mat, near a child's cot. in a room that does not remember being lit, but still carries the echo of flame in its walls. The wind sighs once more, and this time you do not hear it as movement. You hear it as breath, slow, even familiar. Just like the lamp, just like you. The clay still holds the shape of the pour. How the oil, thick with time, slid down the inner curve without rushing, pooling just beneath the rim where the wick dipped in like a root seeking moisture. You remember how the surface, untouched by glaze, drank the faintest sheen, not reflecting light but absorbing it, holding the glow as a sponge holds warmth after sunlight fades. There was no polish to betray its age, no shine to mark it as precious. Only the roughness of fired earth, worn smooth in patches where fingers had rested too long, where palms had pressed down without thinking, just to feel that it was there. You think now of how the oil moved, not by force, but by slow will. The wick, woven from linen or hemp, drawn thin as a thread pulled from old cloth, carried the fuel upward not because it was meant to burn, but because it had been taught to. It did not choose. It simply followed the curve of gravity and capillary pull, rising until the flame found it. There was no chimney to guide it, no glass to contain its breath, just air, open, indifferent, and the flame that learned to live within it. You feel again how the lamp sat, not on a table, not in a niche, but close to where the body rested, near the edge of the mat, where the night's weight settled into the hollows between bones. The light did not reach far. It did not need to. Its purpose was not to illuminate the whole room, but to keep one corner from becoming too heavy with dark. Enough for a hand to find the cup. Enough for an elbow to rest without bumping something unseen. The wick, when new, was stiff, unyielding in its dryness. But after the first soaking, it softened. It bent slightly at the tip as if remembering how to bow before fire. And each time it was relit, it grew a little more pliant, a little more willing. The charred end never fell away on its own. It had to be coaxed, never pulled hard, never pinched. Just touched with something cool and quiet, the pad of a thumb, the edge of a fingernail smoothed by years of use. You wonder if it ever grew tired, if the clay, after hundreds of refills, began to feel the weight of repetition, not as burden but as rhythm, as belonging. The oil never asked where it came from. Neither did the wick. They simply rose together toward the flame that asked for nothing in return. Outside, the wind still moves, but not as before, not with gusts or whispers that stir the curtains. Now it is lower, slower, like breath held just beneath sleep. The lamp does not react. It never did. Its only motion was the flicker of its own making, the tiny dance of heat against air, the way shadows stretched and shrank with each pulse. And still the clay holds the memory, not in color, not in inscription, but in texture. In the slight unevenness where one hand poured too fast once, leaving a slick patch that never dried quite like the rest. In the tiny chip near the spout, no larger than a grain of barley, that no one ever mended, not because it was broken beyond repair, but because it did not matter enough to fix. You close your eyes again. The room is quiet in a way that has nothing to do with silence. It is quiet because everything inside it has learned how to be still. Even the dust has stopped drifting. Even the air waits, not for sound, but for the return of warmth. The lamp does not need you to light it now. You know this, but you also know that someone somewhere once did, and that act, small and repeated, is what kept the dark from growing teeth. You are not alone in this stillness, not because there is another presence, but because the shape of care remains. Even when the flame is gone, even when the oil has sunk back into the earth where it came from. The clay remembers how to hold light. And you, too, remember how to let go. The clay still holds the heat longer than you expect, not because it is thick, but because it is thin in just the right way. Thin enough to cool with the night, yet dense enough to cradle the last warmth like a secret. You feel it even now, though the flame has been gone for hours. The ghost of temperature where your palm once rested beside it, not holding, not guiding, simply near. The oil had long since settled into its pores, drawn deep by the same quiet force that pulled the wick upward before. There was no rush to refill it, no need to fill it fully each time, just enough to last until morning, or until the breath grew heavier, slower, and the hand forgot to reach. The reservoir never overflowed. It did not have to. Its design allowed for loss. Some oil always slipped between fingers when poured. Some evaporated before the wick could catch it. Some pooled beneath the lamp in small, dark crescents on the floor, forgot until swept away by a broom that never questioned why it was there. The wick, when dry, made no sound as it was lowered. Not a whisper, not a rustle, just the slow descent of fiber into liquid. You imagine how it felt to be submerged, cool at first, then clinging, then heavy with something it did not understand but accepted. It did not resist. It had never been taught to. When lifted, droplets clung to its length, not in beads but in a sheen that trembled as air touched it. And when lit, the flame did not leap. It rose like a sigh-given form, soft, uncertain at first, then steadying into its own shape. No hiss, no crackle, only the faintest whisper of combustion, so quiet it might have been mistaken for the settling of fabric or the shift of a body turning in sleep. The lamp had no handle, no raised rim to grip. It was meant to be lifted by the base, fingers curling gently around its curve. The same curve that held the reservoir's edge, curved inward just enough so that the oil did not spill when tilted slightly forward. A tilt too far would have been a mistake. Not dangerous, not catastrophic, just wasteful. And waste in this quiet economy of light was never spoken of, but always felt. The ceramic was porous, yes, but not so much that it leaked. Just enough to breathe, to let the scent of oil rise slowly into the air, faint as old linen left in a chest too long. Not perfume, not fragrance, something older. Earth and seed and sun dried into memory. You think now about how little space the flame required, how its glow did not spread, it pooled. It gathered like water in a hollow stone. The shadow around it was not absence but presence, thickened by proximity, softened at the edges where the light met air that had not yet learned to yield. There were no reflections on walls, no patterns cast by glass or metal, just the barest halo, barely wider than the lamp's own diameter, and beyond it the dark did not retreat, it waited, patiently, as if it knew the flame was only borrowing light. The wick burned down to a nub each time, not all at once, but in slow increments as if counting breaths. The charred tip never crumbled. It held its shape, curled slightly inward like a finger drawn into a fist. When trimmed, it did not fray. The fibers were tight enough to resist unraveling. They had been spun from something common, flax perhaps, or hemp, but woven in a way that made them strong without being stiff. Enough to rise with the oil, enough to hold the flame's hunger. The lamp never changed shape over time, not because it was perfect, but because its imperfections were part of its function. The unevenness where the potter's thumb pressed too lightly during forming, that slight bulge on one side, did not make it unstable. It made it easier to hold in the dark. You found it by feel before you saw it. The chip near the spout, no larger than a barley grain, it did not leak. It simply became part of how the lamp remembered being held. And when the oil ran low and the flame grew smaller still, there was no hurry to refill it. No need to light it again that night. The dark had grown familiar now, not feared, not welcomed. Simply known, like the weight of a blanket pulled over shoulders too tired to adjust it. You did not reach for the lamp. You waited. And in waiting, you became part of its rhythm. The same rhythm that held the oil, the wick, the clay, and the flame in their quiet balance. The air still moves. Not with wind, but with breath, yours or someone else's long ago. The lamp does not ask which. It only remembers how to hold light when it is given. And now, even that memory grows softer, slower, like a sound fading just beyond hearing. The clay, when cool, held the warmth longer than skin did, long enough that even after the flame had been extinguished, you could still feel it beneath your fingertips, like the ghost of a touch left behind in fabric folded too soon. The reservoir, empty now, was not dry. A thin film clung to its inner curve, dark and glossy as wet stone after rain. It did not evaporate quickly. Oil seeped into the pores slowly, then released itself even slower, each molecule tracing its own path upward, drawn by nothing but time and temperature. You knew this because you had watched it before in other nights, in other lamps of the same shape, found in similar corners of rooms that no longer stood. The film did not crack. It softened with each breath of air, each change in humidity, each slow turn of the season outside the window. There was no need to clean it. To scrape or scrub would have been to disturb something that had settled into stillness. Better to let it remain, a quiet residue, a memory made visible only by its absence when finally gone. The wick, once trimmed, lay beside the lamp on a small flat stone, never on wood, never on cloth, always on cool earth or fired clay. It did not curl into ash as quickly as you might expect. The fibers held their structure even after burning, each strand thin but stubborn, like roots that refuse to dissolve in water. When picked up, it felt neither brittle nor soft. It had a weight to it, a density that suggested patience. Not the kind of patience that waits for something to happen, but the kind that has already accepted what will come. You did not throw it away. You set it aside. Later, when another lamp was lit, you might press it gently into the oil again, not as fuel, not as flame, but as a reminder that light does not begin from nothing. It rises from what has been held, what has been touched, what has already lived through darkness. The shape of the reservoir never varied much across these lamps, not because the potters lacked skill or imagination, but because the form served the function so precisely that any alteration felt like an interruption. A wider mouth would have let too much oil evaporate before it could rise. A narrower one would have made dipping the wick difficult, too tight for fingers to reach in without spilling. The curve had to be shallow enough to allow light to escape upward, yet deep enough to keep the oil from sloshing with the smallest movement of the hand. There were no measurements taken, no compasses or rulers used, only hands that knew the weight of oil, the length of a wick's rise, the angle at which flame needed air but not wind. You think now about how few tools were needed to make this object last. A mound of clay, wet and cool beneath the fingers. A slow turning on a stone or a hollowed-out bowl. The shaping done by thumb and knuckle, not by mold or machine. No glaze yet, not here, not in these early years, just the raw earth fired once, barely hardened enough to hold its shape but still porous enough to sigh. When rain came outside, the lamp sat untouched on a shelf, unharmed. It did not swell, did not crack. The clay had learned how to breathe with the air around it, like skin in winter, adjusting slowly without protest. The oil was never poured from a bottle, never measured with cups or spoons. It came in small jars of ceramic too, identical in form but smaller, carried by hand from storage, lifted gently, tilted just enough so that the surface touched the rim of the lamp's reservoir and then stopped. A single pour, not more, not less. Enough to last until morning if the flame was kept low. If it burned too bright, the oil would vanish before the night ended. But no one ever lit it too high. There was no need. The light was not for reading, not for work. It was for presence, for knowing that in the dark something still held shape. And when the lamp sat empty, waiting, its form remained unchanged. No fading, no tarnish, no rust. Only dust settled lightly over it, fine as pollen, never thick enough to obscure the curve of the spout or the slight indentation where a thumb had pressed too long during forming. You did not wipe it away. Dust was part of the quiet. It did not block the light when next lit. It simply waited with the lamp like breath held before speech. You do not remember how many nights passed like this, not because they blurred together, but because each one felt the same in its difference. The same shape, the same oil, the same wick, drawn slowly upward by invisible threads of tension and capillary pull. The same flame, small as a thought that refuses to be named. The room around it did not change much either. Walls were bare, floors were packed earth. No mirrors reflected the glow. No curtains stirred with wind. Only the lamp, the stone beneath it, the wick beside it, and you, still in bed, eyes closed, listening to the quiet where light had been. And now, even that quiet is softening. The ceramic grows warmer, not from flame, but from memory. You do not need to see it anymore. It holds itself. The wick, when first placed, was not trimmed to a precise length, only pulled until it felt right between thumb and forefinger, just enough to rise above the oil's surface without tipping forward or curling back into the reservoir. It had been woven from coarse linen or perhaps cotton left over from a torn tunic, stripped thin by hand, never spun on a wheel. The fibers held moisture like quiet breath, drawing the oil upward in slow, patient increments, not by force but by habit. The same way a stone remembers the shape of water that once passed through it. You feel now how little was asked of this thread. To carry, not to burn brightly, not to glow with ambition, only to hold the flame steady enough for darkness to recognize its edge. No one measured the wick's thickness against the width of the reservoir's rim. No rule dictated that it must be 3 strands or 5. It was whatever remained after other uses, scraps saved because nothing here was thrown away, not even a thread that had once stitched a shoe or held together a sack of barley. When the flame flickered, not from wind, but from the oil running thin, it was not extinguished at once. The hand reached for it slowly, as if waking someone gently, and lowered the wick just a fraction until the fire settled again into its quiet pulse. The lamp never hissed when the wick dipped too low. It did not sputter with frustration or smoke in protest. It simply waited. And when the oil was nearly gone, the flame grew smaller, not dimmer, but more concentrated, like a thought that has forgotten all but its center. You notice how the light did not leap to the ceiling or cast shadows that danced. It stayed close to the wall, to the floor, to the curve of the lamp itself, so that even in darkness you could still feel where the shape ended and the night began. There was no glass over it, no metal guard, no handle to lift it from one room to another. It sat where it was placed, a small mound of earth with fire inside, unafraid of being alone. Even when the house slept, when feet had stopped moving, voices had faded, breaths deepened, the lamp did not hurry. It did not try to fill silence with more light. It simply continued what it always did, offering just enough to remind you that presence could be held in clay, carried by thread, and kept alive by patience. You do not know if the oil was sesame or olive or something wilder, pressed from seeds gathered at dawn. You only know that it smelled faintly when first poured, not sweet, not sharp, but like dry earth after rain, like the inside of a closed jar left in sunlight for days. And when the wick burned down to its last inch, the flame did not vanish with a puff or a snap. It softened, slowed, then let go as if exhaling after a long silence. The ceramic held the warmth longer than the light lasted. You felt it still on your wrist when you reached for it the next morning. Not hot, not even warm, but tenderly so, like skin that remembers where it was touched. And each time a new wick was threaded in, each time fresh oil was poured, the lamp accepted it without change, without memory of what had been before. It did not hold grief for the last flame, did not long for its return, only waited. And you, too, learned to wait, not because you were forced to, but because waiting became a kind of stillness that did not feel empty. The lamp was not a tool for seeing more. It was a quiet way of being with what little there was. And in that way, it asked nothing more than your presence. No words, no prayers, no promises. Just the slow rise and fall of breath, the same as the wick's pull, the same as the oil's surrender. The clay did not crack when winter came, did not fade when summer burned hot against the walls. It simply stayed, small, open, waiting for another night, for another hand, for another quiet moment when light was enough to be nothing more than a shape in the dark. The clay still holds the shape of the hand that shaped it, not the fingers, not the thumb's press, but the slow turn against the wheel's whisper, the way the wet earth yielded just enough to keep its curve without collapsing. You feel it in the rim, slightly uneven, not from carelessness, but from the potter's breath moving in time with the spin, each pause between rotations letting the surface settle into itself before the next touch. No glaze covers it now, no sheen to hide the tiny flecks of sand caught in the slip, no layer to make it look like something more than what it was. Earth shaped by patience and left open to the air. The oil soaked through the wick slowly, not because it was thick, but because the fiber held tight. Linen or hemp, spun thin enough to draw, dense enough to last. You do not know how many times that same strand was reused, dipped again after cooling, trimmed with a fingernail when the charred end curled too far from the flame's edge. It did not burn cleanly at first. There were moments when it smoked faintly, just at the tip, as if remembering its life as plant and root before becoming thread and fuel. But that smoke never rose high. It curled down, settled over the rim of the lamp like mist over still water, and vanished into the air without leaving scent or stain. You notice how the light did not rise with the wick's length, nor dim when it shortened. It stayed steady in its small sphere, not because the flame was controlled, but because there was nothing to disturb it. No draft from a door left ajar, no curtain fluttering at a window, no ceiling too high to let shadow pool without motion. The lamp sat on a flat stone, or perhaps on a low shelf of packed earth, where the surface had been smoothed by years of hands placing and lifting other objects, jars, bowls, a broken spindle, a child's toy carved from bone. There was no stand, no metal foot to lift it from dust. It rested directly on the ground as if it belonged there more than anything else in the room. The oil pooled just beneath the wick's base, not because it was contained by walls, but because the reservoir was shallow and wide, like a cup turned upside down and pressed gently into soft clay until its edges fused with the body. You see how the flame burned from within that open space, not protected, not guided, but simply held by gravity and fiber, by the quiet pull of capillary motion, by the slow descent of liquid toward heat. There were nights when the oil ran low before the wick was trimmed, and the flame shrank to a single point, barely larger than a pinprick in the dark. You did not reach for more. You did not stir. The light did not beg to be fed. It simply became smaller, not weaker, but closer to its essence, until it was no longer something you saw, but something you felt. A warmth against your closed eyelids, a memory of brightness where there was only the weight of sleep pressing down. And when fresh oil came, poured slowly from a narrow-necked jug held in one hand while the other steadied the lamp's base, the surface rippled just once, then settled into stillness before the wick drank again. No spark leapt, no flame flared. It rekindled as if it had never left. You do not know how many lamps like this existed then, in Basra, in Shiraz, along the Tigris bend. But you know that each one was made the same way, from clay dug near water, shaped by hand, fired once, and left unglazed so the oil could breathe through its pores. The surface absorbed moisture before burning, held a faint coolness even when the fire blazed inside. You feel it now. The difference between this lamp and those that came later, with sealed reservoirs and stems to hold them aloft. This one did not rise. It did not reach. It stayed close, as if afraid of losing its place in the world. And perhaps it was, not from fear, but from knowing how little light there ever was, and how much darkness needed no invitation to return. The wick frayed over time, threads loosening, fibers pulling apart like old rope. But the flame did not falter because of it. It simply adjusted, narrowing its gaze until only the tightest core remained alive. And when finally the last strand gave way, not in a snap, but in a slow unraveling, you saw how the oil continued to rise, drawn upward by nothing more than the memory of heat, until even that stopped and the lamp was empty. You do not know if it was ever repaired, whether another wick was threaded, whether fresh clay was pressed into its base when hairline cracks formed. You only know that after all this time, somewhere beneath layers of dust and centuries of wind-blown sand, a fragment still exists, not whole, but enough to hold the shape of what it once was. A small circle of earth with fire inside, open to the night, waiting for another hand. The clay still held the shape of a thumbprint pressed near the rim, not as decoration, but as a pause in motion, a moment when the maker's hand rested just long enough to let the wet surface yield slightly before continuing. You feel how that indentation never dried the same as the rest, slightly softer, more porous, as if it remembered being touched. The oil seeped into that spot first, not because it was deeper, but because the clay there had not fully hardened in firing, and so it drank slower, held longer. When the wick was placed, its base settled just above the print as though drawn by something invisible, not design, not intention, but the quiet physics of surface tension and the weight of silence. You do not know if the maker noticed it. You do not know if they cared. The lamp did not ask to be perfect. It only asked to hold. There were times when the oil ran too thin, too watery, perhaps from rain that seeped through the roof while the lamp sat on a shelf, or from someone mixing in water by mistake, thinking it would stretch what little they had. The flame did not die. It flickered more, danced wider at its base, as if testing the air before settling again into something smaller, steadier. You watched how the wick curled slightly toward the edge of the reservoir, not because it was burning unevenly, but because the oil beneath it had thinned and could no longer rise with the same certainty. The flame leaned, like a tired head against a pillow, and still, it did not go out. You imagine the hands that filled it, not strong, not young, but steady. Fingers worn smooth from weaving, from kneading dough, from pulling cloth through looms all day, now reaching for the jug with the same care they used to tuck a child's blanket under their chin. The oil came in small amounts pressed from sesame or olive, sometimes from fish bones left to steep in sun-warmed clay pots until the fat rose like milk on broth. It was never poured quickly, always slow, always low, as if the act of pouring were itself a kind of prayer, not spoken, not sung, but felt in the wrist, in the pause between each drop. The wick was never new, never cut to exact length. It was pulled from an old garment, linen perhaps, or cotton worn thin from washing and frayed at one end until it looked like tangled roots. A single strand might be threaded through the spout, then coaxed into the oil with a stick of bone or a dried reed. No tool measured its depth. No rule dictated how far down to press it. It was simply lowered until it touched the surface and left there, waiting for the first breath of flame. When the lamp sat unused for days, the wick dried and turned brittle, curling like a dead leaf. The oil beneath it grew still as glass. Yet when lit again, not with haste, not with urgency, but with the same slow touch that had always been used, the wick remembered how to rise. It did not need coaxing. It did not need encouragement. It simply began again, You think of the dust that settled on its rim, fine as powdered stone, from wind through open windows, from feet brushing past in the dark, from birds landing briefly on the sill before flying off with a rustle of wings. The lamp never moved to avoid it. It did not polish itself. It did not refuse what came. It simply absorbed it, the dust, the quiet, the slow passage of seasons, and kept its flame alive. There were nights when the wind came through the cracks in the wall and made the flame lean so far sideways that it kissed the edge of the reservoir. For a moment, the oil trembled, not enough to spill, but enough to shimmer like water on skin after rain. The wick did not burn faster. It did not sputter. It held its shape as if it knew that even when pushed, it was still anchored by something deeper than fire. And then there were nights, long ones, endless ones, when no one lit the lamp at all. The oil sat untouched for weeks. The wick turned gray. The clay grew colder. You do not know whether anyone returned to it. You only know that when they did not curse its stillness. They did not call it broken. They simply poured again, and the flame answered. You feel now how this lamp was never meant to be bright, never meant to fill a room. It was meant to be small enough to hold in one hand, quiet enough to live beside sleep. Its light was not for reading, not for work, not for showing others what could be done. It was for remembering that darkness did not have to be feared, only acknowledged. The clay still breathes where it is buried now. The pores open just slightly with each shift of the earth, as if waiting for a hand for oil, for another quiet evening when someone might lift it from the soil and pour again. You do not know how many were made this way, but you know that each one was shaped by hands that knew how to wait. The clay holds the memory of oil even when empty, not as a stain, but as a softening, a subtle yielding at the edges where the surface meets the air. You feel it beneath your fingers if you ever find one buried, though you do not dig for it. The earth has covered it slowly, grain by grain, and the warmth that once rose from the flame now rises only in the slow shift of seasons above. The rim is never smooth, even after centuries. Tiny irregularities remain, where the potter's thumb pressed too lightly, where a speck of sand slipped into the mold before firing, where the kiln's heat found an uneven patch and darkened it just slightly, like the shadow under a closed eyelid. These are not flaws. They are the marks of hands that worked without measuring, that accepted the clay as it was, not as it might be imagined to be. The oil never filled the reservoir completely. There was always space, just enough for the wick to rise and fall with the breath of the flame, for vapor to escape, for the heat to move upward without pressure. You think of how little needed to be known. That oil would seep, that fiber would drink, that fire would cling. No formula was written. No instruction passed down beyond the touch of a hand lowering the wick into the dark pool. The lamp did not require understanding. It only required presence. There were times when the oil came from sesame, thick and golden, and the flame burned low and steady, with no hiss, no flicker, just a small, steady glow that painted the ceiling in slow waves of amber. Other nights it was crushed olive pulp pressed into a jar and left to settle, the clear liquid drawn off after days, thin as water but heavy with scent. The wick caught differently then, not greedily, not hungrily, but with a quiet hunger, as if it too had learned patience. You imagine the residue left behind in the reservoir when the oil was gone. Fine particles of seed or fruit pulp, dried into a crust so brittle that a breath might lift it. No one scraped it clean. No one washed the lamp between uses. It simply sat, cooled, and waited, its body porous enough to breathe, its shape simple enough not to hold onto what no longer served. Even when glazed green came later in the 10th century, the form stayed unchanged. The glaze was a skin over the same curve, the same shallow bowl, the same narrow spout. It did not make the lamp brighter. It did not change how the wick drank. It only made the surface smoother to the touch, like river stone worn by water that never stopped flowing. You do not know if the oil was ever warmed before pouring, whether it was carried in a cloth-wrapped jug from the courtyard where the sun had touched it, or if it was drawn straight from the clay jar on the shelf. You only know that when poured, it moved without hurry. The hand holding the vessel did not tremble. There was no need to steady it. The reservoir was wide enough to catch any spill, shallow enough to let the wick find its way without drowning. And when the flame rose, it never leapt. Grew slowly, like a sigh becoming a word. You think of how few things in that time were meant to last beyond their use. Tools wore out, walls cracked, garments frayed, but this lamp, this small, unglazed thing, was made not for endurance but for return. For the same hand returning again and again with the same slow motion, the same quiet ritual. The wick was never replaced because it failed. It was replaced because it had been used too long, worn thin like a path through grass, softened by repetition. And each new strand, pulled from another old garment, frayed with the same care, was lowered into the oil as if remembering something that needed no words. The light did not reach far, not across rooms, not to corners, not to the edges of sleep. It stayed close to the hand that held it, to the face turned toward it to the edge of the mat where someone lay still, breathing slowly. You imagine how the glow would catch on a single thread of woven wool beside it, or the curve of an earthen cup left half full near the foot of the bed. The shadow behind the lamp was never dark. It was soft, thick with warmth, like the inside of a closed hand. Even when the flame burned lowest, just above the wick's tip, it did not vanish. It folded into itself, becoming less visible but no less present. And in those moments, when the oil was nearly gone, when the wick had grown short and blackened at its end, you think of how stillness became part of the light, not as absence but as depth, as if the flame knew it did not need to be loud to matter. You do not know who made this lamp first. You only know that someone shaped it from earth they had walked on, from clay they had kneaded with bare feet in the morning before the sun rose too high. They did not think of it as a tool for light. They thought of it as something to hold when the dark came, not because they were afraid, but because they wanted to be near something that remembered how to glow. And now, centuries later, you feel that same quiet knowledge in your chest, not as memory, but as rhythm. The wick still waits. The oil still rises. The flame still answers, slowly, softly, without demand. The oil, when nearly spent, left behind a faint film on the ceramic, thin as breath on glass, clinging to the inner curve where the flame had lived most closely. It did not stain. It did not harden into crust. It simply settled, a quiet residue that softened with each new pouring, blending again into the next pool of darkness waiting to be lit. You do not know if it was wiped away or left to mingle, only that the lamp never asked for cleaning, and no one ever rushed to remove what remained. The wick, when finally lifted from its resting place in the oil, carried with it a thread of scent, not sharp, not sweet, but something like dried grass pressed between stones, warm from midday sun and forgotten until evening. That smell did not rise into the air. It stayed near the hand that held it, as if the lamp remembered how to hold warmth even after the flame had gone. The spout was never high enough to catch smoke. The flame burned low and steady, its breath rising straight up, curling once before dissolving into the ceiling's shadow. There was no soot on the rim, no blackening of the lip where fingers brushed it each night, only a faint darkening at the very base of the wick's path, where heat had touched clay over and over, not enough to crack, not enough to change color, just enough to say that this place had been visited often by something small and patient. You think of how few objects in those years were shaped with such restraint. No ornament, no pattern pressed into the wet clay before firing, no stamped symbol, no mark of maker or owner, just curve, just hollow, just a place for oil to rest and a path for flame to climb. The wick did not burn evenly. It never had to. One side might grow thinner than the other, pulled slightly by a draft too faint to feel, but the flame adjusted without complaint. It leaned where it needed to, bending like reeds in a slow river, always finding its balance again. You imagine how the lamp was placed, not on a table, not on a stand, but beside the sleeping form, low enough that the light touched only what was near. The curve of a bare shoulder, the edge of a woolen blanket folded once over the hips, the tip of a foot still warm from the day's walk. It did not aim to illuminate the room. It aimed to hold space around one body, as if the dark were not something to be chased away, but something that needed company. There was no lid, no glass to trap heat or shield wind. The oil sat open, exposed to air, to dust, to the quiet drift of evening settling over floors and walls. And still, it did not spill. Still, the wick drank without fault. Still, the flame rose unshaken. Even in moments when the oil had nearly vanished, when only a whisper remained pooled at the bottom, the lamp held on. The last drop rose slowly through the fibers, drawn upward as if by memory, until the tip glowed, not brightly, not urgently, but with a kind of final certainty. It did not flicker out from lack. It folded inward like a hand closing after holding something too precious to let go. And then silence. Not the absence of light, but its return to earth. The clay still held warmth for hours after. You feel it now, not as heat, but as a quiet pressure against your palm, as if the object remembers how to be warm even when no flame lives inside it. The wick is gone. The oil is gone. But the shape remains. The same shallow bowl, the same narrow throat, the same patient curve that lets light live just long enough to be felt, not seen. You do not know if this lamp was ever moved from room to room. You only know that when it was carried, it was held gently, not lifted with fingers curled tight, but cradled as one holds a sleeping child's hand. And now, in the dark of your own room, you feel its shape in your mind, not as memory, not as history, but as rhythm. The same slow rise, the same quiet surrender, the same way light learns to live without demanding to be seen. You feel the weight of the clay still, though it has no mass here in your room, only presence, like the echo of a step taken long ago on packed earth. The rim is thin where the potter's thumb pressed just once, leaving a faint ridge that never smoothed out, not from carelessness, but because it did not need to be smooth. It only needed to hold. The oil pooled there in slow waves, rising slightly with each breath of air that slipped past the open top, as if the lamp itself were breathing with whoever sat near. No one ever covered it. No cloth was laid over it at night, not because it was forgotten, but because covering would have changed how the light moved, how it softened against the wall, how it touched skin without startling it. The wick did not need protection. It only needed to be dipped once before dark came fully and then left alone. You imagine the fingers that lifted it from the oil, not gripping, not pinching, but sliding between fibers as one might lift a leaf from water, letting it drink itself full before setting it down. There was no snuffing, no tool made for extinguishing. The flame simply faded when the fuel gave out, and the clay held the warmth until morning's chill found its way in. The shape of the reservoir is not round exactly. It leans slightly, as if tired from carrying so much quiet through so many evenings. One side dips lower than the other, not by accident, but because the hand that shaped it moved with a rhythm older than measurement. The base is thick enough to keep the heat from cracking the floor beneath it, yet thin enough along the sides to let warmth rise slowly into the air above. No glaze covered it then, no green sheen, no glossy surface to reflect light back in a sharper way. It was raw clay, still porous, still thirsty, and that mattered. The oil seeped just slightly into the walls, not enough to stain, but enough to leave behind a faint scent when the lamp sat unused for days. The smell of something ancient and quiet, like soil after rain, but warmer. You think of how this material held more than fuel. It held time. Each drop that vanished was not lost, but absorbed. The clay remembered each flame it had carried, even when none remained. You do not know if the lamp was ever placed near a window, or if it always stayed close to where someone lay down. But you sense that it moved rarely, perhaps only once in all its years, from one corner of the room to another when the seasons changed and the night grew heavier with damp. Even then, it would have been lifted carefully, not carried by the rim, which might crack under uneven pressure, but held beneath, where the base curved gently into the fingers. No stand was ever made for it. No metal holder, no wooden shelf. It rested on the floor or on a low stone slab or sometimes on folded cloth, just to keep it from touching cold earth directly. The wick never burned too fast because the oil was not poured in haste. There were no jars with spouts, no measuring cups, just a small bowl of oil set beside the lamp and a slow pouring drop by drop until the surface shimmered like a mirror made of darkness. The flame itself did not leap. It did not dance for attention. It rose straight at first, thin as a thread pulled from wool, then softened into a tiny hail, not bright enough to cast shadows far, but deep enough to make the nearby air feel warmer than it was. You imagine how the light clung to the edge of the bowl's lip, trembling slightly with each breath drawn in the room, never breaking, never leaping away. Even when wind came through an open door, the flame bent, but did not die. It leaned into the movement as if it knew the air had its own rhythm, and that resisting would only make it falter sooner. The wick, too, adjusted, not by choice but by design. The fibers were coarse, uneven in thickness, so some parts burned slower than others, creating a flicker not of instability but of patience. A light that did not hurry to be seen because it was never meant for eyes alone. You feel the silence now, the kind that comes after the last ember has settled into ash, and the room holds its breath waiting for dawn. The lamp is still there in your mind, empty, cool, silent. No smoke rose from it in death, only a gentle curl of vapor that vanished before it reached the ceiling. There was no smell left behind but the faintest trace, like dried herbs crushed underfoot or linen pressed between stones. The clay absorbed everything: the heat, the light, the quiet hours, the stillness of someone watching until sleep came. And now, in your own dark room, you feel it again, not as an object, not as history, but as a rhythm that never stopped. The same slow rise, the same patient surrender, the same way light learns to live without demanding to be seen. You feel the weight of the lamp again, not as something held, but as something that held you. The clay did not shape itself to your hand, yet your hand learned its contours over time without thinking. The rim was not polished smooth by use so much as worn thin by absence. The edges softened where fingers brushed too often in the dark, where the same thumb found purchase every evening before the oil was poured. There were no marks of fingernails, no scratches from metal tools. Only the slow erosion of touch, repeated night after night, until the curve beneath your thumb became familiar as the slope of a shoulder you knew without seeing. The wick never rose above the lip of the reservoir. It stayed low, just enough to catch light and nothing more. You imagine it sinking slightly over time, not from burning away, but from being pulled down by its own weight after each refill, the fibers slackening as the oil drained back into the clay's pores. There was no trimming, no snuffing with fingers or tweezers. The flame simply grew smaller until it could not reach higher, and then someone would add more oil, not to make it brighter, but to keep it alive. A single wick lasted months, maybe years. It did not char quickly because the oil burned slowly, evenly, without rush. The fibers held moisture longer than wool, less brittle than flax, and when they finally frayed at the tip, they curled inward rather than blackening outward. You think of how the lamp never needed a chimney. No glass enclosed it. No metal tube guided the smoke upward. It lived in open air, and still, the soot that rose was barely more than a whisper against the ceiling. It settled not in thick layers, but as dust so fine it looked like the shadow of a breath caught mid-exhale. The walls near it darkened slowly, almost invisibly, not with grime, but with time's quiet accumulation. No one wiped it away. No one minded. The darkness was not dirt. It was memory made visible. The oil never overflowed. Even when poured too full, the clay absorbed the excess before it could spill. There were no puddles on the floor, no sticky residue clinging to fingers or cloth. It seeped into the body of the lamp like a slow sigh, and then vanished, not gone but transformed. The flame that rose from it was not fed by fuel alone, but by stillness. The oil did not burn fiercely because the wick did not draw greedily. Each drop traveled only as far as the fiber needed to go. There was no suction, no capillary pull strong enough to drain the reservoir too fast. It moved at the pace of breath, slow and unforced. You imagine how the lamp sat through winter nights when the air grew thick with cold that did not come from outside but from within the walls themselves. The clay retained heat longer than metal, cooler than stone. It did not warm the room, but it warmed the space around it. Not by radiating outward, but by holding the warmth of its own flame long after the fire had dimmed. You can feel that lingering in your own skin now, the quiet echo of a light that never asked to be noticed, yet made every shadow near it softer. No two lamps were ever exactly alike. Each was shaped by hand, pressed into form with fingers still damp from washing, or molded between palms after the clay had been kneaded for hours. The thickness varied. Some walls were thin as eggshell, others thick enough to feel solid against the palm. The rim curved differently on each. One tilted slightly outward, another inward like a cupped hand offering something too fragile to name. The base was never perfectly flat. It rested unevenly, and that was fine. A slight tilt did not make it unstable. It made it human. The wick was never measured. It was pulled from whatever scrap of fiber lay near, old rope unraveled at the edge of a sack, a shred of woven cloth left over from stitching a tunic, or a strand of dried reed beaten soft with a stone. No two wicks were the same length, thickness, or texture. Some burned brighter because they were looser. Others dimmed slowly because their fibers were tightly twisted. The oil did not care. It moved through them all the same. you feel the silence again, not empty but full of the quiet that comes after the last flame has surrendered to its own exhaustion. The lamp does not speak. It does not need to. Its presence is in the way the dark settles around it, how the edges of things lose their sharpness when seen through its light. You do not know if anyone ever slept beside it with eyes open, but you believe they did, not because they were afraid of darkness, but because the light was too gentle to turn away from. The clay remembers every flame that ever rose from it, not in words, not in images, but in the way the surface now holds the memory of heat, as skin holds the shape of a hand that once rested upon it. Even when cold, even when empty, it still carries the echo of what was. And so you lie here in your own quiet room and feel its presence, not as something from long ago, but as something that never left. The oil is gone now. The wick has turned to dust. The clay has cooled for centuries. But the rhythm remains, the slow rise, the patient surrender, the way light learns to live without demanding to be seen. And in this stillness, you are not alone with your thoughts. You are held by something older than thought, something that only asked to burn gently and never wanted more than to keep the dark from becoming too heavy. You breathe, and the room breathes with you. The clay still holds the shape of where the fingers pressed, not as a mark left behind, but as the echo of pressure that shaped it before it ever knew fire. You feel the slight ridge along the inner curve, not from a tool, but from the thumb pressing inward while the other hand turned the mold, slow and steady, as if guiding something into being rather than forcing it out. There is no glaze to catch the light now, only the raw surface, porous and quiet, absorbing whatever glow passed over it. The oil never pooled in the center. It settled along the edges first, drawn by the clay's hunger for moisture, creeping like a slow tide just beneath the surface, waiting. The wick did not sit upright. It leaned slightly, as if tired before it was lit, resting against the wall where the reservoir met the spout, its tip curled ever so gently toward the air. When lit, the flame did not leap. It rose like breath released after holding too long, small, uncertain at first, then steady, a flicker that never outgrew its own stillness. The heat was not sharp. It warmed only what touched it directly. The curve of the lamp's rim, the edge of the wick where fibers began to char, the air just above it, thin and heavy with the scent of something burning slowly, without smoke, without noise. You imagine how the light did not reach far, not across a room, not even to the next corner, but softened the closest shadows until they blurred into the dark like ink in water left too long. The lamp never cast a pattern. It did not throw shapes onto walls or ceilings. It simply made the space around it less absolute. A chair became a suggestion. A jug became a shadow with edges that could be trusted. Even when the flame was gone, the air above where it had been held warmth longer than the clay itself. You feel how the oil moved, not poured, not spilled, but drawn upward, fiber by fiber, as if the wick remembered its purpose before the hand ever placed it there. No one measured how much to soak. They simply dipped until the fibers darkened, heavy with the weight of what they carried. The lamp did not ask for more. It took only what was given and gave back only enough to see by. Not to work by, not to read by, but to live by in the quiet between tasks when the day had settled into its final breath. You know now that this shape, small, open, unglazed, was not designed for brilliance. It was designed for endurance. For nights when the wind blew through cracked windows and the oil did not slosh. For seasons when fuel was scarce and every drop mattered. For hands that had no other light to hold. The rim never needed a lip to catch drips because there were no drips. Not if the wick was chosen right, not if the oil was poured slow enough. Even now, in your stillness, you feel how the clay responded to each flame differently. Some nights it glowed faintly amber, other nights almost gray, depending on what had burned before, what lingered in its pores. The surface never cleaned itself. It did not need to. Each layer of soot, each residue left behind by a wick that had burned too long or too short, became part of the lamp's skin. You do not think of it as dirty. You think of it as lived in, not worn out, but worn gently, like cloth folded and refolded until its texture holds the memory of every fold. And so you lie here, breathing slowly, and feel the lamp still, its shape in your mind, its silence in your bones. The flame is gone. The oil is dust. But the way it held light, not as a promise, not as a gift, but as something quiet and ordinary, something that asked only to be near, is still here. And you are near it now just as someone was once near it then, in a room long turned to earth, in a city whose streets have changed names many times over, yet the light, in its way, never moved. You feel how the clay absorbed not just oil, but time, each slow burn leaving behind a film so thin it became part of the surface itself, neither stain nor glaze, but a memory written in carbon and residue. The wick never touched the bottom. It hovered just above, suspended by its own weight and the tension of fibers stretched taut with liquid, pulling what it needed without ever sinking into the pool beneath. You imagine how the oil rose, not as if drawn, but as if invited, each strand of cotton or flax holding still while the fuel moved through it, grain by grain, molecule by molecule, until the flame found its source and held it gently in its mouth. There was no wick trimmer, no snuffing tool. Only fingers, perhaps, dipped lightly into cool oil before touching the tip. A pause, a breath, then the slow press that smothered the light without noise. The lamp did not sigh when extinguished. It waited. You notice how the rim never wore smooth, even after years of handling. The edge remained slightly uneven, as if shaped by thumb and palm pressing at different angles each time. Never perfectly centered, never meant to be. The curve was not symmetrical. One side held a faint ridge where fingers had gripped it too often. Another dipped inward, just enough to catch the weight of a hand resting beside it on the floor. No one carved these details. They emerged from use, the way stone softens under water or wood darkens beneath repeated touch. The lamp did not ask for care. It asked only for presence. You think of how the oil settled each night, not all at once, but in layers. First came the thin film that clung to the inner wall, then the heavier pool below, and between them, a haze of vapor so faint it could be mistaken for heat alone. When the wick was dipped again, it did not plunge into clear liquid. It met resistance, not thick, not sticky, but something alive with memory, each new soaking drawing from what had been left behind. The scent changed slowly. Sesame one week, linseed another, sometimes a hint of almond if the oil had been pressed fresh, but never sharp. Never strong, always quiet, like breath held just long enough to be felt, not smelled. You feel how the clay responded differently when wet with oil than when dry. When empty, it was porous and dull, absorbing the dim light that touched it. When full, it became slightly translucent near the base, as if the flame's glow had learned to pass through its own substance. Not bright, not glowing like glass, but softening like skin warmed by a hand placed upon it too long to notice. The unglazed surface never reflected. It only held. And so the light did not bounce off it. It settled into it, as if the lamp were breathing with the flame. You imagine how the wick was chosen, not by length or thickness alone, but by feel. A strand pulled from a bundle, tested between thumb and forefinger, too stiff, and it would burn too fast, too loose, and it might slip into the oil, drown before catching. The best ones had a slight curl at the end, as if they remembered being part of a plant once before they were stripped, dried, and coiled into service. They did not sing when lit. They hummed, so low you would only notice their absence. You remember now how the lamp sat, not on a shelf, not in a holder, but often near the edge of a mat or beside a low stool, where its weight was balanced by nothing more than gravity and habit. It did not need to be upright. It did not tip easily, because its base was wide enough to rest on uneven ground, and its center of gravity stayed low, as if designed for hands that moved without looking. You feel how the flame never danced. It trembled only when the air stirred, when a curtain shifted in a draft or someone passed too close, and even then it did not flicker wildly. It bent slightly, like grass yielding to wind, and straightened again as if remembering its shape before the movement came. There was no smoke to rise, no ash to fall. Only the slow darkening of the wick's tip, a tiny bead of carbon forming, never falling, always there, until the next time it was dipped and the process began again. You think how the lamp did not require silence, but it thrived in it. The quiet was its companion, not because it made sound, but because it asked for none. It did not call attention to itself. No one sang to it. No prayers were spoken over it. It simply existed, small, unadorned, open. And when the dark came, it offered what little it could hold. A circle of warmth no larger than your palm, a glow that did not promise more than it gave. And now, as you lie here, still and deepening into sleep, you feel how its shape lingers, not in memory, but in sensation. The weight of the clay against your wrist if you had held it, the quiet resistance of the wick as it drew oil upward, the way the flame never claimed more than was offered. You are not thinking of it anymore. You are feeling it. And so it remains. You feel how the oil, when freshly poured, moved with a slow reluctance, not pooling all at once, but creeping along the inner curve of the reservoir like a tide that had forgotten its rhythm. It settled into every microscopic valley of the unglazed surface, filling the pores not as water fills a sponge, but as breath fills lungs too tired to sigh. There was no splash when it was added, no drip down the side. The hand that poured knew the angle, the tilt, the pause between pour and stop, not from instruction, but from repetition so deep it had become motion without thought. You imagine the vessel held in one palm while the other guided the narrow neck of the flask, how the oil's surface trembled just slightly as it neared the rim, not because it was full, but because the clay itself seemed to hold its breath until the last drop found its place. The wick, when dipped, did not soak all at once. It drank in stages, first the outer fibers, then the tighter core beneath, each strand swelling with a patience that matched the oil's own slow climb. You notice how the light first appeared not from the tip, but from the very base of the wick where it met the oil. a faint amber glow rising like mist before it became flame. It did not leap. It emerged, as if the fire had been waiting inside the fibers all along, and only needed the right breath to remember its shape. The flame that followed was never tall, never bold, always low enough to cast no sharp shadow on the wall behind it, just a soft blur of darkness that shifted with each breath of air. You feel how the heat rose not in waves but as a slow thickening of stillness around the lamp. It did not warm the room. It warmed only what was close, the edge of a hand resting near it, the curve of a foot beneath a blanket, the space between two people sitting quietly on opposite sides of its glow. No one reached to move it closer. No one leaned too far into it. The light asked for nothing but presence. The clay, over time, grew darker where the flame's warmth had touched it most often, not from soot, not from smoke, but from a subtle change in texture, as if the surface had been kissed by heat so gentle that only time could record its passing. There were no cracks at first, only a faint sheen, like skin after long sun exposure, where fingers had brushed against it again and again. And when the lamp was not in use, when the oil had burned low and the wick lay darkened and brittle, the clay held the memory of warmth for hours, still tender to the touch, still carrying the ghost of light within its pores. You think how the shape never changed, not even slightly. Not over months, not over years. It remained a shallow bowl with one raised edge, a small spout barely taller than your thumb, and a base thick enough that it could rest on sand, on stone, on uneven earth without tipping. No handles, no embellishment, no decoration carved into its side. It was made to be held, not admired, made to be used, not preserved. And yet, when the oil ran dry and the wick went cold, no one threw it away. It stayed where it had always been, near the mat, beside the stool, against the wall, waiting for the next night, the next pour, the next slow draw of flame from the dark. You feel how silence was not empty here. It was full, not with sound, but with waiting. The lamp did not need to speak. Its presence was enough. And when you close your eyes now, you are not remembering it. You are becoming its shape again. Low, steady, open, holding what little warmth can be given without demand. The clay, when cool, held the scent of oil longer than any vessel you've known. Not the sharpness of burning, not the bitterness of smoke, but something softer. The memory of warmth pressed into porous skin, like the lingering trace of a hand that once rested there and never fully withdrew. You notice how, after days without use, the surface still carried the faintest residue, not oily, not sticky, but a quiet dampness in the air above it, as if the clay itself had learned to exhale what it had absorbed. No one wiped it clean. No one scrubbed the inside with cloth or sand. It was left to settle, to dry slowly, to return to its original state without resistance. The wick, when removed, never came away cleanly. Its fibers clung to the spout's inner curve like roots finding purchase in cracked earth, and when pulled free, they left behind a thin filament of dried oil, still pliable, still faintly luminous under the moon's glance through the window. You think how this was not waste but completion, a natural surrender of substance back into form. The lamp did not ask for purity. It asked only for return. There were no tools used to shape it beyond fingers and a slow turn on a flat stone. No mold pressed its sides. No wheel spun it into symmetry. Each curve was uneven, not in error but in rhythm, as if the maker had breathed with the clay while forming it, matching each rise and hollow to the length of their own inhale. The rim, where the oil pooled, was never perfectly circular. It tilted slightly, as though acknowledging gravity's pull without fighting it. The spout, narrow and low, curved upward not for elegance but because that was how the clay gave way under pressure. The thumb pressing just so, the index finger guiding, the little finger steadying against the base. You feel how the thickness of its walls varied, not by design but by touch. Thinner near the rim where fingers had smoothed it gently, thicker at the bottom where the palm had held firm to keep it from collapsing. No glaze covered it. No pigment stained its surface. It was bare clay, fired once, and left as it came from earth, dusty in places, smooth in others, with tiny air bubbles trapped near the base like frozen breaths. You watch how the flame, when lit, never danced wildly, even in wind that stirred the curtain just beyond. The oil moved slowly, drawn upward by capillary pull, and the wick responded not with flicker but with surrender, each fiber yielding a little more, letting go of its darkness until only light remained. There was no hiss, no crackle, only the faintest whisper, like fabric brushing against skin in sleep. The flame did not consume the wick quickly. It consumed slowly, patiently, as if it knew there would be another night, another pour, another slow rise from the dark. You notice how the shadow cast was never sharp-edged, not even when a hand passed between lamp and wall. It blurred, softened, melted into the dimness like smoke dissolving in still air. There were no corners of darkness here that felt hostile, only pockets where light had not yet reached, and those were not empty but waiting. When the oil was low, the flame grew smaller, not because it was dying, but because it was being gentle. It did not reach for more. It did not beg. It simply shrank into itself, becoming a pearl of gold resting on the tip of the wick, trembling only with the slow rhythm of breath in the room. The clay beneath it stayed warm longer than you expected, not hot, never burning, but tender, like skin after sun exposure that has not yet cooled. You think how this lamp did not burn to end the night. It burned to mark its passage, to hold space for stillness when all else had fallen quiet. No one lit it to read by. No one needed more light than what it gave. And when the last thread of wick turned black and brittle, no one replaced it right away. They waited, not out of thrift but out of respect for the rhythm that had been set, for the silence that had grown around it. You feel how the shape of this lamp was never meant to be copied exactly. Each one differed not in function but in touch. One might have a slightly deeper reservoir, another a spout bent just a fraction more toward the left, but all carried the same quiet truth. They were made for hands that knew when to hold and when to let go. You are not holding it now, but you remember how it felt, cool at first, then warm, then familiar as your own pulse. And still in the dark it waits, not as an object but as a rhythm, a slow draw of oil upward, a quiet ignition from within, a flame that asks only to be near. You notice how the clay, even after centuries, holds the memory of fingers that shaped it, not in marks, but in weight. The curve of the reservoir, slightly asymmetrical, does not betray haste but patience. A thumb pressed too long on one side, a fingertip dragging along the rim as if testing its edge before letting go. There is no symmetry here because there was no mold. Only hands that knew when to stop shaping and let the fire finish the work. The oil, when poured, pooled not evenly but in soft crescents, pooling where the clay had settled thinner near the lip, gathering slightly deeper toward the center where the palm had pressed down hardest during firing. You remember how the wick, once soaked, never sat straight. It leaned just enough, as if tired before it burned. It did not rise like a stalk but curled inward, its fibers splayed like old thread pulled from a seam, each strand drinking slowly, each one holding its share of darkness until the flame found it. The light that came was never bright enough to show dust in the air, nor to make shadows fall sharp on the floor. It only made the edges of things softer, the corner of a bowl left beside it, the hem of a draped cloth, the curve of a sleeping child's shoulder just beyond its glow. The flame did not leap. It lifted gently, as if rising from within the wick itself, not from oil, not from air, but from something deeper, slower, older than either. You watch how the smoke, when it rose at all, curled upward in thin threads that bent with the quiet draft of breath in the room. Never black, never thick, just pale as mist over a still pond at dawn. There were no tools used to trim the wick, no scissors, no snuffers. When it grew too long, someone simply let it burn down until the tip turned brittle and curled inward on itself, then waited. The flame did not complain. It dimmed, settled into itself like a sigh, and waited for the next pour. You think how this lamp did not need to be tended often, not because it was simple, but because its nature demanded stillness. To move too quickly around it would have been to disturb what it held. Not light, but the quiet between breaths. The oil, when added, was never poured in a rush. It was carried in small vessels, clay or horn, and tipped slowly, drop by drop, until the surface shimmered like wet skin under moonlight. No measure was taken. The hand knew when the clay had drunk enough. Too much and the wick would drown, too little and the flame would fade before night deepened. There was no fear in this balance, only habit, learned over years, passed down without words. You feel how the warmth of the lamp did not radiate outward like heat from a fire. It gathered inward, held by the thickness of its walls, released only when the air grew still enough to notice it. For hours, the surface remained just warm, not hot enough to burn, not cool enough to forget. It was the kind of warmth that lingers on skin after touching stone warmed by sun, long after the light has gone. When the oil finally ran dry, the wick did not vanish. It remained, charred at its tip, brittle along its length, curled like a sleeping finger. And still it held shape. Still it waited. No one threw it away immediately. They left it there in the reservoir as if expecting the night might return with more oil, or as if they did not want to forget how it felt to have light come from something so quiet. The clay itself never cracked from heat. It did not darken unevenly. It aged slowly, like a hand that has held too many things and learned to hold gently. You think how this lamp was never meant to last centuries, only one winter's night after another. And yet here it is, still holding the shape of a breath. You are not touching it now, but you remember the way its rim felt against your fingertips, not smooth like glass, but alive with tiny ridges, places where the clay had dried just before firing and left behind its own quiet record. You do not know if this one was made by a man or a woman. You do not need to. The shape does not tell you. Only the silence does. The flame, when it burned, did not cast light on anything important. It lit only what was near. The curve of a cup left beside it, the edge of a blanket folded over a foot, the shadow of fingers resting on a knee. Nothing more. And that was enough. You are still here. The room is quieter now. The lamp has been silent for a long time, but its shape remains in your mind, in your breath, in the space between one thought and the next. You do not need to see it to know it is there. It lives in the pause before sleep, in the slow draw of air that comes when you stop trying to hold on. The wick has long since turned to ash. The oil has dried into dust, but the clay still remembers how to hold light, not as fire, not as power, but as a quiet thing, given and received without word or demand. You are breathing slowly now, and somewhere in the dark it waits, still warm, still patient, as it always did. The clay still holds the memory of how oil moved through it, not as a flood, not as a stream, but as a slow reaching, like roots finding moisture deep beneath dry soil. You feel how the wick, when first dipped, did not rise eagerly to the surface. It settled instead, heavy with liquid, drawing itself downward into the reservoir before lifting slowly, grain by grain, until its tip caught air and waited. There was no hurry in that moment, no need to ignite it right away. The oil had time to climb, to settle into every fiber of the twisted thread, as if learning how to become flame without forgetting what it once was. You imagine the wick's journey, not as a path, but as an agreement between two materials, one porous and patient, the other fluid and quiet. The reservoir never filled all at once. It accepted oil in fits, sometimes from a spoon carved of bone, sometimes from a small jug with a narrow neck that required both hands to tilt just so. You know how the surface would ripple when the first drop fell, not as a splash, but as a slow spreading, like ink on damp paper left untouched for hours. The clay absorbed even this, not in color, not in scent, but in stillness. Each addition made the lamp heavier, by fractions of weight you could only feel with your palm pressed flat against its base. There was no glass to contain it, no metal guard, no chimney to shape the smoke. What rose from the flame was thin and gray, not thick like wood smoke, not bitter like resin, but soft, as if the air itself had learned how to exhale without sound. It curled upward in a thread so fine you might miss it unless your eyes were closed and your breath held. The light did not push against shadows. It let them settle around it, as though the dark was always meant to be near. You remember how the lamp sat, not on a table of polished wood or stone carved with patterns, but often on a patch of earth pressed flat by footsteps, or beside a low bench where cloth had been folded for years, until its edges softened into curves that matched the curve of the lamp's rim. It was never placed in the center, never meant to be seen from across the room. Its purpose was not to announce itself, but to remain close enough to touch without moving your hand. The flame, when it burned, did not dance, not like a candle caught in wind or a fire fed by dry sticks. It trembled, not with fear, but with breath. Each small movement came from the air stirred by someone nearby, someone turning over on their side, someone exhaling slowly after holding their lungs full for too long. The light moved with them, not because it was alive, but because it had learned to listen. You think how no one ever lit more than one at a time in a single space. Even when the night stretched long and cold, even when others slept nearby, they did not multiply the flame. One lamp was enough, not for brightness, but for presence. It was not about seeing clearly. It was about knowing you were still within reach of something gentle that had chosen to stay awake with you. The oil, when it ran low, did not vanish in a rush. You watched how its surface shrank, not by inches, but by the thinning of a sigh. The wick grew longer above the reservoir as if reaching upward for what was no longer there. And still, the flame held, until the moment came when even that breath could no longer be sustained, not with a flicker or a snap, but with a slow softening like smoke dissolving into mist before dawn. And then silence again, not empty silence, but the kind that remembers how it felt to carry warmth without heat. The wick remained, not as waste, not as refuse, but as proof of something done quietly, over and over, until the shape became a habit of the hand and the eye and the stillness between heartbeats. You do not know if this lamp was ever moved from room to room. You do not need to. It never traveled far. Its world was no larger than the space where breath could be heard. And that was enough. The clay, when touched after hours of stillness, held a warmth that had no source you could name. Not from the flame, not from the room, not from the earth beneath it. It was as if the vessel itself had learned to keep what little heat passed through its walls, not storing it like water in a jar, but letting it settle into the pores like breath held too long, and then released slowly into the dark. You feel this now, not with your fingers, but with the quiet part of you that still remembers how the air near the lamp felt when no one moved. Not hot, not warm, just present. A temperature that did not rise or fall, only lingered. There was no handle to lift it by, no lip to guide the pour, no spout to direct the oil's flow. The rim was simply a curve that rose from the body and then fell again, soft as the edge of a sigh. When oil was added, it did not spill unless the hand trembled, or unless the lamp had been tilted too far in the act of setting it down. You watch how even then, the oil did not rush out. It slid, slow as honey thickened by cold, following the slope of the clay until it met the wick's fibers and paused there, as if the fabric itself were asking for permission before taking what was offered. The wick was never trimmed, not with scissors, not with a blade, not with any tool you might recognize. It grew longer as the oil diminished, pulled upward by the slow hunger of flame until its tip became thin enough to fray. And still it burned, not brighter, not dimmer, but steady, as though the fiber had become part of the lamp's anatomy, not an add-on, not a replaceable thing. You imagine how one might notice after weeks or months that the wick was no longer straight. It curved slightly inward, as if bowing to the flame it fed. Not in surrender, in trust. The oil did not come from olive trees or sesame seeds, not because those were unknown, but because what mattered was not origin, but availability. It came from a jar kept low on a shelf near the door where the air moved least. You do not know if it was poured from another vessel with a narrow neck or carried in a cup shaped like a half-moon. What you know is this: it never dripped down the sides of the reservoir, not once in all the nights recorded by touch and silence. The clay held it, not because it was sealed, but because its surface, rough from the potter's fingers, caught each drop like a memory too small to name. You think how no one ever filled the lamp until the flame had nearly gone. Not out of thrift, not out of fear, but because to fill too soon would be to disturb what had already settled. The oil needed time to soak into the wick's core, to travel upward without hurry, to meet the air where the flame waited. To fill it before then was to rush a breath that had not yet been drawn. The lamp did not glow evenly. Its light pooled in one spot near the center of its rim and faded toward the edges as though the clay were swallowing what it could not hold. The shadow beyond it did not vanish. It deepened. And within that deeper dark, shapes formed. Not things you could name, but forms your body recognized. The curve of a folded blanket, the dip of a sleeping shoulder, the hollow where a head had rested hours before. You do not know if this lamp was ever cleaned. You imagine dust settling on its rim, fine as flour left in a bowl too long. You imagine the wick's ash gathering in a thin ring around the base of the flame, not blackened, not charred, but gray and soft, like the inside of a shell after the tide has pulled back. And still it burned. Each night the same act. The slow pour, the quiet lift, the breath held as the flame caught. No chant, no prayer, not even a thought spoken aloud. Just the hand that knew how to find the jar in the dark and the wick that remembered how to rise. The lamp was never lit by match or spark. It was always passed from an older flame. Another lamp, another night, another quiet moment where someone had leaned close enough to touch the glow before turning away. You think of how fire traveled then, not as a thing to be made, but as a thing to be carried. And when it went out, no one sighed. No one cursed the oil or blamed the wick. They simply waited until the clay cooled enough to hold again, and then they poured once more. You notice how the rim of the lamp, where the flame touched air, had worn smooth, not from rubbing, not from handling, but from the slow heat that rose with each breath of fire. It was not polished by hand, nor sealed by glaze, but softened over time by the constant presence of warmth, as if the clay itself had learned to hold still beneath it. The edges where the oil met the air were faintly darkened, not stained, not scorched, but shaded in a tone only visible when the lamp was cold and the room held no other light. You do not know if this shade came from carbon or from the oil's residue settling into microscopic pores, or from something older still, the memory of every wick that had ever curled there before. The reservoir was never full. It was always just enough to last through the longest stretch of night, when the air grew heavy and the silence stretched like a thread pulled taut between two posts. You imagine how the oil would settle, not in even layers, but in gentle ripples that formed only when the lamp had been still for hours. Tiny waves that never broke, never spilled, never moved beyond their own small circumference. And when the wick was first lit, those ripples did not vanish. They softened, as if the flame were breathing into them rather than consuming them. You think of how the clay absorbed heat differently from metal or glass. It did not glow hot to the touch, even after hours of burning. Instead, it held warmth like a stone left in sunlight, quiet, deep, slow to release. When you reached for it in the dark, long after the flame had gone out, your fingers found only a lingering breath of heat, not enough to burn, but enough to remind you that something had been there. The wick was never trimmed with scissors or shears. There were no tools for such a task. It was pinched between thumb and forefinger when it grew too long, or allowed to curl naturally until the flame itself consumed the excess. Sometimes the tip would blacken slightly, not in ash, but in a thin film of carbon that clung like smoke caught mid-flight. And still it burned. not brighter, not dimmer, just as before. You do not know what kind of fiber was used, whether spun from flax or hemp or something wilder, gathered from the banks of the Shat al-Arab where the reeds grew thick and tall. You only know that it did not fray all at once. It unraveled slowly, strand by strand, as though each thread had its own rhythm, its own timing. And when one gave way, another held, until the wick became so short it could no longer reach the oil's surface, and then it was replaced. There were times, you imagine, when the lamp sat untouched for days, not because there was no need for light, but because the night had been too warm, or the air too still, or the body too weary to stir. And in those moments, the reservoir held its oil like a secret. The clay kept it safe. The wick waited. The flame slept. You think of how few things in that time were meant to be seen in full. The lamp did not illuminate the room. It revealed only what was already there. The curve of a jug against the wall, the fold of a cloth over a stool, the shadow of a window frame, drawn long by moonlight and left untouched by fire. There was no need for many lamps. One was enough, not because there was poverty or lack, but because light was never meant to be scattered. It was meant to gather in one place, in one shape, in one quiet circle where the dark could rest. And when the lamp went out, it did not leave behind smoke or scent, only stillness, and the faintest trace of oil on the rim, a sheen so thin you had to press your fingertip to it to feel it at all. You imagine how a child might have touched that rim once, curious, unafraid, and then pulled back when they felt the warmth. Not startled, not frightened, just knowing without words that some things were meant to be watched, not held. The lamp never burned too long. It never burned too short. It simply was. And in its smallness, it became a kind of rhythm, the quiet pulse between one breath and the next, between sleep and waking, between darkness and what came before it. You do not know if it ever broke. You imagine it might have, perhaps slipped from a shelf during a sudden gust, or knocked by a sleeve too careless in the dark. But even then, you think, someone would have gathered the pieces, not to throw them away, but to bury them under the threshold of the house, where earth could cradle what fire had once held. And so it remained, this small thing made of dust and time, still burning even now, in the quiet space between your thoughts. You feel the weight of the clay before you see it, not heavy, not burdensome, but present in the way that a stone left by a stream remains long after the water has moved on. It was never fired to hardness, only to firmness, as if the fire had paused just short of turning it into something unyielding. The surface still remembers the touch of fingers, those who shaped it while damp, who smoothed the rim with the pad of a thumb, who pressed the shallow curve into the palm of their hand before setting it aside to dry beneath the sun's slow gaze. There is no glaze here, no sheen added for show. The oil seeps ever so slightly through the porous walls, not enough to stain, not enough to leak, but enough that when you place your cheek near it on a still night, you catch the faintest scent of something earthy and sweet, like crushed seeds left too long in a cloth sack. You do not know how often the reservoir was refilled, whether daily, or only when the flame grew thin, or perhaps once every few days, when the oil had settled into the wick's fibers, and the air had cooled enough to make light feel necessary again. There were no measuring spoons, no marked vessels. The oil was poured from a wider jug, its neck narrow, its belly swollen, perhaps carried on the hip, or balanced in the crook of an arm as someone walked barefoot across cool tiles. You imagine the pour, slow, deliberate, the liquid catching the last light of dusk before it vanished into the dark pool within the lamp's hollow. No splash, no spill, just a quiet filling like water seeping into sand. The wick was never tied. It was tucked, threaded through the small opening at the lip, pulled just far enough to drape over the edge and sink into the oil below. The end that rose above was never straightened. It curled naturally as if it had grown there on its own, like a tendril reaching for warmth. When lit, the flame did not leap. It breathed. A small yellow tongue, barely taller than your fingertip, trembling with each shift in the air. It did not cast shadows across the walls as later lamps would. Instead, it softened them, blurring the corners of jars, melting the outlines of woven mats into the floor. There was no glare, no brightness that forced you to look away, only a glow that held its ground, patient and low, like the last sigh before sleep takes hold. You think how the lamp sat always near the edge, not in the center of the room, not on the highest shelf, but just beyond reach of the sleeping body's arm, close enough to feel its warmth if you stirred, far enough that it would not be disturbed by a rolling shoulder or an outstretched leg. It was never moved during the night. Even when the oil ran low and the flame flickered toward extinction, no hand reached for it, not until morning came again and the light returned in another form. The clay absorbed the heat, held it gently, released it slowly. You imagine how, after the last wick had burned away and the lamp sat cold, someone might have placed their palm against its side, not to warm themselves, but to feel what fire had left behind. Not residue, not soot, but the memory of warmth, stored in the very pores of the earth that once held it. There were other lamps, some glazed green, some shaped with a raised lip to catch drips, others taller, narrower, meant for hanging. But this one remained unchanged, simple, unadorned. Not because beauty was unimportant, but because what mattered was not how it looked, but how long it could hold the flame without asking for more than it needed. And when the oil finally ran dry, when even the last thread of wick had curled into ash and no longer reached the pool below, the lamp did not die. It waited. The reservoir still held the ghost of oil. The clay still remembered warmth. And somewhere in a quiet corner of the house, another wick was being dipped, not to light again, but to rest. The clay still held the shape of fingers that had lifted it, not with urgency, but with the habit of returning. You imagine how the rim bore a faint indentation where the thumb once rested, just above the lip, as if the hand had paused there each time before tilting the jug. No mark from pressure, no crack or chip, just a soft hollow worn by repetition, like the curve of a stone in a streambed that remembers every current. The wick was never cut. It grew shorter with use, its end fraying into threads that curled tighter as they burned, until only a nub remained, blackened and brittle, resting just above the oil's surface, too short to draw any more fuel. You do not know if it was replaced then or left to rest, while another lamp was lit elsewhere in the house, perhaps on a low shelf near the doorway, where the night air came through thin cracks in the wall. That lamp would have been similar but not identical, a little wider perhaps, or with a thicker base, its reservoir holding more oil, its wick longer, so the flame could last through the deeper hours when even the mice had settled into their nests beneath the floorboards. The oil was never clear. It came thick, darkened by time, sometimes flecked with dust that had drifted in from the courtyard or tiny particles of seed husk left behind after pressing. You think how it settled slowly, sinking through the wick's fibers like memory settling into bone. There was no filter, no strainer, just the quiet patience of letting what needed to fall, fall. The flame did not smoke unless the oil ran too low or the wick had been pulled too high. But even then, the smoke did not rise in thick coils. It curled upward in thin spirals, barely visible, dissolving before it reached the ceiling's shadowed curve. You imagine how the air above the lamp was never still, always a gentle tremor, as if the flame breathed with something older than breath itself. The heat rose slowly, warming the underside of the ceramic rim, making the clay feel alive for just a moment before cooling again. You do not know if the oil came from olives or sesame, or another seed grown in fields beyond the canal's bend. You only know that when it burned, it left behind a scent so faint you could not name it, unless you had been close enough to press your nose against the lamp's side after it had gone dark, long after the last wick had turned to ash and the room had forgotten there was ever light. That smell was not sweet, nor bitter, but something between, like dry earth after rain, or linen left too long in a chest lined with cedar, or the memory of a hand that once held yours without speaking. The lamp's shape never changed. It did not grow taller to reach higher shelves. It did not shrink to fit into pockets or satchels. It remained small enough to cradle in one palm, wide enough to hold its own quiet world within. There were no handles, no spouts for pouring, just the open bowl, the narrow neck where the wick entered, and the base that settled flat against wood or stone. You imagine how it sat on a wooden tray, perhaps carved with simple lines, perhaps not, and how, when moved, the clay did not clink against other vessels. It made no sound at all. Only the faintest drag of its underside across the surface, like the slow slide of a leaf over damp soil. You think how this lamp was never meant to be seen in daylight. Its purpose was not to announce itself, nor to decorate, nor to prove skill or wealth. It existed only when night fell, and even then it did not demand attention. It simply waited like a quiet thought that returns without being called. The oil did not need to be fresh each time. A little old residue remained in the reservoir, mixing with the new pour, creating a deeper hue, a richer burn. The wick did not need to be perfect. A single strand of linen, twisted loosely, was enough, as long as it touched the oil and rose just above the rim. And when the flame finally went out, when even the last trace of smoke had vanished into the darkness, the lamp remained, not broken, not discarded, just waiting, the clay still warm from holding what could not be held forever. The wick's ghost still curled in memory, like a sigh that lingers after sleep has taken hold. And somewhere beyond the walls, beyond the courtyard, beyond the canal where the reeds whispered with the wind, the same shape was being made again, pressed into wet earth, dried under sun, fired in slow heat, and left to wait for another night. The clay held the memory of fire longer than it held the oil, though neither left a mark that could be seen in daylight. You feel how the surface, after many nights, grew smoother where fingers brushed against it. never to move it, never to clean it, only to rest a palm upon its rim as if checking that it was still there, still warm, still waiting. The texture did not become glossy, nor did it crack with age. It softened instead, like skin touched often by the same hand over many winters. There were no glazes here yet, no green sheen to catch the morning light. This lamp belonged to the earth before it was fired, and after firing it returned to the quiet of unadorned clay, dull in sun, deep in shadow. You imagine how, when placed beside another lamp on the same tray, their shapes were nearly identical, yet each had its own unevenness. A slight tilt in the rim, a bump where the thumb pressed too hard during molding, a thin ridge where slip had pooled and dried before firing. No two were meant to match. Their value was not in symmetry, but in how well they held what could not be seen. The oil's slow passage through fiber, the flame's patient climb from wick to air. The wick never burned evenly. One side would char first, curling inward as if withdrawing from heat too sudden, while the other remained stubbornly straight, drawing oil upward in a quiet rhythm. You think how this unevenness was not a flaw but a necessity, a way of keeping the flame small, controlled, dim enough to let shadows settle where they belonged. The flame did not leap. It did not flicker wildly with drafts from an open window or the passing of a footstep. It settled into its own stillness, as if it knew the oil would not last forever and so chose to stretch its life by breathing slowly. You do not know how often the wick was trimmed. Perhaps only when it began to smoke, perhaps never at all. Perhaps the ash that gathered above the rim was left to fall in fine grains onto the tray below, becoming part of the lamp's quiet history. A dust no one swept away because it was understood. This was not dirt, but residue of light. The reservoir never filled to the brim. A gap always remained between the oil and the lip, perhaps half a centimeter, perhaps less. This space allowed for the wick to rise without drowning, and for air to circulate just enough to keep the flame alive without letting it rage. The surface of the oil did not ripple unless something stirred the room. A curtain drawn too quickly, a door opened from outside. But even then, the movement was gentle, slow, like the breath beneath closed eyelids. You think how the lamp never needed glass to protect its light. No lantern casing, no metal shield, just clay and wick and oil, each element touching the other without need for intervention. The heat did not crack the rim because it was never too much. The flame knew its limits as well as the hand that filled it. You imagine how, after many nights, the inside of the reservoir grew darker, not from soot, but from the slow accumulation of oil residue, dried and re-dried, forming a film like the skin on cooled broth. This layer did not hinder the wick's draw. In fact, it seemed to help, holding the oil closer to the fiber, slowing its descent into flame, making each drop last longer than it should have. The lamp became a vessel of patience, not because it was designed that way, but because time made it so. There were no tools for measuring the oil, no ladles marked in fractions, only a small jug, perhaps ceramic too, its neck narrow enough to pour without spill, its belly rounded from being held many times by hands that knew how much was enough. You think how the pouring was done slowly, not in one motion, but in three. A pause before the first drop, another when the reservoir was half full, and a final tilt that let just enough remain to fill the wick's last thread without overflow. The oil did not splash, it settled. And when night came again, the same lamp sat where it had been left, cool now, but still holding the shape of warmth. The wick lay in its place, brittle and dark, a thin filament curled like an old finger that had once reached out and found nothing to grasp. You do not know if it was replaced each time, or if some nights the same wick was reused, soaked again, lit again, until the fiber gave way entirely and fell into the oil as ash. The lamp never called for attention. It did not glow brighter when someone entered the room. It did not dim when no one looked at it. It simply existed in the dark, waiting, not for a hand to light it, but for night to return again. You notice how the rim of the lamp, where the clay thinned near the spout, had worn smoother than the rest, not from rubbing, but from the slow, repeated contact of a fingertip guiding the wick into place each evening. The edge was no longer sharp, nor even rounded in any deliberate way. It had simply softened over months or years, as if the clay remembered the touch and yielded to it. There was no pattern to the wear, no circle, no groove, but a gentle unevenness, like the surface of a stone worn by rain that fell only once every few days. The wick, when first dipped, would catch on this edge just slightly before slipping into the oil. A small hesitation, as if the fiber itself paused to acknowledge the vessel it entered. You imagine how the lamp stood near a window that never had curtains, or perhaps in a corner where the wall curved inward, offering no shelf but still holding the object steady. The clay did not slip, though it was never fixed. It did not rattle when the wind came through the door, because the room moved slowly, and so did everything inside it. Even the dust that settled on the rim did not settle in layers. It clung in a single fine film, as if afraid to disturb what lay beneath. The oil was never sesame, nor olive, nor any name you could give it now. It was simply the dark liquid pulled from seeds or fruits grown near the river, pressed by hand, left to sit until the solids sank and the clear portion rose. No filter was used. The impurities remained, tiny particles that drifted with each movement of the wick, suspended like specks in slow-moving water. When lit, they did not burn brightly. Instead, they dimmed slightly at first, then dissolved into the flame's quiet glow, leaving no smell behind except what the clay absorbed over time, a faint memory of earth and seed buried beneath ash. You think how the wick never burned evenly. One side would char sooner than the other, curling inward as if trying to hide from itself. The flame leaned toward the darker half, as though drawn to the heavier carbon, and for a moment it would flicker not with wind but with its own weight, bending slightly before steadying again. There was no need to turn the wick. No tool existed for that. The hand that lit it knew when to push the charred end deeper into the oil, or let it rest until the next night. The lamp's shape did not change. It remained low and wide, its body slightly swollen where the fingers had pressed the clay during forming, leaving faint ridges beneath the surface. Lines no one saw unless they held it close to the light of another lamp years later. The spout was short, barely raised above the rim, just enough for the wick to rise without tipping. No decoration marked its sides, no pattern carved. Only the texture of the clay itself, the grain of sand mixed in during kneading, visible now as tiny grains caught in the glaze that never came. You wonder if it was ever moved from room to room, if someone carried it at night when the air grew cold, or left it on a low stool beside a sleeping child, its light too small to be seen but present like the sound of breath. Perhaps it sat untouched for days while the house emptied. No one there to refill the oil, no hand to trim the wick, and still it waited, holding the dark inside itself until someone returned and poured again. The flame never reached higher than a finger's width. It did not leap. It did not dance. It rose in a steady column, thin as a thread of smoke, its edge blurred by heat haze that curled upward without rising beyond the lamp's own shadow. The light it cast was not bright enough to reveal the shape of the walls, nor the pattern on the floor, but just enough to soften the corners where darkness pooled, turning them into something quiet, something that could be slept through. You do not know how long the lamp lasted, whether it cracked in winter or was buried with its owner, or simply forgotten under a pile of cloth and jars. You only know that for as long as it burned, it never asked to be seen. It did not seek to outlast others. It held no claim on time. It simply existed between the moment the oil touched wick and the moment the last thread gave way, and in that space it was enough. The clay cooled slowly after each night, absorbing what remained of warmth like a sponge holding rain long after the sky has cleared. There were nights when the reservoir was empty, but the lamp still sat where it had been left, its hollow body waiting for someone to remember how to fill it again. And on those nights, even without flame, it held the shape of light, not as memory, not as image, but as a quiet presence in the dark, shaped by hands that never named what they were doing. You think how the oil, when poured, always made a soft sound, the whisper of liquid meeting clay, the tiny splash that settled instantly, absorbed into the porous surface before it could ripple. That sound was part of the lamp's rhythm too, not louder than breath, not softer than thought, just there in the silence between one night and the next. And when the wick finally gave out, not with a snap but with a slow unraveling fiber by fiber, it did not fall into the oil like waste. It simply dissolved as if it had always been meant to become part of what it burned. The lamp waited again, not for a replacement, not for repair, but for night to come once more. The oil, when poured, did not pool at the bottom as water might. It sank slowly, drawn into the clay like breath into skin, leaving behind a faint, dark stain that spread just beyond the rim of the reservoir, a shadow that clung to the surface without staining it fully. You imagine the hands that filled it, not hurried, not precise, perhaps brushing against the lip with a knuckle, leaving a smudge that would fade over days or vanish entirely when rain fell through an open window and dampened the shelf where it rested. The wick, once soaked, never sat straight. It curled slightly at the tip, as if tired before it was lit, its fibers frayed from being pulled too tight in earlier use, then loosened again by neglect. When ignited, the flame did not leap to meet the air. It rose like a sigh released after holding still for too long, thin and trembling, barely taller than the curve of the spout. There was no hiss, no crackle, only the faintest whisper of vapor rising from the oil's surface, lost before it could be named as sound. The heat that gathered above it did not rise in waves, but in a slow thickening of air, like mist forming over still water at dawn, invisible until you looked too long and saw only the way the dark softened around its edges. You do not know if the lamp was ever cleaned, whether the residue left behind after each burning, the blackened wick stubs, the hardened oil skin that curled like dried leaf, was scraped away with a fingernail or left to build up in layers until the reservoir grew shallower and the flame smaller still. Perhaps it was simply refilled over time. The old dregs absorbed into the clay's pores, becoming part of its substance, so that when new oil was poured, it met not empty space but something older, something already half burned, half remembered. The ceramic did not crack with heat, not often. Earthenware holds warmth like a body holds sleep, absorbing it slowly and giving it back even after the flame is gone. You think of how the clay must have felt under morning light, not bright enough to warm, but enough to reveal its texture. The tiny pits from air bubbles trapped during molding, the faint striations where fingers pressed while shaping the rim, the uneven thickness near the base where the potter's thumb lingered too long before lifting. There were nights when no oil was poured at all. The lamp sat untouched for weeks, perhaps through travel, illness, or simply the slow drift of routine that forgot to return to small things. On those nights, its shape remained in the dark, not as a memory, not as an object left behind, but as an absence shaped like itself. You know now how something can be present even when empty. The space where light used to rise still holds the echo of its motion, the way a chair remembers the curve of a body long after it has risen. And when oil was poured again, when fingers dipped into the jar and lifted the wick, coaxing it upright with 2 slow pulls, the lamp did not respond with sudden brightness. It waited. The first flame was smaller than before, hesitant, as if unsure whether to rise at all. But then the oil found its way up the fibers again, drawn by some quiet law older than names or purposes, and the light returned, not triumphantly, not proudly, but simply because night had come once more, and something in the world still knew how to answer. You do not know if the lamp was ever moved from one shelf to another, whether it sat beside a bowl of dried figs, or near a stack of woven mats, or alone on a ledge where no one looked unless they needed light. The clay did not care. It held whatever was poured into it and gave back only what was asked, no more, no less. And when the wick finally became too short to reach the oil's surface, even after being stretched thin with fingers, the flame still burned until there was nothing left to burn. Not because anyone chose to let it go, but because that is how things end when they are made of clay and fiber and time. The lamp did not break. It simply stopped rising. And still it remained. You do not know if the oil was poured from a clay jug or a glass vial, if the hand that lifted it trembled slightly or moved with the certainty of habit, but you imagine the slow tilt, just enough to let the dark liquid slip, quiet as breath over skin, and how it pooled first in the hollow, then crept along the inner curve, finding every microscopic ridge where clay had cooled unevenly. The surface shimmered only for a moment before the darkness swallowed its shine again, leaving behind a sheen too faint to be called reflection, more like the memory of wetness on stone after rain has stopped. You think of how the oil did not splash, did not ripple. It settled as if it had always belonged there, and the clay, porous and patient, drew it inward with no urgency, only presence. The wick, when placed, was never trimmed to a precise length. It was pulled from its coil, sometimes frayed at the ends, sometimes knotted where fingers had twisted it too tightly in the dark. When lowered into the reservoir, it did not sink straight but tilted slightly, as if drawn by the weight of its own fibers, until the tip touched the oil's surface and stayed there, suspended between absorption and surrender. You imagine how long it took for the first thread to lift the fuel upward, not by force, not by design, but because fiber remembers water, remembers gravity's quiet pull in reverse. The flame did not leap when lit. It emerged like a thought becoming clear, first as heat against the fingers holding the match, then as a flicker too small to cast shadow, then as something steady enough to be trusted. It burned without noise, without scent you could name, only the faintest thickening of air above it, like the pause between two breaths. You do not know if anyone ever watched it burn for long, or if they simply lit it and turned away, trusting that light would stay until morning came, or until sleep took them and the flame with it. There were days when the lamp sat untouched for weeks, not because it was forgotten, but because night had no need of it. The moon rose full over Basra's flat rooftops, spilling silver across courtyards where wind moved through palm fronds, and no oil needed to be poured. When the sky turned thick with cloud or dust, when stars vanished behind the breath of the desert, then the lamp was brought out again, not as a necessity, not as a ritual, but because darkness had weight and something in the body remembered how to answer it. You think of the wick's fibers swelling with oil, each strand becoming heavy with its own small burden. You imagine how the flame fed on that slow release, never greedy, never sudden, and how, when the oil level dropped low enough, the wick began to dry at its base, pulling upward as if trying to reach what it could no longer touch. The flame grew thinner then, paler, like a whisper fading into silence. It did not sputter or smoke. It simply became less. And still, it burned. You do not know how many times the lamp was refilled before the clay began to show its age. The hairline cracks near the rim, the faint darkening along the inner curve where oil had seeped and settled over seasons, becoming part of the surface itself. The color of the earthenware did not change with use. It only deepened, as if the light that passed through it had left behind a shadow too quiet to be called stain. There was no polish applied, no wash with water or ash, only the slow accumulation of time and the way objects become more themselves by being used. You imagine someone lifting the lamp one evening, holding it between palms worn thin from labor, and feeling how warm it still was, even after hours without flame from the last burning. You think of how that warmth lingered in the hands longer than it did in the air, like a memory held too long to let go. And when they set it down again, the clay did not cool quickly. It held the heat as if waiting for what you cannot say. The shape never changed. The reservoir remained open. The wick was always soaked before being lit. There were no lids, no glass covers, no mechanisms to regulate the flame. Only oil, fiber, and fire, bound by nothing but patience. You think of how simple it was to make light, and how hard it became later to remember that it could be so quiet. And still, when night came again, someone reached for it. Not because they needed it, not because they remembered why, but because something in the dark had learned its shape and waited. You notice how the rim of the reservoir, where fingers brushed it most often, had worn slightly smoother than the rest, not from polish, not from washing, but from the quiet friction of touch repeated over years, over seasons, over the slow turning of hands that never stopped working even when they rested. The clay there was no different in color, no harder or softer, yet it felt different beneath a thumb pressed lightly against it, as if the shape had learned the curve of skin and remembered it better than memory could hold. You think of how the oil, when poured, did not pool all at once but crept outward in thin threads along the inner wall, drawn by the tiny pores of the unglazed surface, soaking inward until the whole bowl seemed to breathe with dampness. The wick, when laid across it, did not sink or float. It settled, as if choosing its place, and then held still, waiting for the spark. When lit, the flame rose not from the oil itself, but from the space between fiber and air, where vapor met heat, and the oil's essence was drawn upward through capillary thread, strand by strand, like a slow exhale turned to light. You do not know how long it took for the first wick to be chosen, whether it was flax or hemp or something finer, plucked from wild grasses near the river bank. But you imagine how each fiber had been twisted just enough to hold without choking, and how the length was always cut by eye, never measured because the flame did not care for precision. It only asked for presence. There were times when the lamp sat on a low shelf beside a bowl of dates, or near a stack of woven mats, or tucked into the corner where shadows gathered most deeply. Never in the center of any room, never meant to be seen, only to be known by those who moved through the dark without needing to see. You think of how the flame's glow did not reach far. It curled over the edge of the reservoir like a sigh, and then softened into the air beyond, touching nothing but the nearest wall, where it left behind a faint, shifting warmth on the surface, as if the clay itself had begun to dream. The light did not sharpen edges or reveal details. It blurred them, made the world softer around its edges, so that the corners of jars, the folds of cloth, the curve of a sleeping child's back, all became suggestions rather than things. You think how this was never about clarity. It was about companionship, the kind that does not speak but stays close, quiet and warm in the same room as you, even when your eyes are closed. You imagine refilling it again, not because the oil is gone, but because the hand remembers the rhythm of pouring. The tilt of the jug, the slow pour, the way the surface ripples just before the oil touches the wick's base, and how that ripple holds for a moment, trembling as if unsure whether to rise or fall. Then stillness. Then the flame returns, not with a leap, not with a hiss, but with the same patient gathering of breath it had always known. There is no smoke in this light. No soot collects on the ceiling above it. The air does not grow thick. It only grows quieter. And when the oil nears its end and the wick begins to blacken at its tip, the flame does not flicker wildly. It leans inward, as if drawing itself smaller, curling into its own heart before letting go. You do not know if it was ever extinguished by hand. Perhaps sometimes the wind from an open window brushed past it, or perhaps the oil simply ran dry and the fiber gave up its last whisper of fuel, and the flame dissolved without ceremony, like a thought that had finished being thought. You think how this lamp never asked for more than what was given: oil, fiber, air, time. No glass to protect it, no metal to hold it, no mechanism to adjust it. It did not need to be fixed when broken, because breakage simply meant the clay had become part of something else. A shard in the dust, a fragment in the earth, waiting for the next hand to find it and shape anew. You think how many lamps like this were made, used, discarded, buried, forgotten. And yet here one remains, not because it was precious, but because it was ordinary enough to be kept, even when its purpose had faded. The wick is gone now. The oil has dried into dust. but the shape of the reservoir still holds the memory of fullness. You do not know if anyone ever wrote down how it worked. You doubt they did. It was too simple for that, too quiet, too much a part of the night itself to need explanation. And so, when you close your eyes now, you feel the warmth of the clay still in your palms, not as memory but as presence. The flame is gone, but its shape remains, small, open, patient, and somewhere deep beneath sleep it still burns. You feel the weight of the clay still in your hands, not as an object held, but as a shape remembered by the bones, the curve beneath the thumb, the slight thickening at the rim where fingers once rested while tilting the oil jug, the hollowed center that never asked to be anything more than a vessel for quiet light. There is no glaze here, no sheen to catch the glow. It is rough with the breath of the kiln, porous as skin after a long day, absorbing not just oil but the stillness around it, so that even when empty, the surface retains the memory of warmth. You think how the wick was never fixed in place. No metal holder, no clamp, no pin to anchor it. It simply lay there, a twist of twisted fiber, soaked until it could no longer drink, then laid gently across the rim, one end dipping into the oil, the other lifted just enough to catch air and flame. There was no need for trimming, only for replacement, and when it blackened at its tip, it did not smoke violently, but curled inward like a finger withdrawing from heat, until the last thread gave way and the light settled lower, as if bowing before the dark. You imagine the oil being poured, not from a spout, not with precision, but from a wide-mouthed jug held steady by an arm that knew the angle without thinking. The surface of the oil would rise slowly, creeping up the wick's base like tide against stone, and for a moment before ignition it hovered there, suspended in silence, as if waiting to be invited into flame. You do not know what kind of oil it was, olive, sesame, fish, but you imagine its scent was faint, almost absent, rising only when the lamp had burned long enough for heat to coax it from the clay pores, a whisper of earth and seed that faded before it could be named. The reservoir is shallow, not deep enough to spill if knocked, not wide enough to lose more than a few drops to evaporation. Its edges are slightly thickened, as though shaped by repeated handling, the rim worn smooth where fingers brushed against it each evening. There are no decorations, no painted lines, no stamped patterns, just the natural grain of the clay, fired once and left plain, because beauty here was not in ornament but in function, and function required nothing more than containment and accessibility. The flame did not leap high. It curled close to the surface, a trembling tongue that never reached beyond the lip, as if afraid to leave its home. You think how this lamp was never meant for reading, nor for work, nor for ceremony. It existed only to make the dark less absolute, to soften the edges of things that could not be seen, and to give the hand something to return to each night. The jug, the wick, the tilt, the spark. No chimney guided it. No glass shielded it. The air moved around it freely, and still it burned, not with force, but with patience. You feel the silence deepen, not as absence, but as presence. The kind that settles into corners and lingers in the hollows of objects left undisturbed for centuries. The lamp is gone now, its body broken long ago, its fragments scattered by wind or water or time. But you carry the shape of it still, not as memory, but as rhythm. You think how many hands shaped such lamps, how many fingers pressed wet clay into molds, how many palms smoothed the rim, how many wrists tilted jugs in quiet rooms where no one spoke of light because light was simply part of breathing. You do not know if anyone ever thought of it as technology. It did not require invention. It required only repetition. The same shape, made again and again by different hands in different villages across years that passed without names. And still, when the oil ran low and the wick grew brittle, someone reached for a new twist of fiber, dipped it into the jug, laid it gently across the rim, and lit it again. The flame did not need to be bright. It only needed to be there. You feel the warmth in your palms fade slowly, like breath leaving the body after a long sigh. The clay does not hold heat forever. It gives it back to the air, one quiet molecule at a time. And when all warmth is gone, what remains is the hollow shape, the space where flame lived, and now lives only in the stillness between breaths. You do not know if this lamp was ever used by someone who dreamed of something better. Perhaps they were content with its small glow, its quiet presence, its refusal to demand more than it was given. You think how few things in the world ask so little, and yet give so much simply by being. The night is deep now, deeper than oil, deeper than clay. And still, somewhere beneath sleep, the wick lies waiting, not for fuel, not for fire, but for the hand that will remember how to pour. The clay cools further now, not with suddenness, but as a slow release, like water seeping into sand after rain has stopped. You feel the shape of it still pressed against your palm, though no object remains there. The rim is thinner at one point, where a finger once rested too long, wearing away the edge until it rounded like the curve of a child's ear. No tool was used to smooth it, only skin, time, and the quiet repetition of evening after evening. You imagine the hand that made it, not swift, not hurried, not seeking perfection, but patient enough to let the clay remember its own weight. The mold may have been carved from wood or pressed into packed earth. No one remembers now, nor does it matter. What matters is that the form held. A shallow dish with a raised lip, just wide enough for a single wick to rest across, just deep enough to cradle oil without sloshing when the floor trembled with footsteps overhead. The oil was not poured in haste. It was drawn from a jar beside the bed, perhaps carried in a small leather flask or a sealed pottery vessel, its neck narrowed against evaporation. The pour was deliberate, slow, so that no drop fell beyond the rim, so that each bead of liquid settled gently into the hollow like a secret given to earth. The wick came from leftover fiber, a scrap of linen, a twisted strand of hemp, or perhaps wool pulled thin and unraveled by careful fingers. It had been soaked once before, dried, then soaked again until it drank its fill and hung heavy between thumb and forefinger. There was no flame yet, only the waiting, the quiet tension of saturation, the moment when fiber becomes conductor. You think how this wick did not burn quickly. It did not sputter or snap like dry reeds in a hearth. It drew upward slowly, as if guided by gravity turned inside out, oil rising through tiny channels no eye could see, pulled by heat's invisible hunger. The flame that rose was small enough to be cupped between two palms, dim enough that shadows did not flee from it but settled around it like quiet guests. No glass held its breath. No metal framed its glow. It lived bare in the open air, and still it endured. Not because it was strong, but because it was simple. You recall how lamps of this shape were never tall, never ornate, never meant to stand alone on a shelf or altar. They rested low, on a stool beside a mat, on the edge of a basin where water had been left overnight. Their height matched the level of the sleeper's gaze when lying down, not for watching, not for reading, but for presence. A small light at eye level when the body is still, so that darkness never came fully, so that the mind did not have to imagine its depth. The unglazed surface absorbed what little heat remained after the flame died, not holding it, but returning it gently, like breath held too long and then released without sound. You think of how many such lamps were made in Basra, in Shiraz, in Ray. How many hands pressed clay into the same shape. How many wicks were dipped, lit, allowed to burn until the oil ran thin, until only smoke curled once above the rim before vanishing. No one kept records of these moments. No poem was written for them. They were not gifts, nor heirlooms, nor offerings. They were simply tools of stillness, objects that asked nothing but to be filled and lit again. And now, in this quiet hour when all movement has stilled, you feel the same shape forming in your mind, not as memory, not as image, but as rhythm. The tilt of the jug, the slow descent of the wick, the pause before flame, the long sigh after light is gone. The clay does not speak, it only holds space. And still, somewhere beneath sleep, a hand reaches, not for fire, not for oil, but for the quiet certainty that something small and plain can hold back the dark just by being there. The clay holds no memory of who shaped it, only the imprint of fingers pressing gently into damp earth, the curve formed by the thumb's slow sweep along the inner wall, the ridge left where the tool paused to smooth a seam. You know this because your own hand remembers how wet soil clings, not in globs, but in thin films that pull away with quiet resistance, leaving behind a surface neither glossy nor rough, but alive with tiny ridges and hollows made by breath and time together. The oil, when poured, does not pool evenly at first. It gathers near the center, drawn downward slightly by gravity's patient tug, then spreads outward in waves so slow they seem to hesitate before crossing the threshold of the rim. There is no rush to light it. You wait until the wick has absorbed enough, not because any rule says so, but because stillness teaches patience. And stillness is all there is when night settles thick over rooftops made of sun-dried brick. The flame rises not with a burst, but with a sigh, soft as the exhale of someone who has been holding their breath too long. It does not leap or flicker wildly, for there is no wind here to disturb it, and the oil feeds steadily through fibers that have learned to drink without greed. You think of how little fuel was needed, not enough to fill a thimble, not enough to stain the fingers if spilled, but just enough to last until the hour when sleep became heavier than thought. The light did not brighten the room, it softened its edges. Shadows did not vanish. They thickened at the corners, deepening where walls met floor, pooling beneath the lip of a low table where a bowl had been left overnight. No reflection danced on polished metal. No glass trapped or magnified what was there. The glow stayed close to itself, contained by air and earth both. You notice how the unglazed surface, even after many nights of use, never grew warm to the touch, not hot as stone in afternoon sun, not cool as ceramic left in shade, but just slightly warmer than the surrounding air, like skin that has rested too long beneath a blanket. This warmth was not from flame alone. It came from repetition. The same lamp filled again and again, wick replaced when frayed, oil poured with the same unhurried motion each evening. No one kept count of how many times this had been done in Basra, or why the shape remained unchanged for decades while other vessels grew taller, narrower, carved with patterns never meant to be seen by firelight. The reservoir was not sealed. It did not need to be. Oil evaporated slowly, less than a drop each night, and what little rose into the air carried no scent worth naming. No one recorded its absence as loss. There were no jars labeled for lamp use, nor special oils reserved for this purpose alone. Whatever fat or seed oil remained after cooking, after grinding, after pressing through cloth, it was poured in. What mattered was not purity but presence. That the wick would draw, that the flame would rise, and that when it went out, there would be no sudden darkness to startle a sleeper into wakefulness. You think of how many such lamps sat side by side on low shelves, or nestled between stacked rugs in corners where feet rarely stepped. Some had cracks repaired with pitch. Others lost their spouts entirely, yet still functioned when tilted just so. The wick was never fixed. It slipped free if pulled too hard, and could be repositioned with a fingertip while the oil cooled. There were no tools for this task. Only hands that knew the texture of damp fiber against dry clay, who understood how much tension held flame steady, how little needed to be done to keep it alive. And still, after centuries, when someone digs in the earth near where Basra once stood beside the Tigris, they find fragments, not whole lamps but pieces, a curved edge with faint finger grooves, a sliver of rim where oil pooled too long and hardened into dark crusts, a tiny shard from the base that shows how it sat upon flat stone or packed earth. No inscription marks their origin. No offering plate lies beneath them. They are not buried as treasures, nor hidden in haste. They were simply set down one evening and never picked up again. You think of this now, not with curiosity, but with quiet acceptance, as the air around you grows heavier, slower, deeper. The shape returns to your mind not as an object seen, but as a rhythm felt. The lowering of the hand toward clay, the slow soak of fiber in oil, the breath held before flame, the long surrender after light fades. The wick does not burn quickly, because it is meant to last through half the night. The reservoir holds no more than needed, because less is enough. The lamp makes no sound when lit, only a quiet darkening where shadow gathers around its glow. You are tired now. not with fatigue, but with stillness. And somewhere deep beneath sleep, the same shape waits, not to be filled again, but simply to remain. You feel the weight of that small ceramic form not in your hands, but in the quiet between breaths, the way it settled into the hollow of a palm without demand, how the curve beneath the thumb remembered its own shape long after the oil had dried and the wick turned to ash. There was no polish on its surface, no glaze to trap light or reflect it back, only the roughness of fired earth that absorbed whatever glow came near, holding it like a sigh held too long before release. The flame did not dance as it might above a metal wick or a candle's wax. It trembled slightly, yes, but never leapt, never flickered wildly into the corners of the room. It was small enough to be ignored until you noticed its absence. And when it went out, it did so without a hiss, without smoke curling like a question. Just the slow fading of warmth against skin, the soft darkening of air where light had been. You think now of how many nights passed before this shape became familiar, not as something chosen, but as something endured. The reservoir never needed filling past its shoulder. Any more would spill when tilted, and no one wanted oil on their fingers or the floor beneath. A single dip of the wick, just enough to saturate the twisted fibers without dripping, was all it took. Too much oil made the flame sputter, too little made it die before the hour was half gone. There was no measurement for this, only the quiet calibration of touch. The way a fingertip brushed the edge of the wick to test its dampness, how the clay warmed beneath that same finger as the night deepened. No one carved designs into the sides because there was no need to see them. The lamp sat low, on stone, on packed earth, sometimes on a scrap of woven reed, and its light reached only so far before surrendering to shadow. It did not illuminate the ceiling, nor the walls where dust settled in slow layers. Its purpose was not to reveal, but to prevent total dark, not to banish night, but to make it bearable. You imagine the wick pulled taut one evening, just enough to raise the flame half a finger's width higher than before. It lasted longer that night. No one recorded why. The clay itself held memory in its pores. The oil that had seeped inward over months, the soot that clung faintly where smoke brushed upward and vanished into the ceiling's dark. You notice now how some fragments found later show a slight thickening near the rim, not from wear, but from repeated pouring, the slow buildup of residue that never hardened completely, only softened again with each new filling. It was not cleaned away. Cleaning would have meant removing something that had become part of the object's skin. You think of how many hands touched this lamp before yours. Hands that did not speak its name. Hands that knew its weight without lifting it fully from its place. Hands that pressed the wick into position while still half asleep. Fingers brushing the edge just to feel for warmth. No tools were used. No oil was measured in vessels marked with lines or symbols. The lamp existed outside of counting. And when the night came too long and the flame grew thin, when the oil had sunk so low that only a thread remained at the bottom, the wick would still draw, though slower now, the light dimming like a breath held past its limit. No one rushed to refill it then. There was no urgency in darkness, only patience. You feel the shape of it now, not as an artifact, but as a quiet habit of the air around you. The reservoir is empty again and has been for centuries. But the clay still remembers how to hold warmth. And somewhere beneath the earth near where Basra once stood beside the river, fragments lie undisturbed, not as relics, not as proof, but as remnants of something that asked nothing more than to be used quietly, faithfully, until it was no longer needed. You are breathing slower now. The wick has not been lit in 1,000 years, but the shape remains. The clay still holds the ghost of oil, not as a stain but as a breath, slowly released over centuries, fainter each time the air shifts. You feel it in the quiet between your ribs, where warmth lingers after the flame is gone. The reservoir's curve was never perfect. No two were cast exactly alike, even when shaped by the same hand on the same day. One might bulge slightly near the base, as if the wet clay had settled unevenly before firing, and another might narrow just above the rim, not from design but from a tremor in the potter's wrist. A momentary hesitation, perhaps, as the sun dipped behind the reeds outside the kiln window. No one corrected it. The lamp was never meant to be symmetrical. It was meant to hold. The wick, when new, was spun from coarse linen or hemp, pulled thin enough to draw oil upward without collapsing under its own weight. It was not trimmed with shears. There were none for this task, but pinched between thumb and forefinger, a gentle tug to remove the charred tip, leaving just enough fiber to catch flame again. The edge of that wick, when finally worn down, curled slightly inward, as though curling toward the heat it once fed. Some fragments show faint ridges along their length, not from tool marks, but from the way fibers clung together after soaking, then dried unevenly in the air before being relit. You imagine the slow rhythm of this. Wet wick, lit, dimmed, pinched, soaked again. No clock measured it. No bell signaled when to do it. The oil never came in bottles. It was carried in skin bags, in hollowed gourds, in small clay jars with narrow mouths. Each one passed hand to hand, poured slowly over the rim of the lamp's open bowl, each drop sinking into the porous ceramic before rising again through the wick. The surface of the oil shimmered faintly when still, not because it was clean, but because it was undisturbed. A ripple meant a movement nearby, someone turning in sleep, a draft from the door left unlatched, the brush of a sleeve against the table as a hand reached for something else. That ripple was not feared, it was accepted. Light does not need stillness to live. There were no wicks made of cotton in those days. Not yet, not here. The fibers came from plants grown near the river's edge, where the soil held salt and the air smelled faintly of mud after rain. They were harvested when the stalks turned brittle, stripped by hand, twisted between palms until they formed a single strand thick enough to hold but thin enough to rise. Some wicks had knots, accidental tangles from twisting too fast, and these knots caught flame more readily, burning brighter for a moment before turning black and crumbling away. No one removed them. They became part of the lamp's history, like the soot that settled in invisible layers along its inner curve. You think now how the clay absorbed not only oil but silence, the long hours between uses when no hand came near it, when the room held nothing but the slow settling of dust and the occasional sigh from someone lying nearby. The lamp did not need to be seen to matter. It was a presence that asked for nothing beyond being filled, lit, left alone. When it cracked, when a fall or a sudden chill caused a hairline fracture, it was never thrown away. A sliver of clay, pressed into the split with more oil-soaked fiber, held it together long enough for one last winter night. The flame did not leap. It climbed slowly as if learning how to be light. It bent slightly toward the wick's base, where the oil rose most freely and trembled, not from wind but from its own small hunger. There was no glass to shield it, no metal to guide it. It simply was, a trembling point of gold against the dark, smaller than a child's palm, yet enough to make the shadow of a hand on the wall feel like something familiar. You are not thinking of history now. You are remembering how light felt before it became an expectation. The lamp sat low on the shelf, not because it was placed there with intention, but because the shelf itself had settled over time, its wooden slats warping slightly from humidity and heat, tilting just enough to cradle the curve of the ceramic without tipping. You remember how the oil pooled in the shallow basin, not evenly, never quite evenly, because the base of the lamp was not perfectly level, and the clay, though fired hard, still held tiny imperfections from the potter's fingers, ridges left when the wheel stopped spinning too soon or the thumb pressed too lightly on one side. The oil settled into those hollows like water in a cracked stone, gathering where the earth had bowed inward, waiting for the wick to draw it up again. There were no measuring spoons, no marked containers. Oil was added by feel, a slow pour from a narrow-necked jar held close to the rim, so that not a drop spilled onto the table, and none landed on the fingers that steadied the lamp. You imagine the hand that did this, not young, not old, but steady in its rhythm, the knuckles slightly swollen from years of kneading dough or twisting rope, the nails short and clean from daily washing in water drawn from the well. The oil dripped slowly, thick as honey in winter, and each drop sank into the clay like a whisper into sand. The wick was never straight when first placed. It curled at the ends naturally from how it had been stored, rolled loosely around a sliver of bone or tucked inside a folded scrap of linen that had once held spices. When lowered into the reservoir, it bent slightly where it met the oil's surface, and for a moment before being lit, it floated there like a seed on still water, its fibers splayed outward as if testing the air. Then came the touch, just a spark from flint, or the slow ember coaxed from last night's hearth, and the flame caught not with a hiss but with a quiet sigh, rising in a thin thread of gold that seemed to rise more from the wick than from the oil itself. You think now how the heat traveled upward, not as fire does in open air, hot and rushing, but as warmth travels through cloth, slow and deep. The clay grew warm beneath your fingers, not burning but holding. Even after the flame was snuffed, the surface remained tender to the touch for longer than you might expect. You pressed a fingertip against it once, just once, and felt the echo of the light as if the ceramic remembered what it had carried. There were no handles, no stems, no attachments. The lamp was held only by its shape, wide at the top, narrowing slightly toward the base, so that when set down it did not roll. It did not need to be moved often. It lived where it was placed, at the edge of a sleeping mat, beside a low stool where hands were washed before prayer, near a window where the last sliver of daylight still lingered after sunset. Some lamps had small nicks along their rims, not from accidents, but from being stacked too tightly in storage, or knocked against one another as they were carried between rooms. These marks did not weaken them. They became part of their identity, like the faint greenish stain that sometimes formed where moisture clung longest on unglazed surfaces. You notice now how the flame changed with the season. In summer, when the air was thick and still, it burned taller, steadier, as if drawn upward by nothing more than its own heat. In winter, when the nights grew sharp and the wind slipped through cracks in the walls, the flame shrank, not from lack of oil, but because the cold pressed against it like a hand trying to smother it. The wick had to be dipped deeper then, pulled slightly higher, so that more fiber met the air above the oil. It was not a chore. It was a quiet adjustment, like tightening a blanket around your shoulders. No one spoke of the lamp as a tool. It was simply there, like the bowl beside it for water or the mat beneath your feet. Its purpose was not announced, it was lived. You never saw anyone light it without first pausing just for a breath to watch the oil shimmer before the flame rose, as if to confirm, yes, still here, still full, still waiting. And when the oil ran low, not all at once, but in slow retreat, you could see the wick begin to dry near its base, the fibers turning pale, brittle, like reeds left too long on the shore. The flame grew thinner then, less certain, flickering not from wind but from doubt, and still it burned. You do not know if anyone ever thought of replacing it. You only know that when it cracked, when a hairline split opened along its side just above the base, it was never discarded. A thread of wet fiber, soaked in oil and pressed into the fracture, held it together long enough for one more night, and then another. The flame did not care how whole the vessel was. It only needed what rose from within. You notice how the oil, when nearly gone, clings to the inner curve not in drops but in a thin film, like breath on glass after a long exhale, and how the wick, though dry at its base, still draws upward for a while, as if the ceramic itself is breathing through it. The flame doesn't vanish all at once. It dims first into a whisper of gold, then into a grayish ember that lingers just above the rim, glowing faintly even after the last true flicker has slipped away. You watch it fade, not with impatience, but with the same quiet attention given to the slow darkening of a cloud at dusk. The clay cools now in silence, no longer holding warmth, only memory. There is no smoke left behind, not really. Just the faintest trace of scent that settles into the fibers of your tunic or the edge of the mat where you rest your head. It does not smell like burning. It smells like earth after rain, but warmer, as if the oil had been pressed from something ancient and rooted, something that once grew beneath a sun you will never see. You think how the wick was never woven nor spun in any way meant for strength. It was simply a scrap of cloth, pulled from an old garment, torn into strips too thin to mend, too worn to wear. It was dipped not in any ritual, but because it had to be, because nothing else would hold the oil long enough to rise. No loom made it. No hand stitched its edges. It was chosen for what it was, soft, porous, willing. The lamp did not ask for perfection. It asked only for continuity. And so the wick, frayed at the ends, curled slightly as it burned, not from heat alone, but because the oil had softened its fibers too deeply until they could no longer hold their shape. You have seen them rest after use, curled like sleeping fingers, still damp where the last drop of oil had pooled near the tip. They were never trimmed. There was no need. The flame consumed only what it needed. The reservoir, open and shallow, never held more than a palmful of oil. Not because there was none to spare, but because too much would have been careless. A full vessel meant risk, spillage pooling on the surface, the wick drowned before it could rise. The oil had to be just enough to last through the dark hours and no more. It was poured slowly in a thin stream from a narrow-necked jug whose own lip had been worn smooth by years of careful tipping. You imagine how that jug sat beside the lamp, always within reach, never moved far. Its surface, too, was unglazed, rougher than the lamp's. And sometimes when the air was dry, it cracked along its base in fine lines like a skin stretched too thin over bone. But it held. It always held. There were no spouts, no channels. The oil moved only by gravity and capillary pull, the same way moisture climbs the inside of a reed after rain. There was no mechanism beyond the nature of things. Fiber thirsty for liquid, clay porous but patient, flame patient as well, taking what it needed in slow sips. You think how different this is from later lamps with their closed lids and wick adjusters. How those would have seemed like puzzles to hands that knew only touch. Here, the lamp was not adjusted. It was tended, not with tools but with presence. You remember now how the light never filled a room, not truly. It did not chase shadows from corners or climb walls in bright pools. It made small circles on the floor just wide enough to show the edge of a sandal left near the door, or the curve of a cup resting upside down on the sill. Beyond that, everything else remained wrapped in quiet. The lamp did not seek to be seen. It sought only to be useful. And so it was, night after night, small, unremarkable, enduring. You feel the weight of it now, even though it is gone, the shape of its rim against your palm, the way the clay yielded slightly under pressure, as if it remembered every time it had been lifted. You do not know how many hands held it before yours. You do not know who poured the oil or when they last lit it. But you know that for each person it was always enough. Not bright, not loud, just there. And now, in this stillness, with your eyes closed and the night deepening around you, you feel again the faint warmth rising, not from any flame, but from the thought of it. A small circle of light held gently by earth, fed slowly by thread, burning only as long as it was needed. You feel the coolness of the clay still lingering where your fingers once rested, not because it is there, but because memory holds it like a breath held too long. The lamp never heated the air around it, only the space directly above the flame, where the oil vapor rose in thin spirals, almost invisible until they curled into the shadow and vanished. There was no smoke to speak of, not when the wick was properly soaked, not when the oil had settled just so, olive or sesame or something darker, pressed from seeds gathered before dawn. It did not stink. It did not burn the throat. It simply breathed quietly into the stillness. You imagine the lamp set on a low shelf beside the window, where the night air slipped through the cracks in the plaster and stirred the wick just enough to make its light tremble, not from fear, but from the gentlest current. The flame did not dance wildly, as it might have done in a drafty corridor or an open courtyard. Here, it bent slightly toward the edge of the reservoir, as if drawn by the curve of the clay, and there it stayed, steady as a heartbeat measured in seconds too slow to count. The oil level dropped imperceptibly, not in drops, not in pools, but in threads invisible until you looked closely, when the surface began to shrink from the rim's inner edge, leaving behind a thin ring of dried residue, faintly golden where the light had touched it most. That mark remained for days after the flame went out. No one wiped it away. It was not dirt. It was memory made visible. There were no lids, no covers, no seals. The reservoir lay open to the night, to the dust that drifted down from the ceiling beams, to the occasional moth that fluttered too close and vanished in a puff of ash. But the flame did not flare. It did not leap. It waited. And when another hand reached for the jug, perhaps hours later, perhaps just before dawn, it poured again, slowly, carefully, until the oil rose once more to meet the wick's base. You think how different this was from what came after, the glass globes that trapped heat, the metal caps that regulated flow, the wicks threaded through brass holders, adjusted with tiny keys. Those were machines pretending to be quiet. This lamp asked nothing of you but presence. It did not need fixing. It did not break. If the clay cracked, it was mended with resin, pressed into the fissure like a wound stitched closed by hand. If the wick frayed too far, it was replaced, not because it failed, but because it had given all it could. The lamp never glowed brightly enough to read by. No one tried. No book lay open on the floor beside it. There were no words written in ink that needed to be seen. The light was for seeing the shape of a hand reaching for water, or the curve of a sleeping child's back against the wall, or the way the shadow of the door frame fell across the tiles like a blade laid flat. You feel again the weight, not heavy, not burdensome, but present like the quiet after a long sigh. It was not made to be admired. It was made to be lived with. And so it was. In corners where no one looked twice, on ledges where the dust settled gently, near feet that kicked off sandals before sleep. There were others like it, many, perhaps in homes along the Tigris, in villages where the wind carried salt from distant marshes and the night stretched long and cool. Some had handles, small loops of clay pressed into the side so they could be moved without touching the hot rim. Others had no handle at all, just a smooth curve that fit naturally against the palm. None were decorated with patterns or glyphs. No names were carved. No symbols marked their purpose. They simply were. And when one finally cracked beyond repair, when the base split open and oil pooled in the dirt beneath, it was not thrown away. It was broken into pieces, small enough to be carried and placed beside a well or under a fig tree, where rain would wash the last traces of oil into the earth. The clay returned to the ground as it had come from it. You do not know whose hands shaped that first form. You do not know who lit the first wick in that open bowl. But you know this: for centuries, in quiet rooms beneath roofs made of reed and mud, someone reached out each evening, not because they were afraid of darkness, but because they understood that light does not need to shout to matter. And now, as your breath slows, as the night deepens further, as your body sinks into the weight of sleep, you feel again the faintest warmth, the echo of a flame fed by thread and earth, burning only because it was needed, and never more. The oil, when poured, did not splash. It flowed like a slow breath released from deep inside the clay, rising through the fibers of the wick without hurry, without resistance. You feel how the liquid moved, not as if pulled by force, but as if welcomed, drawn upward by something older than gravity, something that lived in the space between fiber and fire. The wick was never trimmed to a point. It was left frayed at the top, its ends splayed like the roots of a dry grass caught in wind, each strand catching flame separately, not all at once, so that the light did not bloom but unfolded, softly, unevenly, as if the flame were learning how to be. There was no smoke thick enough to stain the ceiling. only the faintest curl, rising like thought before it becomes word, dissolving into the air before it could be named. You imagine the hand that dipped the wick, not in a basin of oil, but in the same jug that had held it since morning, the one kept cool against the wall where the shade lasted longest. The fingers knew when the fibers were saturated. They did not test by touch alone. They felt the weight of the strand, how it hung differently now, how its color darkened, deepening from pale tan to the brown of wet soil after rain. You think of how many times this had been done, not as ritual but as rhythm. Not every evening, perhaps. Sometimes only when the sky lost its last blue, when the heat still clung to the tiles, and the air inside did not yet stir with night's coolness. The lamp was never lit before it was needed. It waited in its place like a quiet guest who had come to stay, but would not speak unless spoken to. When the oil level dropped too low, when the wick began to char at its base, when the flame grew thin and yellow as old paper, the jug was lifted again. The same motion, the same pause before pouring, the same stillness while the liquid climbed. No one measured how much to add. There were no marks on the inside of the reservoir, no lines carved into the clay. You knew by sight, by habit, by the way the light changed, not brighter, not dimmer, but more certain, as if the flame had remembered its purpose and was settling back into it. The lamp's shape held no secrets beyond what you could see. The rim was thick enough to hold warmth without burning fingers, thinning slightly toward the base where the clay met the surface it rested on. It did not sit level on every floor, sometimes tilted a fraction when placed on uneven stone. But this mattered little. The oil pooled where it would, and the wick still drew. You imagine how many hands had held it, not in reverence but in recognition. A child lifting it to place beside a sleeping elder, an older hand steadying it after the wind from an open window had shaken its glow. No one ever said, "This is the lamp." It was simply the light, or it, or sometimes not named at all. Its presence was so constant that its absence would have been louder than its flame. You think of how the clay absorbed the scent of oil over months, how the surface became less porous, less thirsty, as if it had learned to hold what it was meant to hold without leaking. Not perfectly. A drop might still seep out after long use, leaving a dark stain on the tile beneath, but no one scraped it away. The mark remained like the memory of warmth left on a pillow. Some lamps over time developed hairline cracks, fine as spider silk, running from rim to base. They were not discarded. A thin line of resin mixed with crushed walnut shell and honey water was pressed into each fissure by thumb, smoothed flat, left to dry in the sun for 3 days. The lamp was then returned to its place. It burned again. Its light did not flicker more than before. There were no other forms like it, not yet. No stems rising from bases. No lids or caps, just this, a bowl open and shallow with space enough for the wick to rest without drowning and room above for flame to rise without being smothered. The curve was never symmetrical. Each one bore the fingerprints of its maker, tiny ridges where clay had been pinched too hard, slight bulges where fingers had pressed too long. No two were alike, yet all functioned the same. The wick did not need a holder. It did not need to be held in place by metal or wire. It lay loose on the oil's surface, its ends curled slightly upward as if resting after a long walk. When it burned down too far, it was pulled out with 2 fingers, slowly, and another taken from the jar beside the lamp. A new wick, dry and pale, was dipped once, then placed gently into the same spot. The flame caught again, not with a hiss, not with a flare, but as if it had never left. You feel how quiet this was, not silence, not absence of sound, but the kind of quiet that comes when everything has been done exactly as it should be and nothing more is required. No mechanism to wind, no wick to adjust, no glass to clean, no soot to wipe from a chimney, just oil, just fiber, just clay, just flame, and you present, watching, breathing. The lamp did not ask for anything beyond your attention. It asked only that you come back when it was needed, and so you did. Again and again, not because you were afraid of the dark, but because you had learned over time that some lights are not meant to chase away shadow, but to show you how beautiful shadow can be when it is held gently by something small, humble, and alive. The night deepens further now. The air grows cooler against your skin. Your breath slows more than before. There is no need to speak, no need to move. The lamp still burns somewhere, in memory, in clay, in the slow rise of oil through fiber, and it does not hurry. It never did, and neither do you. The oil, when poured, moved slowly, not as a stream, but as a slow breath settling into the hollow of clay. You watch it pool just beneath the wick's resting place, not filling the bowl to its edge, never beyond what was needed. There was no measure, no cup or marked line, only the hand that knew when the surface had grown smooth and dark enough to catch the first thread of flame. The oil did not shimmer. It did not gleam like water under moonlight. It absorbed the dim glow of the room around it, becoming deeper in color as the hours passed, until it looked less like liquid and more like a shadow given weight. When the wick was dipped, it drank without hurry. You felt its fibers swell slightly beneath your fingers. No crackle, no hiss, just the quiet yielding of cotton to oil. The lamp did not demand speed. It asked only that you trust the slow rise, the patient climb through fiber to flame. There were days when the reservoir was nearly empty and still the wick burned. Not weakly, not dimmed, but with a steadiness that seemed to come from within the clay itself. You wondered if the walls, soaked through with oil over months, now gave back what they had taken. The heat of the flame warmed the surface just enough to make the clay breathe again, releasing the scent not as perfume but as memory, earthy, faint, like dust stirred from a shelf long untouched. No one lit it for ceremony. No one spoke when it was lit. It was simply part of the evening's rhythm, like the settling of blankets or the slow closing of eyelids. You think now how the shape did not change with seasons. A winter night held no more need than a summer one. The lamp did not burn brighter in cold nor dimmer in heat. Its flame remained the same size, the same height, never taller than 2 fingers from the rim, never shorter than the width of a thumb. It was not shaped to impress. No carving adorned its curve. No glaze trapped light inside it like glass might. The unglazed surface drank what little glow escaped upward, and returned it as a soft haze, not sharp enough to cast hard edges on the wall, but warm enough to make the corners of the room feel held. Sometimes, when the oil was low and the wick had burned down twice or thrice, someone would press a single drop of water onto the rim, just one, to cool the clay before refilling. Not for safety, not because it might crack, but because the heat after hours made the surface feel too close to skin, and the hand that poured preferred not to be startled by warmth where it expected only earth. The water vanished in seconds. No steam rose. No hiss followed. It was simply gone, as if the clay had swallowed it whole. The wick was never trimmed. It was replaced. And when a new one was placed, dry, pale, curled at both ends, it did not float freely on the oil's surface. It settled slightly as though remembering its place. The flame rose from between its tips, not from the center, and it did not dance. Not truly. There were no drafts strong enough to move it, and no one sat close enough to breathe upon it. The light stayed where it was placed, steady as a heartbeat in a quiet room. You think of how little it took to keep this going, how few things mattered. Oil, fiber, clay, no metal, no glass, no chimney, no wick holder, no fuel pump. No switch, just the hand that poured, the hand that dipped, the hand that lit. And the flame always there waiting, not as a servant, not as a tool, but as something that had always belonged to this shape, this place, this slow rhythm of breath and darkness. The lamp never asked for more than it was given. It did not demand clean oil or fresh fiber. A drop of old residue remained in the bowl, mingling with new. The wick, when replaced, sometimes carried traces of soot from before, dark threads woven into its fibers, and still it burned. No one cleaned the inside. No one scrubbed the rim. The stains grew darker over years, like age on skin. And still, when night came again, someone reached for it, not because it was bright, but because it was familiar. You feel the weight of it now in your mind, the curve beneath your palm, the coolness before lighting, the warmth that followed. The oil's scent lingers longer than the flame. It stays on fingers long after they've moved away. You remember how a child once touched the rim without thinking and left a smudge, not dirty but soft, like the print of a thumb pressed into wet sand. No one wiped it off. They let it be. The lamp never changed. Not in form, not in function. Even when others began to rise, glazed green, stemmed, closed, it remained as it was, open, humble, unadorned. And still, even now, you find yourself reaching, not for light, but for the quiet that lived inside its glow. The night is deeper now. The air has grown thinner around your breath. Your body knows what to do without being told. You are not thinking of sleep. You are remembering how something small could hold so much stillness, and how, in holding it, you learned to hold yourself. The lamp sat where it always had, on a low shelf, just beyond the reach of the sleeping child's hand, near the edge of the wall where the plaster had cracked slightly with age and never been mended. The crack ran like a thin vein, darkened over time by smoke that drifted upward in silent spirals, too faint to be called soot, too slow to settle into anything permanent. You know its path now, not because you've traced it, but because your eyes remember where the light once pooled thicker than elsewhere, and how the shadow softened along that line when the flame dipped low. No one ever filled the crack with plaster. The lamp did not care for straight lines. The oil was never poured from a jug with a spout. It came in a small clay vessel, narrow at the neck, wide at the belly, another hand-thrown piece, older than the lamp itself, its surface worn smooth by years of being lifted and set down without thought. The pourer held it close to the rim, tilted slowly, letting the oil slide, not drip, not splash, but slip into the reservoir like breath entering a quiet lung. There was no measuring, no cup, no mark on the side. Enough was known by feel. The way the surface darkened just beyond the center, how the clay beneath absorbed the first touch before the liquid spread. The wick lay beside it, folded once, dry and brittle as autumn grass. It had been soaked days ago, in another batch of oil, and left to rest on a flat stone near the window where the morning air moved slowest. You think now of how little motion was needed to keep this going, not the flame, not even the pouring, but the waiting. The waiting between refills. The waiting after lighting when no one stirred for 20 minutes, 30, sometimes more. The oil did not rush. The wick did not hurry. The flame did not grow restless. It simply lived in its small space, fed by gravity and fiber, held in place by the curve of earth that had been shaped once, dried slowly, fired in a kiln whose fire had long since gone cold. There was no tool to guide the wick into position, no pin, no holder, no metal loop. The hand simply placed it, 2 fingers calloused from other tasks, and pressed gently until the fibers touched the surface. Then it settled, not all at once, not with a splash or a snap. Like a leaf drifting down after falling far above, it sank just enough to be held, not by force, but by the oil's own weight against the clay's quiet pull. You remember how sometimes, when the lamp had burned through most of its oil and the flame grew thin as thread, the wick would begin to curl inward, its tip turning dark, then brittle, then splitting into 2 fine ends. No one cut it. No one pulled it free. They waited until it could no longer draw fuel upward, and then they lifted it out, not with tweezers or tongs, but with 2 fingers again, the same ones that had placed it. The old wick was left on the shelf beside the stone. It did not smell of burning, not anymore. It smelled like dust and time. A new one came from a bundle tied in linen, kept in a small box near the hearth. No one counted them. They were never labeled. You took what was there, always the same fiber, always the same length, always slightly uneven at the ends. The first time you tried to straighten it, you broke it, so you stopped trying. The lamp did not need perfection. It only needed presence. And when night came again, as it always did, you reached for it without thinking of why. Not because you were afraid of darkness, not because you needed light to see, but because the shape was familiar in your hands, and the quiet that followed its lighting had become a rhythm older than thought. The flame rose, not tall, not bright, but deep enough to soften the edges of the room just so. It did not reach the ceiling. It did not touch the corners where shadows pooled thickest. It stayed near the floor where the air was still, and where the clay's warmth could rise slowly like a sigh. You no longer think about how it worked, the oil, the fiber, the fire. You only feel the space between them, the silence that lived there. The way the light did not chase away the dark so much as hold it gently, like something precious you had learned to carry without speaking its name. The clay grew warmer with each passing night. Not hot, never hot, but warm enough to know when your fingers brushed against it that something had been held there before you and would be held again after. You do not wonder who first made this shape. You do not wonder how many hands have touched it since. The lamp does not ask for memory. It only asks for oil. And so you pour. And so the flame rises. And so the night holds its breath. You let your fingers rest on the rim, not to adjust, not to test, just to feel the warmth that remained after the flame had dimmed to a whisper. The oil was low now, nearly gone. Not empty, but near enough that the wick no longer drew upward with certainty. It held what little it could, trembling slightly as if caught between two silences. You did not pour more, not yet. The night still had time and the flame still had breath. The clay absorbed the heat slowly, holding it like a secret too quiet to tell. Outside, the wind moved over rooftops, but inside, nothing stirred except the slow dance of shadow on the wall. The same pattern, night after night, shaped not by design but by the curve of the lamp's belly and the angle of the wick's final glow. You watched it thin further, until the light was no longer a circle but a half circle, then a crescent, then just a flicker that clung to the tip like a thought you couldn't quite name. It did not snap out. It did not sputter with protest. It simply stopped. Not with a sigh, not with a hiss, but with the quiet surrender of something that had done what it was meant to do. The wick, now blackened and brittle, curled inward as if folding itself into sleep. There was no smell left, no smoke, no charred fiber, no trace of oil burned too long. Only the scent of dry earth, faint as a breath held too many years. You did not move, not yet. The lamp sat where it had always sat, between the edge of the blanket and the darkened corner of the shelf. Its shape was unremarkable, no carving, no glaze, no mark to say who made it or when. Just clay shaped by hand, fired once, used many times, never repaired. It did not need to be remembered to matter. You knew its weight in your palm, even without looking. You knew the way the oil pooled just below the spout's edge, how the wick always settled a little crooked, how the flame, no matter how small, always found its balance. The room grew darker, not all at once, but in layers. The last glow faded from the wall and sank into the floor. The shadows deepened where the furniture met the wall, softening their edges until they became part of the dark, not separate from it. You did not reach for a new wick. You did not think about tomorrow's lamp. There was only this, the warmth still rising from the clay, the quiet where light had been, and the slow, deep breath you took without realizing you were holding one. The lamp waited. You waited with it. And then you stopped waiting. The darkness came fully now, not as absence but as presence, soft, full, quiet enough to hear your own pulse settle into the rhythm of the night before yours. The clay held its warmth a little longer. Then it too let go. You did not close your eyes. You simply were. And the lamp, still there, still empty, still waiting, became part of the silence you know